Oh boy. Get in here. Get on in here. Well, I'm a little high on the microphone, huh? Bring that down for you a little bit. I'm a little peaky. A little peakish. You want to be that high. Gotta stay in that sweet spot, baby. All right, how we looking? How we looking? I think we're looking good. I think we're all right. Let me just get this all situated. We'll be all good, baby. We'll be all good, baby. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to our stream. True. Welcome to our stream. Got you live. Who got who? I feel like I got you. LD surprised. I'm surprised how much Nightreign popped off. I'm not. Not even slightly. Are you kidding me? Like, I saw that it jumped up to like I think 300,000 players or over 300,000 players in its like first few hours or whatever. And the thing is that I mean, we're talking about it. We're talking about like one of the most well-known games out there, right? Day one asking you to play God Hand because it's an amazing game. I don't know if I've ever played God Hand before. Do you read Twitch chat or just YouTube? Just Twitch. How are you today? I'm good. I'm good. I was up way too. It happened again. I don't. It was just. It's like a sponsor thing more than anything else. Like I've had like like stuff going on with sponsors in the background and like trying to get all that stuff handled, and because of that, like it ends up like delaying some of my videos because I usually like to post on Tuesdays. Then one got pushed to Wednesday, which then like threw off the whole schedule, and then I'm tired, man. I was up to like 3 editing the video that came out today or something like that. And then I was up again at like, I think I got up at like 9 today and hit the gym. And then here I am. Get some Tainted Grail background music, maybe later. I think he reads paid chats. I read all chats. What are you talking about? Bro, your takes are fire. AAA can get fucked. Pretty sure they're already there, to be honest with you, man. Pretty sure they're already there. What's up, dude? First time chatting you on Twitch, or catching you on Twitch. Cool, man. Thanks for stopping by. Found your channel by the algorithm, and man, I've missed out on a great year of content. Been rewatching your videos. Much love, brother. Keep doing what you do. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad people are enjoying it. I actually kind of forget about the fact that like, yeah, there's like a year of like some pretty solid stuff that's out there. There's even like, the thing is like there's some good videos that are in there that are like before the channel hit the algorithm. Like before it started actually, like you started seeing videos that started getting like regular reviews and stuff like that. They're like older topics and stuff that I brought up. Some of them are more like just like general industry stuff that wasn't actually like based off of recent news or anything like that. Before Asbin found LD, no, actually, before doesn't exist. There's a weird cross section with how things work with reaction content and stuff like that. Asmongold watched, I think, my 3rd video that I ever made like 2 years ago. But I didn't hit 100,000. I didn't hit 100,000 subscribers until like almost, I think, over a year later or something like that, or a year later.
Can you please give a shout out to Mr. Nose?
I don't know who that is, man. Thank you for the 199. Yeah, no, when I first started, I think it was like my second, or it was like my third video or something like that. It was one of the very first videos that I made. And I think at the time, like, you can go back and you can look, I only had like 1,000 subscribers, and I think the video that I had posted only had like 300 or 400 views or whatever. And that was kind of it. And I think from him watching me, I got like 500 subs. I think I got like 500 subs, and then like, you know, he watched me again, I think maybe like six months later. This time this time again, it was like just a random like algorithmic occurrence or something. Maybe it was because he subscribed to the channel. That's probably what it was. And then I think it was like another year or so almost. No, I think it was like Helldivers 2. He watched a bunch of my Helldivers 2 stuff. And I think that's what, like, I don't know, somewhere. He really enjoyed it somewhere. I don't really know exactly when it happened, but did you see that 10-cent videos? I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? That's very vague, my friend. It's very vague. I always wonder if opinions make sense to other people and about they feel good video idea. English isn't your first language. I'm sitting here trying to read this. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Feel a good video idea, taking a look at the other side or the dev mindset. I always wonder if other opinions make sense. Oh, I wonder if opinions make sense to other people about how they feel good about a video idea. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, but I'm not really too sure. He's watched that many that I had to sign up for your Patreon to compensate you for your videos. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I think nobody even sees that thing, to be honest with you. I don't really plug it or anything like that. I don't really feel like it's necessary for me to like ask people for money. If they want to support, they can support, but like I've said it 1,000 times, like I don't expect any money from anybody. Just watch the videos and, you know, hang out on stream and just have a good time. That stuff basically takes care of everything by itself anyway, for the most part. Let's see Randy's poor apology attempt. Dude, I saw that and I was like, we'll go over it because I saw it earlier. I saw that Marathon's fucking cooked, man. This game is cooked. It's done. Like people keep talking. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. God damn you, man. Oh, rough. Oh man, that is so bad. Marathon delay likely as Sony reportedly canceled all paid marketing plans for the game. You know what the funny thing is that I think that in a lot of cases, like paid marketing plans, if I were these companies, I would revisit how I'm marketing my games to begin with, because I don't really think that there's a lot of I just don't think there's a lot of a reason. I don't think there's a huge reason to be spending as much money as these guys do on marketing. I mean, I was thinking about it the other day, and I can't remember where I had seen it, but like, I think I was driving around and I saw like on a city bus, there was like a Doom Dark Ages, like a Doom Dark Ages like graphic on the side of a bus, and I was just like, I mean, I'm sure this probably, like, depending on how many buses in a fleet, chances are they did this to buses all over the US. You're talking about something that's, you know, probably, I mean, it could be well up in the millions, right? Easily could cost a couple $1 million to be able to put that on buses. You know, usually they're probably tied to major cities specifically, but still it would probably cost a lot of money. You're also like trying to knock off other advertisers or advertisements that are on those. I've seen pictures of these games that have been like advertised on trains and stuff like that. And part of that, at least part of the theory, is like it's kind of like a brand recognition thing. The more that you see something out in the wild, the more you're gonna likely think of it when you go to buy a game or something like that. I'm not really too sure. It's been a long time since I've been in like the marketing theory classes and whatnot, but what's the conversion rate on that versus, God, this is gonna sound, I know that people in game design hate hearing this, but it really does just come down to what is the cost of that versus just making sure that your game is good. And I know that that's a really hard concept to understand, because what is a good video game? It's not like, I mean, I would say in the player's eyes, it is something that's like relatively obvious to us, but there's so much more movement online, and there are so many more sales that are made outside of actual marketing, that I just don't understand why these games have so much money that's going into these. And it's like their marketing programs are insane. We're not even talking about something like just like, oh, here's these ads on buses. Like, if we're talking about their actual marketing campaigns, there's commercials that are tied to it. There are digital ads that they put in between YouTube videos and Twitch streams and things of that nature. And then they do, what else do they do? Another part of it is buying store space, shelf space inside of Walmarts and stuff like that. They'll get their posters and cutouts and whatnot. They'll put that in video game stores. I'd have to go through like the whole list of all the different things. Part of it is like influencer budgeting, right? Where they'll actually like pay streamers to play as well. That's part of that. But the thing is that when you go and you start looking into how much these companies pay, I mean, like, if I'm not mistaken, I think the marketing budget is anywhere from, is it 50 to 100%? I think it's 50 to 100%. What is the typical percentage of a marketing budget for a AAA game? Can you play the Monoko theme after this? I have the whole 8-hour playlist rolling, so you'll get yours. Sponsoring YouTubes and streamers. I don't see 99% of the ads. I don't see ads to begin with. Most people, and that's the thing that like bothers me, is that there's so much money that's going into it, but in a lot of cases, people pay money or they just go out of their way to try to make sure that they ignore those ads as much as possible, right? Like, we went from, you know, I'd probably say like 15 years ago or so, maybe even later than that. It could have been like 20 years ago. I have no idea. But at one point in time, like ads weren't really that big of a deal. It was just something that was just like kind of there. You didn't really, and to be honest with you, ads were higher quality. Like, ads used to be way higher quality, especially on TV. Dude, some of the like ads in some, like commercials in some cases, used to be like some of the most memorable shit that's out there, right? Like, commercials themselves have become memes in some cases, but they got away from all of that. The ODST ads, dude, those old Halo ads were so good. Oh my God, they were so good. Now it's just like, oh, here's our trailer, and it's like just part of their trailer or something like that, smashed together or whatever it is. People still love Super Bowl commercials. Oh no, they definitely do. But like, yeah, the typical percentage for AAA budget, marketing budget varies, but the industry estimate suggests that it often ranges between 30 to 50% of the total development budget. So if your game, and in a lot of cases, a lot of these AAA games are anywhere between $200 to $300 million, you're spending a lot of money, man. You're spending a lot of money. What are all the ways that marketing budget is used most commonly? You know, one thing that I like about AI is like AI is like the best search engine. I've always been the person that has been so frustrated by search engines because they don't ever just like there's like a series of questions that I have, and you constantly have to like, you can't ask a targeted question because it's going to hit you with just a bunch of like links to a bunch of bullshit. Like, I just want the answer to my question. I don't need to go to a different, I don't want to go through a bunch of different websites. I just want the answer to the question that I have. Okay, so the marketing budget for AAA games is typically allocated across a variety of channels and strategies, maximize visibility, engagement, and sales. Based on industry practices, insights from web sources, here are the most common ways that marketing budgets are used. Digital advertising. Okay, so we already know that. Social media ads, search engine and display ads. I forgot about that too. They'll pay search engines to like a hair in my eye. They'll pay search engines to prioritize their games. If you guys notice, sometimes when you search for a game on like Google or something like that, or no, if you search for anything on Google, it'll bring up a sponsored ad or a sponsored link. You get that kind of stuff all the time. It pisses me off because they're always the ones that are the very top, and it's always never the answer that I'm looking for. Traditional advertising, 10 to 20% of it will go to traditional advertising. TV commercials, print and outdoor advertising, billboards, ads, posters, strategic. Yeah, okay, that's the stuff that I was talking about before. Radio and podcasts. I mean, yeah, you'll hear some of that. I feel like this one's probably a little bit lower. And the funny thing is now, this right here is probably included in digital advertising, right? Because I would think in a lot of cases for radio and podcasts, it's going to be on Spotify. And then they're just going to pay for a Spotify ad, which will actually play the video. Influencer marketing is 15 to 20% of the budget, 25% of the budget. Events and experiential marketing, trade shows and conventions, launch events, esports tournaments. They used to do way cooler shit like with this, and the thing is that I actually need to probably talk about this in a video. Now that I think about it. Let's see here. Video ideas. So in a lot of ways, I think that like pre-order bonuses and midnight launches completely, like the loss of that completely destroyed the industry. At least on the AAA side. It made them so susceptible to change and so susceptible to like consumer pressure. And I don't think they understand it. What kind of marketing budget did Schedule 1 have? I don't think it had any at all. I'm sure Tyler probably paid for maybe a little bit of something, maybe a couple of ads or something like that. I don't even know where his game even came from, to be honest with you. I don't even know how people even found it. Other than Reddit, some Reddit posts that he had made talking about his game. Yes, most of Schedule 1 was word of mouth. The vast majority of Schedule 1 came through word of mouth with streamers, YouTubers. Basically, that's it. Because you had like, who'd you have play it? You had Queso play it. Asmongold played it. I made a couple videos on it, or at least talked about it in a couple different videos. I don't have nearly as much influence as those people do, but still, regardless, it's going to give you a lot of reach when you have a lot of people that are like talking about a game, right? Events, experiential marketing. So this is the point that I was trying to make. The thing is that I would imagine that this is probably not all that relevant anymore, and it's honestly part of it's one of their own issues. So like this right here, exclusive launch parties. You don't need like this is the shit that's an issue. This is a lot of fucking money spent, right? So if you guys want to see the picture how was that? The picture perfect bad spending when it comes to marketing campaigns. Diablo 4 painting an entire church in France. What did this do? The funny thing is in the case of Diablo 4, you really don't need a whole lot of marketing. You would want, if we're talking about it specifically, you would want like some traditional advertising because of how old that game is, how recognizable the name is, and you want to be able to have, very specifically, you want to maximize your visibility to let everybody know that a new Diablo is coming, so that at least it's in people's mind share, right? But outside of that, shit like this, completely useless. Obviously, money well spent. They also had Diablo 4 exclusive event. They had a live event in Korea where nobody showed up. They had I don't know where the other one was. There's a video of another one that they had where basically, I think it was in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, and they essentially rented out the entire place. They brought in all of these people, and they had like, no, they did it in multiple places. Now that I think about it, they did it in Germany, they did it in New York City, and they did it in Vegas. And they invited out all of these content creators and YouTubers and stuff like that. And I don't even think they were there to even play the game. It was just to interview the developers and talk about the game. And they served them all this like fancy food and all this other stuff. Like it was just like, it was, you see like the pictures of it and like how they, like how above and beyond they went. And I'm just like, bro, like you guys like wasted like millions of dollars on something that is so unnecessary, like insanely unnecessary. I really like the way that Grinding Gear Games handles their community outreach. Those guys are super smart with it because they don't spend any money doing it. Well, in some ways they do. So they had underground events for Path of Exile 2 where they allowed content creators to come in. I went to one. That's actually how I met Darth and Oxy and a few other people. Wolfhard FPS. And that was just like, they rented out like a relatively, it wasn't like a big convention area or anything like that. It was just kind of one of those like hotel convention spaces where it's just like a bunch of tables and whatnot. And we just sat down and we played the game. They gave us a very short presentation to tell us like what they were planning to do with the game and whatnot like that. And then they're like, okay, you guys have 8 hours to play Path of Exile 2. And then they served us lunch. And then that was it. Oh, we got one complimentary drink from a like little mini bar on our way out. That was it. Like, I respected it, dude. I respected it because I'm like, you're not being gaudy with it. You guys are just keeping it simple, and you're just, you know, give us the information that we need, and we'll be able to go out there and proliferate it and promote the game or whatever like that. Because most of us are invested in the game anyway. Most of us want to see this game succeed because we like playing the game, right? At least you got to play the game, unlike Mind's Eye. That situation is weird, dude. I need to look into that. I really need to look into that. No yacht ride? Sadly enough, no yacht ride. Darth seems like a good dude. He's a really good guy. Oh, he's probably a fucking TwitchCon. I forgot that was this weekend. I should have gone. Rip. Oh well. I'm not really in like the streaming sphere, you know what I mean? Any thoughts on IGN's coverage of Arc Raiders? Didn't we watch that on stream? I'm almost positive that we did. We did. That's what I thought. We watched it on stream. Yeah, it was like the dude like misreported on like half of the stuff from the game. He was talking about how you need to like go up to there was one of the things I paused on. Now I remember we did watch it on stream because he's like, you can put one thing in your pocket and then he shows a zoom up of the 3 item slots for your pocket. And I'm like, how do you say You can put one item in your pocket and then you go into your editing and you actually edit it onto the video to show that you can put 3 things in there. Yeah, I mean, it was straight up amateur hour. Played it on the lowest video settings. That's the other thing too. And like, there's a couple judgments to make there, which is either A, you don't have the hardware and he genuinely cannot get that game to play at a, you know, at a good frame rate. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. Or he purposefully dumped the graphic settings down as low as they possibly could go so that the game looked like shit while he was talking shit. And then on top of that, he also like uploaded the video at like 55 FPS or 25 FPS, like some weird FPS setting. It was so odd. It was so weird. So it's like, it's one of the things, it's like, was he a moron or was he purposely trying to make it look bad? I think it actually might be a quality control thing where they probably give most of the people on the YouTube channel, or IGN probably gives all of their editors that will make video content an editorial role for the YouTube channel, and they can just upload it themselves. And then they probably have somebody that comes through that's like an editor, a senior editor, that'll go through and actually then, you know, double check and approve those videos to go up. And chances are that person just didn't check the video. They probably just watched like the first couple of minutes and are like, yeah, okay. I looked at his previous stuff. I think IGN gave him the short stick. His previous work was pretty solid and on the ball. What else did he review? Does LD play Warframe at all? I play it in my off time here and there every once in a while. Why? Do you remember the Polygon review from the 2016? Yeah. I think I talked about it in that Polygon video that I had made. They gave bad reviews for Blades of Fury. I mean, they give bad... Here's the thing, like, when it comes to reviews, like, in a lot of cases, like, let's be fucking real here. There's this weird space where part of it is confirmation bias, and people just want everybody to agree that the game they like is the best. So in some cases, IGN will give a game a 7 that you think is a 9, and then you hate IGN for giving it a 7 when it was just the honest opinion of the person that reviewed it. And I think that there is some unfair criticism that does get levied at games journalists for reviews on some of these games. The only problem, not the only problem, the biggest issue is when you end up looking at that review and you find out that it was looked at through a lens that does not review that game fairly. When there are outside factors that the common video game player would not mark against a game in some cases. And I think like a really good example of that was like some of the stuff that I had brought up with Polygon, where, you know, they very specifically didn't like how women were portrayed in a game, and because of that, that affects their score. And I've seen some people try to argue with me on this or say that I'm wrong and be like, oh, well, no, they're just giving an outside opinion that doesn't actually affect the game. And it's like, well, that's not fucking true. You had Lena Henley, that was a writer for IGN, quite literally post on fucking Twitter saying that she would remove one score, like she'd remove 1 point from any game that ever called, you know, the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. That's a really good example of it. But regardless, I think that something that a lot of people fail to recognize is that you are going to be a lot less forgiving on something that you are already irritated by. You cannot tell me that you're going to objectively review something, or sorry, you're going to review something with objectivity in areas that require objectivity. Some things are going to be subjective. They're video games. These are creative projects, right? So not every single thing is going to be Not every single thing can be objectively reviewed, but certain aspects of a game can. But the problem is that if you're already walking in frustrated and upset and you don't like the game because of certain things, there's a really good chance that you're not going to be very forgiving when it comes to certain aspects that do need to be reviewed objectively rather than subjectively. That makes sense? Agree. I don't see IGN as valid reviewers today. I don't know, man. I don't like. The thing is that you have to keep in mind I have a very mixed take, or like I have mixed feelings when it comes to games media. I think there's some incredible writers out there, some really good video game reviewers. At the exact same time, I also think that there is a subsection of writers and reviewers that make the rest of them look bad, specifically because they can't keep their own, they can't keep themselves in check. They'll use the platform like a soapbox. They'll use it to shame people. They'll use it to do things that are just completely unnecessary. And even in a lot of cases, while those end up being fringe cases in some events, because keep in mind, like, think about the actual percentage, the numbers, when I talk about like video game writers and I talk about games journalism. The actual percentage of these things, if I talk about 2 shitty articles in a week, but there was like 600 articles that came out in a week. That's a pretty good ratio, to be honest with you. The only problem is that, well, we live in internet culture. That's the shit that's going to get the views. That's why in a lot of cases these people make these articles, and by extension they give a bad name to the other 498 articles that came out in that month. That's how it works, and that's why I think it's worth calling out. What is this? Been loving your content on YouTube. Finally made the stream. I generally love your extreme dedication to balanced takes on gaming and the topics surrounding them. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. If only everybody felt that way about me. If only everybody felt that way about me. I try to do my best to be able to remain somewhat grounded and somewhat fair in all regards, but not everybody sees that. I like gamer ranks. I like gamer ranks a lot, actually. I like gamer ranks. I like ACG. In a lot of cases, the thing is that, when you look at like YouTube reviewers, like the professional YouTube reviewers, those guys have a reputation to uphold. They are the brand. Like, if you work for IGN, you have a fucking league of writers, right? So none of them really feel all that married to what they're doing, because at the end of the day, any real criticism is going to come back on IGN, not them. So there's this defensive layer that's there that protects them from, like, they're still going to have people that are going to try to talk shit, right? But in a lot of cases, most things are going to fall back on IGN, not on the actual writer themselves. Sometimes that's not how that works, but in a lot of cases, that's how that works. In the case of YouTube, you are your brand. And if you fail your brand, you're not eating. You're not making a paycheck. So consistency is key. Fairness is key. And also transparency more than anything is key. Like, you want to try to make sure. That's why one of the things that comes through, I think, or at least I try to make sure that comes through with like my videos, is that like people understand like what my stances are on things. So then they understand how I view something. So they understand where I'm coming from. Because like I've had like, and this is actually, to be honest with you, this is something really comes into tow with like sponsorship content and whatnot, is that, like I push back on stuff all the time, because they'll hit me back and be like, oh, hey, we want you to make a video like this. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you can't tell me how to make a video. Well, what do you mean we're going to pay you? And I'm like, why would I want to take a short-term gain for long-term failure? You cannot do something that benefits you right now unless it really benefits you. Now, I mean, like, would I fall out of my morals if somebody offered me like, $1 or $2 million? I mean, I don't know. Would have to kind of run the numbers on that one, you know what I mean? But you know what I mean? But outside of that, yeah. But I mean, like somebody's like, no, like there's no reason to, you know, there's no reason to do anything that would damage the brand or the reputation of a channel. We just need trusted game reviewers. I don't think you should trust game reviewers, period. Because regardless, in a lot of cases, people are always going to be motivated by something that benefits them specifically. A lot of people are selfish. We are all, like, by human nature, we are selfish beings. We have survival instincts. And you're never going to find anybody that you're going to be able to trust completely, especially if we're talking about when money's at stake, right? And I think the best thing that you can possibly do is just find somebody who has opinions and tastes that align with yours, and find multiple people that do, and then use them as a sample size to figure out whether or not you're going to like something, and just leave it at that. I think if you review video games at all, taking a sponsorship hurts the brand either way. That's why I don't do reviews. That's why I don't do reviews. I don't score games or anything like that. All I'll ever do is just talk about industry topics. I'll talk about a game that I'm playing and like what my experience is with it, whether I like it or not, talk about the good, talk about the bad, and then just leave it at that. That's just the best way to do it, at least for me. Elgrin, thank you for the tier 1, man. 13 months. Holy shit. It's been over a year. Happy over a year anniversary. Did you see Bellierler's video on Apple versus Epic Games? I've been like I'm gonna be real. I've been really interested in that topic recently. Baldur. What is this? Is this it right here? Do this be the one? Yes. No. I did not hit autoplay, bitch. We'll watch that later. I've been really interested in that topic. Thank you for letting me know about that. Any self-respecting journalist should deny making a review or talking with someone if they're biased. Yeah. I'm playing Lords of the Fallen, watching legendary drops, nothing like a weekend at home. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, you know, the Lords of the Fallen one is actually a really good example of that. When those guys hit me up, that like they were just like, just do your thing, and I was like, really? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, fuck, dude, let's cook, baby. I was like, let's cook, dude. I have no problem promoting your game, especially because I like it already. But you know, I like what you guys have been working. I like you guys what you guys have been doing, and I'm like, and you're gonna let me talk shit and talk about whatever I want? Hell yeah, dude. That's all I care about. What's a pundit? It's like a reporter, right, or something. I don't know. I think it's usually like a pundit, like a. I think it's like a biased reporter. Like it's usually or not biased, but it's somebody that's like in a very specific like niche. Spokesperson, kind of, yes. Yeah, kind of like a spokesperson. An expert? Is it? It is. An expert in a specific subject or field who is frequently called to give their opinions about it to the public. Okay. I was right that they speak on something specific. So it's somebody that actually has like some reputation or something like that, maybe. Let's see if there's dude, this fucking super earth, the fucking war was insane, dude. I can't believe, like, so I like that they put out like a tweet saying that like the president got killed in a bunker, and then they're like, don't worry though, there's been a new president that's been appointed, and they were elected through managed votes. And then it's just been fucking, they're handing out CO1 permits right now so people can reproduce. But they're gone. Super Earth won the war, baby. Helldivers 2 is still alive. Oh, it fell off today probably because of Elden Ring. And also the war is won. Oh, 131,000 players online right now. Ready to go to Cyberstan? Is the because we have automatons, but we haven't seen the cyborgs. Are the cyborgs actually going to be at Cyberstan? That'd be kind of cool. Super Earth War is over. Is it worth coming back still? Yeah, there's like tons of fucking content to do. You have a bunch of you have weapon progression now. You can like level up weapons and get skins and stuff like that, and get attachments and scopes and grips and muzzles and all kinds of stuff. Specialize your weapons and whatnot. Yeah, there's just like a shitload of fucking stuff. Isn't the lore something like the cyborgs turned into automatons? Oh, that might be the case. I don't know. I don't know what happened between the events of Helldivers 1 and Helldivers 2. But yeah. So I guess what people are saying is that like since the game is technically an ongoing narrative, that this is the end of Act 1. So Act 2 will be starting soon. So people are already starting to take guesses and take bets on what's going to happen for Act 2. I don't even know how you even predict that, because I mean, like, the first leg of the Galactic War was fucking crazy, right? The first leg was crazy. Like, I mean, the Illuminate came out of nowhere. At one point in time, you easily could have seen. At one point in time, we had both the automatons and the Terminids get like almost like right up on Earth before everybody like pushed them back, and then the automatons really pushed up when they had like their big swing once they brought in like their airships and stuff like that. And then the bugs had a big evolution, and they ended up, you know, getting they mutated because of the what was it called? What were the towers called? Let's not forget the Chinese player base came in clutch too. The Chinese player base also tanked the review score for the game because they couldn't win what was it called? Equity on the Sea, which is, I think it's supposed to be like Shanghai or something like that. So because you couldn't like fully win a territory, and they couldn't fully kick out all of them from China, they all like basically went to fucking Steam and started review bombing the game because they wouldn't let them win. So fucking funny. Yeah, oh, here it is right here. Yeah, Equality on the Sea. That's what it's called. Eagleopolis. This one is my favorite. I like, and the funny thing is, the best part of this entire thing is that like the most American sounding one of these like major super cities is the one that's in the Middle East. It's so fucking funny. Predicting the future? Yeah, probably. Oh, hold on, man. I think I missed some super chat. Sorry about that, guys. Let me check fan funding. Let's see. Here we go. Kiez with the $5 says, you said it perfectly before. If you like something I hate, you're a shill. If you hate something I like, you're a grifter. Hey, buddy. You don't know how fucking true that is. Wait till people start writing fucking video essays about you. Charles G with the $4.99. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. I hate essays and love math. How do you make video essays? I'm trying new things. I'm done driving semis. No. So I mean, like, here's the thing. Hey, brother, I'm gonna tell you this right now. This was never supposed to be a career. I didn't look at YouTube and go, shit, I need to go make some of that YouTube money. I just did it as a side hobby because it was something that was fun to do for me to be able to just like do. It was just a new hobby. It was just something to do. That's it. And after a little while, things popped off and it just kind of went in that direction. And yeah, that's basically how the story goes. I'll tell you right now, like actually making a livable wage off of like social media, like either YouTube or Twitch or whatever it is basically the exact same thing as winning the lottery. The numbers are essentially the same thing. Like, what percentage of, we'll do it like this. Estimate the percentage of content creators on YouTube that make over 100K a year. And how many content creators are there from this estimation? Okay. So just to put this into fucking perspective here. This is estimating based on a few different websites and some different numbers. 113.94 million YouTube content creators worldwide. 4% of them are earning over $100,000 a year. %4 is honestly higher than I thought it would be. And to be honest with you, this is probably estimating on the high side. Like, you know something crazy? I'm ranked 1695th in the US because I have 364K subscribers on YouTube. I am number 1696. You get what I'm saying? You see what I'm putting out now? Out of how many people are in the US, out of how many people have a YouTube channel and actually make videos in the US, that's a very small percentage. 462 videos. It's including my live streams. So that number's a little inflated. Yeah, that number's a little inflated because, like, how many videos do I actually make in a year? Calculator. I make about 100 videos a year. Probably less than 100 videos a year because I don't actually make 2 videos every single week. Some weeks I only make 1, right? So that number is probably inflated by more than half, to be honest with you. The channel itself probably has like a little over 200 YouTube videos, like actual, like, you know, like my curated video essays and stuff like that. Rambling Entertain, thank you for the $10, brother. Appreciate that. When looking at reviews, you also need to look at the reviewer's taste. The same guy that gave Diablo a 9 and Vessel of Hatred an 8 gave No Rest for the Wicked a 7 and PoE 2 an 8, both in early access. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the point that I made, is like, make sure the person that you're like, you know, somebody could be like, oh, well, this guy likes ARPGs, but it's like, does he actually like ARPGs, or is he just like a casual ARPG guy? You know, in that case, if I'm like a hardcore ARPG player, well, then I'm gonna go listen to somebody like Raxanarax or Darth Microtransactions, right? Like I'm gonna go to a source that I think is like legit, and they share the exact same tastes and interests that I do. Elysium, thank you for the $10. Never seen you live before. Love your videos. Keep up the good fight. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Uh, 4% is pretty high considering maybe 10% are doing it full time. Yeah. Well, you know what the thing is? It would actually kind of make a lot of sense, because I would imagine that most people, like, YouTube's kind of like a weird thing where, like, if you're doing it for a living, chances are you're making good money from doing it. Because there's not like there's not a lot of like middle ground. You're either making like nothing from the site, or you're like doing pretty well for yourself. Like, and the like YouTube in general, and like content creation kind of has like a bit of a snowball effect. Where like if you heat up enough, like you get hot. If you're solo, that's the other thing too. Being solo definitely makes a huge difference. Like I know people that got into making YouTube videos, and they made like really good money at first. Like in their first year, they like crushed it. And then afterwards, once they got like a taste of success, they then went out and they started getting, you know, editors, and they started scaling out, and they got, you know, people making thumbnails for them, and people doing, you know, whatever else. And then, you know, like then they started getting, you know, friends that would come onto the channel that they would also pay for videos, you know, pay to be on videos and whatnot, right? And yeah, you lose a lot of money doing that, a lot of money, and a lot of control as well. Too fast, too soon, or have admin react to your content. I think one of the things that a lot of people kind of like lose track of, Aspen watches a lot of fucking people, right? Not a lot of those people end up finding success. He's watched tons of videos from content creators that don't actually go anywhere or do anything or get a lot of views. At the end of the day, like, having a signal boost is really important, and you don't want to take that for granted. It's a great opportunity to have, but also at the exact same time, if the person doesn't have the talent or the speaking ability, if they're not entertaining, then people aren't going to want to watch them. NPC girl blew up. Yeah, of course she would. Yeah. She's well-spoken. She's thoughtful. The content itself and the conversation is engaging and interesting. And she... yeah. Something just really resonated with that girl and people stuck around. Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of the thing. Asmongold didn't do that. She did that. It just so happened that she got a really great opportunity that came her way, and he saw her video. In a lot of cases, there's a really good chance that it would have happened for her regardless. Just would have taken longer. Cute. Looks like the girl next door too. Yeah, and obviously that's going to work to your advantage, right? That's kind of the whole point when it comes to content creation, is like it's all about using everything that's at your advantage. Being somewhat attractive in shape or you know, presentable is going to have an impact. It can have an impact at the very least. It doesn't always have to have an impact, obviously, but you know what I mean. Plus, if you're a female, it's easier to get into the game space. There's way less than guys. I mean, like insider industry for sure. Oh yeah, Oh yeah. Ishmaster, thank you. What is this? Lots of what you said in today's video applies to fighting games, abandoning hardcore fans and trying to get casuals. Yeah, I've seen a lot of complaints with that over the years, especially with like dumbing down controls and whatnot. People do a lot of weird stuff to fighting games. You have like one button mashing shit and stuff like that. People don't want that, man. They don't want it. Love how she referred to being overrun by roaches. Yeah, well, I mean, in a lot of cases, the funny thing is that like probably one of the best advices if somebody was like, hey, you know, like, oh, I want to make videos, I want to be a content creator or whatnot like that. Like the best option that you have, like, and I guarantee she does it too, is the best option you have is to watch Asmongold. Like just watch the dude. The amount of times in one stream that he will bring up some solid piece of advice for somebody making content is, I mean, like it'll happen multiple times in a stream. There's so many like lessons that you can learn and like bits of information and things that he shares that that are like usually like relative, like easily applicable. Well, I talked about it before. It might even just been a couple streams ago, right? I had brought it up that the whole reason that I even started making YouTube videos was because I was watching Asmongold, and he was like, the only reason I started making videos on YouTube for World of Warcraft is because I thought everybody else sucked at doing it. And I thought that I could do a better job than them, so I started making videos. And I was like, I was sitting there and I was like, well, I think I could do a better job than, you know, this person or this person. Well, I'll just say it out loud. I thought that I could do a better job than Yongya. It's nothing against Yongya. I was just a viewer that wanted, I was just a viewer of his that wanted to see more. And I was like, man, there could be a better conversation. Like there's all these different conversations that could be happening right now, but it's just not there. And I wish there was content that was out there that delivered those more like in-depth conversations with somebody's like real opinions on these games and whatnot like that. Shots fired. It's not a shot fired at Yongya. It's not a shot fired at Yongya. Yongya and Skill Up are the whole reason that I start. I say like Yongya, Skill Up, and Josh Strife Hayes were like the three guys that got me into like really wanting to make like video essays on YouTube. One, Yongya got me interested more in like the news cycle. Skill Up, or just like the auditory, but like you get like the speaking skills and like writing skills and things like that. And then Josh Strife Hayes for like the more like really in-depth analysis on stuff. But when I would watch Yongya, I'd be like, man, so like rather than just like reading other people's opinions on this, like what's yours, or like maybe what, like talk about this a little bit more. And like there was just a gap in content that just was on the platform that I couldn't find that I wanted for myself. So then I ended up making it myself. I'm not expecting a career. I'm currently making 100K. I need to try something new. Been jumping careers. I got out of the Marines because I got bored. Probably because nothing matches the Marines. Yeah, that's probably true too. I mean, you could I mean, I don't know. Why don't you do PMC or something like that, right? I don't even know how that works, to be honest with you, brother. Will you be watching Mind's Eye video on Luke Stevens' channel? What Mind's Eye video on Luke Stevens' channel? LD, I just bought the Division 2. Should I buy the expansion? I mean, I would play the Division 2 first and then find out if you want to buy the expansion. Why do you think Asmon in particular is so appealing to a large audience? That's a really good question. Why is Asmongold so appealing to a wide audience? For all of the things that Asmongold in a lot of cases, I think a lot of people would say like aren't relatable, he is probably one of the most relatable content creators that are out there. It's not it's boys humor is definitely part of it for sure, but like he had like there's a lot of like relatable qualities that he has that he feels like in a parasocial way, someone you either know or would know in a lot of cases. And I think that's what people are looking for. People like that, especially because like when it's somebody that's like talking about things from a shared perspective, right? Like I think like with him and like with political content, like I'm personally not all that into it just because it doesn't really interest me all that much. But the reason why people are flocking to him with it, because in a lot of cases, he's just saying something which just sounds basically like what your buddy at the bar would think with a lot of things that are going on in the world. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Just one of the guys. Yeah. And that's really what it kind of comes to be. Rely on. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Obviously, that's not going to be true for everybody, but I think that's true for a lot of other people. Luke Stevens made a video summary of fake game or scam Mind's Eye. It's a scandalous situation. I kind of fucking figured that would end up being the case. I figured that would probably be the case. Just because there was some what did I think I responded to it, didn't I? Yeah, all I said was, oh boy. Because like the minute you see somebody says Mind's Eye developer says people were paid to be negative towards the game, I was like, bro, you just fucking outed yourself. You just outed yourself so much, it's not even funny. People online calling Asmongold all right always makes me laugh. Bro, I get it. I have people that make fucking video essays about me now fucking calling me alt right. It's fucking insane. Like, it's goofy as fuck. And I'm like sitting there and I'm trying to think, I'm like, is there anything that I would even agree with the alt right with? And I'm like, no, not at all, really. I'm like, I don't understand why people would think that way. But like one of the videos that I had recently, I think I had talked about how I can't remember which video it was, but I think it was a video within like the last few months where I'd brought up where I'm like, these games need to stop worrying about trying to worry about representation and instead think about the quality of the representation that they are doing. Otherwise, you are going to do a detriment to the people that you are trying to represent. That is something that directly conflicts with what most alt-right people believe. Because I'm not saying that we shouldn't have gay characters in games or anything like that. I'm just saying that if you're going to present them in that way or that specific goal, you better have the skill and the talent necessary to be able to execute on it properly. Otherwise, you're merely going to make a caricature that is going to not only piss off the people that you're trying to make happy, but also the people that are just there to enjoy a game. Dion wants a word. Dion was fucking peak, dude. Dude is such a fucking banger character. Plus, on top of that, I want to get his fucking. He's gonna be in the Final Fantasy Universes Beyond Magic the Gathering set, and his card, bro, his card. When you play him, the minute he comes into play, he spawns a 2/2 knight, and I'm like, damn. Best bros. Best bros. Best bros never leave each other behind. Never leave each other behind. You won't get copyrighted for that music? It's video game music. In most cases you won't. The only one that I know of that you'll get hit with a copyright is what is it? If you like play a song like without talking over it whatsoever, then yeah, you're gonna end up getting into some situations where like, oh, Nintendo, yeah, Nintendo will come after your ass. Skyrim music will also come after you as well, or Oblivion. I can't remember. It's one of the two of them. And then every once in a while, I'll get revenue sharing on Down by the River. But like the problem is like you can't let music continue to play when you're not talking. If you're not transforming the content in some way by like using it as background noise for a stream, then obviously it's gonna get hit. Skyrim, really? Yeah. Death Stranding? Well, Death Stranding has a lot of licensed music. Death Stranding has a lot of licensed music, so you really can't use it. Witcher 3 OST? Yeah, in some cases you'll get hit. What's up? What's up? Nintendo will send you to prison? I'm pretty sure Nintendo has their own prison. Largest media franchise of all time, entirely based around video games. Not a single one of them is good. How do they do it? Consumerism. Consumerism and nostalgia. The thing is that like Pokemon in a lot of ways doesn't actually need to be good. I don't think that people really understand this. Like Pokemon, the one thing that you have to respect with Nintendo is they are unapologetically Nintendo games. They do not think about their older audiences. Every single game that comes out is the same game that it's always been because they are always targeted at kids. That's why it never changes. Because the Pokemon formula from Red and Blue will still work on today's 7 and 8-year-old kids. And they'll love it. And they'll make it their identity. And they'll want to become Pokemon masters. And they will watch the anime. And they will buy the figurines. And they'll buy the cards. And they'll buy the games. And then they'll go on to make their kids do the exact same thing. Then Pal World. Pal World is much more targeted for adult audiences and not the actual like Pokemon base. It's for the adult Pokemon enjoyers that like wanted those games to mature with them but never did. Yellow through Diamond was peak. Yes. 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 I actually enjoyed Black and White. I thought they weren't too bad. I think it's cruelty to children when you force your taste on your kids. I mean, that's a pretty strong claim there, bud. Pretty strong claim there. I don't think you force them. I mean, like, sure, you can have parents that are like, you're gonna like this because I like it, but I think in a lot of cases parents will just like see if their kid is interested, or in a lot of cases kids are just kind of brought along because they're too young to just be on their own doing nothing, right? Like, am I gonna act like my dad that took me to basketball games when I was a kid was like forcing his tastes upon me? I don't think so. That is true. Pokemon is about slavery. You got a good point. Yeah. Nico, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. 2 months in a row too. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a 7-year-old. I have a 7-year-old in Roblox, and Minecraft is where it's at. I swear Pokemon is for adults that grew up with it. Eventually that audience will be gone. No, kids love Pokemon. Kids are still very, very, very addicted to Pokemon. Why do you think that Pokemon collector content on YouTube and like box openings and stuff like that are so popular? It's kids that are watching that shit. Yeah, Pokemon will never die. It's not going anywhere. It's like human crack. I don't understand, like, for whatever reason. You know, I should have brought this up. You know, I wasn't throwing shade at the voice actor. She doesn't really fucking understand. Like, they're not dialed in. Like, the voice actors are probably not dialed into this stuff as much as everybody else is. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm just giving benefit of the doubt. But the thing is that like, you know, absolutely devastated. I thought it was BioWare being more BioWare. Like, motherfucker, did you play Dragon Age Origins? And I realize that Dragon Age Origins doesn't even resemble anything from this franchise anymore, but that's kind of the fucking point. That's kind of the point. I mean, Veilguard didn't even resemble Inquisition. It just wasn't a good game. And you know, the funny thing is too, is that the IGN article that I had read, and I didn't even bring it up. Like, hold on. IGN Veilguard. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. So in that article that I had read, the actor who plays the female Inquisitor in both Dragon Age Inquisition and Dragon Age the Veilguard told IGN she was absolutely devastated to see BioWare's latest game fail to find a larger audience despite mostly positive review scores from critics. It's every single time, despite positive review scores from critics. It's really funny. We don't listen to you. What you say does not influence these games. And it goes to show how highly that these people think of themselves and the entire like review structure with Metacritic and OpenCritic, that they for some odd reason think that they are the ones to dictate what sells and what doesn't. They're the ones that are shocked when a game that they fucking review well does not sell a shitload of copies. They do not get it. What's really funny is, you know what else these guys have scored perfectly that didn't sell? Blueprints. Really cool game. Very good game. It's not talking shit. I actually really like it. It's a very cool and unique and very different experience. It reminds me of playing like Myst or something like that back in the day. You know, or what was the other? There's another one of those games. It's like puzzle solving games that you'd roam around and like open up stuff and whatnot like that. Blueprints is great, but it's not for everyone. But they rated that game like a 94 or something like that. It's one of the highest rated games that we have. It's one of the most highest rated games. Riven, that's another one, yeah. One of the most higher rated games, you know, over the past couple of years. But it didn't sell. Because no matter what you guys think collectively, it does not fucking matter if the public is not interested in it. But that public interest part just will never, ever, under any circumstances, be covered truthfully or with any, within good faith. That's what I'm trying to say. It'll never be talked about in good faith. And like, this is where I'll get people that'll like freak out and they'll want to, and they'll be like, oh, he's a fucking grifter. Because I'll bring up that when you put divisive topics and divisive issues in your video games, it divides your audience. I'm not saying that none of these characters should be in these games. I'm not even saying that these companies can't make those games. You just have to be okay with the consequences of the actions that you take. If you make a game like Dragon Age the Veilguard with the themes that are in Dragon Age the Veilguard, you have to be prepared that you will find an audience, and in this case, a large subsection of the audience. It's not even a subsection, it's mostly the entire audience that just isn't interested in it. That's not promoting hate. I'm just promoting the truth of, like, if you're trying to make money, think about what do you want to do? Do you want to make money? Or do you like what? You can't you can't have both. You can't have both. That's really all it comes down to. But if the audience died after 2, then why are they going for it? No, Inquisition actually did. Inquisition did pretty good. Good enough for them to greenlight another game. Now, mind you, like that's why I didn't even bring up any of the social political issues or any of the like you know, culture war commentary around Dragon Age the Veilguard when I talked about it this last time, because the funny thing is that shit is like that is the lowest on the totem pole of issues that game has. Tosh is not the biggest problem in Dragon Age the Veilguard. The combat is fucking garbage. The gameplay itself is absolutely trash. The only redeeming qualities that game has is like 2 characters, which is like Nev and I can't remember the other guy. There's one of the guy characters that I thought was like relatively good. It's the dude that I think it's the dude that has like that he's possessed. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He was pretty good. But outside of that, the entire story was just dry as all hell. It just wasn't very good. The dialogue wasn't very well written. Emmerich. Yes, Emmerich. Emmerich was really good. So you had like a couple redeeming characters, but outside of that, everything else was just garbage. The environments look good, but what the fuck does that matter when they're all linear? What is this? What do you think about the 10 patents for the Rockstar games? Will this hurt the games industry? They'll make all of their games look like a PS2 era. Well, it would be much worse. I don't really think it's that big of a deal, because I think in a lot of cases, if it's something that has to do with like the look of a game, you can't really patent all of that. And I don't know if their patents actually passed in the first place or if they're just filing for it. The problem is the video game industry just has this like general thing that it does, where essentially right after they put a game out, they basically try to patent everything that they put into that game. Isn't Black Myth linear? Black Myth is linear. But what's the difference between Black Myth and Dragon Age the Veilguard? It doesn't have any divisive themes. It's just Monkey doing crazy monkey shit. That's it. Nothing, no like real world commentary that you need to worry about dividing an audience over. The writing is far superior. And on top of that, the game is more entertaining to play because of the fact that it has what is it? The combat's better. The combat's more interesting. It's just a more entertaining game. That's all it is. So like you can have a game that's linear. There's nothing wrong with a linear game, but it has to have strengths in other places if it's going to be linear. It doesn't even really matter, to be honest with you, but like what I'm saying is like if I'm talking about I don't remember what I was talking about now. Now I'm just rambling. Oh, I was talking about the environments, but what does it matter because the game wasn't open world? It's just like you really can't see enough of it, and you can't experience the entire environment in the same way that you probably would for a game that would put like that much detail into its environments. Oh yeah, he had said that he thinks it's somebody from he thinks that Rockstar is paying people to say that their game looks mid. It's really funny, like your game just doesn't look. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't understand why people are getting hyped for it. I watched the trailers for it and just look it you know what it kind of reminds me of? Do you guys remember those like knockoff, like nobody remembers the name of them, third-person shooters from like the 360 era? Like the games that wanted to be like Army of Two. That's what it kind of looks like to me. I just wasn't really impressed by the trailer. Some people were like, "Oh yeah, finally we can get some real competition, you know, for Grand Theft Auto." And I'm like, Kane and Lynch. Kane and Lynch was good though. So was Just Cause. But they all did start to look the same. 50 Cent fights terrorism. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare blaspheme 50 Cent Blood in the Sand. Not in this chat. Not in this chat. Ban that guy? No. You get a warning. If you get one warning. 50 Cent Blood in the Sand was fucking peak, and I won't have anybody say anything else different. One of the best games ever made. It's one of my favorite games ever made. Forgot about that 50 Cent game. Unbelievable. That game was a fucking magnum opus, okay? We already talked about that. Yeah, I was wondering. Why am I not seeing people reposting this image of the Expedition 33 members and pointing out like how many women are working here? That shit annoys the shit. It annoys the shit out of me. Every time I see people posting like an image and it's always something taken out of context. It's always taken out of context. And it makes me so mad. Cause you'll see like it'll literally be like the company's like Women's Day and like all of the women's developers get together for a picture, and then you'll see some retard repost it on Twitter and say like, "This is the team behind this game. I'd be worried." And it's just like, there's 30 people in this picture and there's 250 people working on the game. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? Stop doing this shit. I don't think like people realize, like I saw somebody was like reposting and they were putting the picture up of like the 3 or 4 different like female developers from Bethesda, just for like all 3 or 4 of them to have worked for the company for like the last 20 years. And they're just like, "I'd be worried about Elder Scrolls 6, guys." And I'm like, you guys do so much fucking damage to your own cause. You have no idea. Like when you post shit like this just makes people either A, not want to have anything to do with you, or B, not listen to you whatsoever. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Genuinely. Shut the fuck up. Neil Druckmann? That one's different. Neil, you can talk shit about Neil Druckmann. That's open season. That one lady's been there since 1999. I know. They're like, "Oh, well, no, she has blue hair." And it's like, she had blue hair in like 2002. Like, I think somebody like had pulled up like the older pictures, like from the, like the development team, like way back when she had worked there. Like she's always been like an old school goth. It's just like, God, you guys are so lame. Neil is a special case. True. Neil is a very special case. Yeah, Division 2 DLC already came out. I haven't had the chance to play it yet. I've been tied up. D4 new season. I'm not gonna play that shit. I don't think I'll ever go back to Diablo 4. I tried. There was like one season where they had made some like their first set of like real big improvements, and I was like, "Oh, this feels better." And then like after probably like 15 hours of playing it, I was just like, this is so fucking boring. It's so bad. it's just not entertaining. The funny thing is, it's like, it's not that the game plays bad. It plays fine, but it's just, there's just a spark that's just not there, and I don't know what it is, and that's it. We're all the same for the 2 pounds. I think that's pounds. Any games that you'd recommend right now as an Xbox player? I mean, I would just play Expedition 33, right? But if you don't really like turn-based games, I don't know, man. The Division? I don't even know. Thank you for the 2 though. Beach Hill Lurker for the $2. Just wanted to donate. Your content is great. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'd have to know what you're actually looking for in a game, my guy. You can't just like drop a cold question like that. Yeah, KCD 2, Oblivion 2, Expedition 33. I'm sure there's some pretty good indie shit that's also hit over there as well, right? Ori, yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest or Will of the Wisp, yeah, really good. Fallout 76 has gotten a lot better. Monetization sucks, but the game is fun. I just can't do live service games, guys. Like, I have a problem with them. I just can't keep up. Like, I really enjoyed Marvel Rivals for like a month or 2, and then when their new battle pass came out, and I didn't finish the previous battle pass, I was just like, I'm done. I'm done. And then plus on top of that, like, new characters keep getting added, new maps come in, metas completely change and shift because they rebalance things, and I'm just like, I can't do this, dude. I can't do this. I'm sorry. I'm out. It's not that the game is bad. It's just Big Daddy can't keep up. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I just can't do it, man. Warframe? Yeah. I mean, I play Warframe from time to time. Warframe is like my meditation game. Though I'll be honest with you guys, I do have a new meditation game recently. And it is one that I did not think that I didn't think that I would like, or I wasn't sure that I would like. And then I found out that I did like it. I don't know if there's a post that I saved from it or not. Oh, dude, this is so cool. Look at this. So fucking good, dude. So fucking good. Fucking cinema. So good. I'm gonna play it again. So what he did is he threw a resupply, and then he put his hell bomb on top of the resupply. There is something exceedingly special about this game that you just can't get anywhere else. And it's so good, man. It's so good. Helldivers is so good. It has these like cinematic moments and shit that happen where, like, when you're sitting there and you're just vibing and you're like not distracted by anything else, you're just playing the game. Sometimes like everything's just going off all at once and you're just sitting there just like dialed in, just like what is going on right now? Like, we were in pure male fantasy. That's exactly what it is. This is such a fucking dude game. Like, sitting in the middle of the city, like whatever, like one of the cities that I was defending, I think it was like Eagleopolis or whatever, and it's just like 500 kg goes off over here, my airstrike hits in front of me and, you know, knocks down these like 3 walkers. Somebody else calls in like a fucking airstrike. Then there's like a strafing run from the Illuminate Stingray ship. Dude. And you're just sitting there watching all this go off at the same time and just enjoying the spectacle of it all. So good, man. So good. Let's see here. Last of Us Season 2 finale suffers 55% drop in viewership. This is like the most predictable thing that could ever happen. It's always funny because you see people that'll talk about, they're like, oh, well, you just missed the point of the show and missed the point of the story. And it's just like, no, you killed off the main character. And they're like, no, Ellen was the main character. What ends in season 2? Joel. Joel ends. And with that, so does the story. And with that, so does the story. Because it's like, well, you just don't understand the story that they're trying to tell. No, I do understand the story. I don't care. Oh, revenge is pointless. Oh. Wow. Really? What? Oh, man. This game is going to change the way that I look at the world. Yeah, mind blown, exactly. Hey man, I don't click like random links in chat. I don't know what it's gonna take me to, and I'm on YouTube, and if I'm on YouTube and it plays like fucking copyrighted music or whatever it is, then I get fucked. So I just don't gamble with it, brother. You can send it to a mod on you can put it in the React channel on in the Discord, and I can look at it that way, but I don't click random links in chat. Sorry, man. I read that Neil Druckmann wanted to kill off Nathan Drake too. Probably did. Probably will. If he's forced to make another fucking Uncharted, he will. Last thing that dude wants to do is make a fucking male character. You already know that. 3.3 million copies in 30 days. I would guarantee that this game is probably how much do I think this game is going to sell this year? I think that it's going to sell. It'll sell under 10 million copies in its first year. I'm going to say it'll sell maybe 6 million. And then I think after it sells about 6 million, the Game Awards will hit. And it's going to get a big fucking boost. I think it's going to get a big fucking boost. Oh, don't bother with the link. It's dumb. It's what you said about taking pictures on Women's Day at a studio. Yeah, I figured probably. Yeah. The only, it'll probably break 10 million after the game of the year. That I could definitely see. That I can definitely see. I mean, keep in mind, dude, I like Baldur's Gate 3. So like the game's initial success was insane, right? But I don't think people understand how absolutely like perfect, like how much of a perfect storm that game was specifically for sales, right? Not the genius and beauty of the game itself. The game is absolutely fantastic. But I'm just talking about the general, like, the luck of the, like, how they set that game up. So I'm gonna walk you guys through this real quick. So for one, you release an absolute bomb of an RPG, and you release it right next to literally one of the biggest competitors in RPGs that you are going to have, a Bethesda RPG. You then go out and tell players, you know what? Because we are afraid of Starfield, we want to actually release our game earlier because we are confident that the game is finished and we want to give ourselves some space and we don't want to, you know, cut our foot off for no reason. So you put out the game early as a major show of, like, of confidence in your game. People bite on that. They go, hey man, these guys are actually, like, we don't ever really hear about these guys releasing games early. We hear about delays, but we don't hear early. This shit must be fire. Then all of a sudden you get a full month of people playing Baldur's Gate 3 and just losing their minds about it. Then Starfield drops and it is fucking garbage. It is hot trash. Now all of a sudden, the people that were waiting for Starfield, they go to play Baldur's Gate 3 because they already know it's a better game. They already heard that it's a better game. And on top of that, it's a stark contrast between AAA and what this indie studio over here is doing, right? Then only a couple months later, the Game Awards hit and you fucking sweep. Holidays come, you're the game of the year, baby. Baldur's Gate 3, like, perfect fucking storm. Oh my god, dude. Larry and I are a fantastic studio, insanely good studio. Great people to work over there too. The bear theme helped make the game trendy, at least for a little bit before its release. The bear thing had like a little bit of shock value that probably brought it more into like popular conversation because you had some people that were like, you know, they thought it was weird or whatever. Like, I mean, you had some people that were trying to make some like, you had some people that were making some like, what the fuck is this game? With a game with a Y in the middle. Cancel it. You had a couple of those. But that it never got any traction because the game was too high quality and too enjoyable. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. Dude, the fucking arc. Oh, don't even get me started. I saw some dude. I can't show it on stream, but I saw some dude that was like tagging me on posts or like tagging my posts with like a meme that's like supposed to say that like I'm like a Sony pony because I was like I'm a Sony fanboy. It was like the weirdest fucking thing, and I'm like these fucking console warriors are so fucking brain rot that like I can't even criticize a single thing any of these companies do, otherwise they think I'm for some fucking team. Like that's how things are today. Like you're not even allowed to make criticisms because if you criticize one side, that means you're on the other side. It's just like, nah, dude, I am an equal hate opportunity. Like I'm an equal opportunity hater, baby. Equal opportunity hater. I hate Sony just as much as I hate Xbox. I hate them both, and Nintendo too. I throw them all in there together. They all get a piece of the pie. How do you deal with haters just making up blatant random shit about you? You just ignore the fuck out of it. That's what you do. Because at the end of the day, anybody online is just a person on the fucking internet. What are they gonna do? Wait, what? You're gonna say some like? I mean, like, that's the thing. Like I'll find people making like fucking videos about me or like, you know, whatever it might be, and I've had people like try to point it in my direction. You need to go say something, you know, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, why would I give any of these people any fucking attention? Who the fuck are they? They're nobody. And even if they were somebody, I don't need to defend myself about who I am. I don't need it. Like, just because somebody says I'm somebody that I'm not doesn't mean I need to fucking go after them and be like, no, I'm not. That's not me. All that is just giving people exactly what the fuck they want. They want to take power from you. That's all it is. People want to put fucking labels on you because it's easier for them to understand the world because they're fucking morons. I never played Baldur's Gate 3 or any game like it until my friend gifted it to me. I loved it so much. I played it and I paid it forward and gifted it to a friend who was like me, and now she loves it too. We both played it twice. That's great. So you've just gotten started. Preach, it's all they want is a reaction. They just want attention. That's really all it is. 9 times out of 10, at least with a lot of this internet shit, most of it is all born out of fucking jealousy more than anything. Especially if you're talking about like content creator shit. That's why these people always want to bring up how many fucking viewers you have, or how popular you are, or whatever it might be. It's like one of the first things that they talk about. It's like people are so fucking stupid. People are so stupid. I need you guys to understand. Okay, so there are social mechanics that people don't realize that they have. There are tendencies that people have that they don't realize completely reveal their entire hand. If you are ever watching anything and the first thing somebody starts talking about is how popular they are or how much money they're making or a personal insult, the rest of the entire conversation is then null and void, because the rest of it is all reaching based on the 3 things that they are already judging that person by. Their jealousy. Everything after that is them trying to reach past that to grab something that then validates the concerns that they have about the other thing. Which means that no matter what they're reaching for it in bad faith. So the entire conversation is there from then on is just completely useless. And the funny thing is, in a lot of cases, I think there are some situations in which you actually could have somebody that does actually have some really good points to bring up about somebody, whatever it might be, right? But the problem is what they don't realize is their tendencies to focus on their own self-serving goals completely invalidates everything they have to say after that. Drama brings in views and people want to capitalize on that. Well, the other thing is too, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. In a lot of cases, when you see people that are making like content that's specifically around criticizing other people, like individual people, and like making like focused content around a person specifically, that person who is making that content likely has a lot of fucking skeletons in their closet. It is almost always projection. They need to create these enemies out there that they can try to push out to other people. So then that way nobody sees what they're doing. They don't know what they look like. Chocolate Cyclops, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. That's why you always end up like with a lot of the like the drama tubers and stuff like that. You'll see some fucking dirt comes out on these fucking people, man. And you're just sitting there being like, damn, dog. Luckily for me, I'm not some like 18-year-old kid that like got onto the fucking internet and like my whole entire life is on here. You know what I mean? So I don't really have to like I don't have any internet drama or anything like that for people. They can only really just judge me on my content, which works out pretty nice. The benefits of living like a normal human being. Pretty nice. Pretty nice, I'm gonna tell you. You know, everybody's really sad about having a boring life until having a boring life comes to serve you later on. Yeah, I was loving all the propaganda stuff that popped up because of this. Hideous dance for Super Earth. The fucking the SEAF soldier meme is just way too fucking good. Woo! This I'm gonna tell you guys something. I don't think that I have a sinking suspicion, and I hope that I'm wrong. I do not think that Gears of War is going to do well. Don't kill my hope. You're still going to get the game. I just don't think it's going to do very well. I think that like the Gears of War and like even Doom in some ways, I don't know. I'm wondering if the audience is actually out there for it. I'm just wondering if the audience is actually out there for it. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know how well I don't know how well Gears of War 5 did. Right? Disagree. Doom's a downgrade from the last two Doom games. That's not what people are going off of, though. The reviews for the game were good. Most of the opinions that you saw online for Doom were good. So why didn't people want to buy it? Downgrade isn't the problem here. You're not going to find out it's a downgrade unless you play it yourself and you feel like it's a downgrade. The vast majority of people that played it said they enjoyed it. Most of the reviewers said they enjoyed it. Price and lack of content. It's two things. It is overestimation that blew up a game, specifically because like Doom 2016, how many copies? Let's find out. Come on, dude. Come on, guys. What the fuck are we doing? It's not that popular. It's not that popular. It sold 2 million copies in its first year. And then it sold 3.6 million copies. Oh, no. What is this? Hold on. A Reddit post. Reddit. I don't give a fuck about Reddit. Oh, Doom sold 2 million copies on PC alone. But then people would have just played it on Game Pass, right? 3.6 million copies by the end of 2016. Approximately 1.4 million on... Oh, okay, it did come out on PlayStation. Okay. Okay, so combining these sales, a reasonable estimate for Doom 2016 is 3 to 5 million copies worldwide across all platforms. It's not that popular. Eternal was during COVID. Yes. This franchise was affected by the COVID boom, the same way that a bunch of other games were. Otherwise, we were running on the assumption that Assassin's Creed Valhalla was like one of the best video games ever made. Was it? Eternal was 3.5 and Eternal was 3 million. Was it really lower? It must have just had higher day one sales. It must have been then, specifically because of COVID. So they had a bigger boom at the start of it then. I'd have to look into that. But now do Gears. It seems to me Dark Ages is basically made by AI. It wasn't made by AI. It's not that different. It's not that different. Best estimate, Gears of War likely sold between 3 to 5 million traditional copies. I'm just telling you, man. I'm like just looking at general market trends and like what players are really interested in right now. These like boomer shooters, they're not that, people aren't into it that much, man. I'm just telling you right now, people, there's something else that people want, and it's just not that. And in a lot of cases, like, keep in mind, why was Gears 1, 2, and 3 so popular? Because at the time, it was like the only shooter that was like it. And it was so new and such a fresh concept and an idea, and people didn't mind playing slower shooters. It was a new IP, and people liked the IP and the idea behind it, and people didn't mind slower shooters back then. I don't think that's the case today. I think it's going to have some appeal for the people that like Gears of War. I'm going to like it. I'm going to play the fuck out of E-Day. Are you kidding me? The fuck? Like, I love Gears of War, right? But even as somebody that was a massive Gears of War fan from Gears of War 1, 2, and 3, I played 4, but I only played the campaign, and then I played Horde mode. I didn't fuck with PvP anymore, even though like I fucking lived on like Gears of War PvP for like, it was my identity. Like, I'm like, guys, I no-lifed Gears of War Online. I no-life the fuck out of that shit. I was that dude that was fucking wall bouncing, head fucking popping with a long shot, two-piecing, fucking bam, bam, fucking gone, motherfucker. Mansion was my house, okay? Mansion was my house. Canals was my backyard. Escalation was a piece of shit. Gridlock was really good too. Yeah, I never had any problem with, I had zero problem when Gridlock came into rotation. Dark Ages soundtrack was straight lame. Yeah, well, they also made sure to like cover the soundtrack with more sound effects because the soundtrack was weaker, right? Division 2 took cover-based shooter to the next level. Well, I think like in a lot of cases, I think that in a lot of cases, when it comes to like third-person shooters for competitive reasons, I think that like there has to be something more to it. Maybe, I'm not really too sure. In general, I think with shooters, there just has to be some other level of like some other layer of gameplay there to be able to keep people entertained. And I don't think that Gears of War is necessary. It's not going to have it as an online game, right? It would be different if they made like a Gears of War game that was like Helldivers. That shit could hit. That shit could fucking hit. But it would probably, nah, it probably wouldn't. No, it probably wouldn't. Never mind. It'd get too repetitive because of the enemy types. Because you would literally just be fighting the locust, right? Which really wouldn't be worth it. Halo would be a little bit better, right? Because like they actually originally had an idea to make a Halo ODST game that was exactly like Helldivers, and that would have made more sense, right? Because you would actually have multiple factions to fight. They could introduce Locust factions. That doesn't work because Locust are a hive mind. They serve a queen, not multiple queens. I guess they're a patriarchal society, or matriarchal. That's what it is. Matriarchal society. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This is like about as accurate as it gets. I mean, like if I find out that these numbers end up not being the case, but Alnea is actually relatively, like their analytics are usually pretty close to what it actually is. And if that ends up being the case, I mean, like, this is good for Game Pass. That's not really that good for money though. Because like the thing is like this is what people don't really understand. Is that like what's Game Pass Ultimate's like $20, right? PC Game Pass is $10. So then it see that's the fucking problem too, right? Is that then it gets like it's sectioned off. So like PC Game Pass is like cheap, it's like $14 or something like that. Game Pass Ultimate, I think for a console is like $20 because it has Xbox Live included, you know, because you got to pay to play your games online. But like if we average it between the two of them and say $15 times what is it? 2 million. So you made $30 million. But the thing is that this is if you actually had 2.2 million brand new subscribers that came in specifically to play Doom the Dark Ages. But that's not what it is. That's not what you have. Maybe I would probably guess to say at least more than half of the people that played Doom the Dark Ages on Game Pass likely already had Game Pass. Why are you fat? Why are you trying to hurt my feelings? Why would you do that? Did you tell I'm a sensitive guy? And also, you're projecting. You can see straight through to your soul. And your soul is fat. Stop looking at my dick. Oh shit. Oh shit. How long until Xbox and PlayStation join forces to make one console? God, I would love that. I wouldn't, because that would mean the... I mean, thank you for the 5, but I wouldn't want that because that would mean that that would mean that Microsoft buys Sony. I don't like that. Nothing about me being a consumer feels good about that. Let's see here. What else? I made a video on this. I don't really need to talk about that specifically. They're ramping up workers on Cyberpunk 2. That's pretty cool. Announced full development of it, so that's pretty sick. Yeah. I've seen True Achievements, which is an Xbox channel or an Xbox news site. It's like, let's not overlook Microsoft's role in this success. The amount of people that for some odd reason think that Expedition 33 is an Xbox game because they fucking marketed it by putting it inside of the like Xbox games, whatever it was. They didn't do nothing. Like, shut the fuck up. It's so goofy. And I had posted about this and they're like, every time Xbox does anything good, people always have something bad to say about it. Like, Xbox didn't have shit to do with this. What are you talking about? Shut up. Why does everybody always want to shit on an Xbox game? And it's like, this is not an Xbox game. They're like, if this would have came out from PlayStation, you know, people would have said it's outdated. It did come out for PlayStation. So goofy, man. What is this? 10 million copies sold for Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty was fire, dude. I had a really good time with it. Your Nerd Fighter voice has gotten better, thanks. Okay. So So I've been playing Death Stranding. I really like it. I didn't think that I would. But I went into the game completely blind. I knew nothing about it other than like random conversations I would hear or there, whatever. A couple people that would pop up and say something about it. Be like, oh, I hate this game. I like this game. I hate this game. I like this game, or whatever it is. And I'm like, okay, I don't know. Like, we'll give it a fucking shot at the very least. The next game's coming out. I would like to be able to play it, right? Give my thoughts on it, because obviously it's going to be a talking piece. And it is just a fucking, like, it's a very weird game. It's a very Metal Gear game. Just with, like, the themes and the storytelling and the, like, just the writing and the world and, like, just the weird shit that's going on in the world. Like, I think that the overall themes and everything are really cool. The idea of like timefall with like the rain, I think it's just like a really cool thing. Just some of the like wider mechanics and elements of the game. The actual like core of the game from playing it. Is it the most exciting game? No. Is it a difficult game? No. But it's relaxing. And it's actually completely fine. And there's something weirdly cathartic about delivering packages and just not really thinking about anything and just sitting back and figuring out exactly how I want to plan my routes to deliver stuff. And then sometimes just like a little bit of combat here and there, right? You know, try to go into one of those enemy camps or whatever like that, steal a vehicle or whatever. I've heard it described as it's batshit interesting. That's actually probably a really good way to put it. Because like the moment-to-moment gameplay isn't going to be something that you're going to be writing home about, right? I like it because it's fun. OST is next level. Yeah. And I think that's also something that adds to it, is because like sometimes the OST will just hit, like they have it programmed so that it does hit at the right moments, which is very smart. But you'll just be rolling around doing your thing, come up over a hill, you're walking, trying to deliver this shit, and all of a sudden like some like perfect soundtrack hits. And you're just like, damn. You start just panning your camera around, looking at the mountains. It's a very pretty game. Very pretty game. But is it something I'm going to be like, oh, like it's one of those games where like, it's kind of weird for me to want to say this, but it's almost a game that I couldn't even see rating because it's just so fucking weird that you don't even know, like, it's a game that you can't even recommend to anybody unless you like really know that person very well. Love your videos. Keep doing your thing. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Norman Reedus went hard as fuck. Oh yeah, no, everybody's performance for the cutscenes and the narrative is really good. And I also like that it's a little bit of a different pace for it's a different pace for Hideo Kojima because it's a very deliberate story. Obviously, there's like some hidden undertones that are in there, some things that aren't explained, but they do a really good job at like explaining things much more literally than you would in like a, you know, Metal Gear game, right? Like I feel like with this game, when I actually get to the end of it, that it's going to be that I'm going to feel like I understand what's happening and what the next game is set up for. But it's also like one of those games as well where like I could see why people wouldn't like it, and I wouldn't say that they're wrong for not liking it. But it's also one of those games that is so unapologetically just a, we're just gonna do what we want. Like we're just making this game. And I think that that's really cool because like in a lot of cases, most people wouldn't make this game, and only for like a AAA budget, only Hideo Kojima could get fucking greenlit to be able to make something like this. And game was made with less than 100 people. Thank you. That was my TED Talk. What's the closest game to compare it to? None. Katamari Damacy. Minesweeper 3D. like Remedy with Control and Alan Wake. Yeah, it's one of those things too where like those games need to exist, and even I don't even know how you justify those things properly other than like just budgeting the right way. Where like you know that those games aren't necessarily going to reach like fucking insane popularity. They're not going to sell a ton of money, right? They're not going to like they're not going to break the bank, but they're so like wildly creative that you don't want those games to ever go away. Once Human a little bit, that's actually a really good comparison to make. Even though like it doesn't have any like the looter shooter elements or anything like that, but like world design wise and stuff, yeah, you could kind of see that a little bit. I like that game too. I like Once Human. Evil Within? I don't think I've played Evil Within. But yeah, I've really been enjoying it, and I've went from somebody that was like, oh, you know, Death Stranding 2 looks really cool to being like somebody that's like, sick. I'm looking forward to playing that. I'm looking forward to playing that. Plus, I would imagine that Death Stranding 2 is probably going to be a little bit different paced. But I don't know how Death Stranding 1 finishes yet, so I have to beat the game first to see what it's going to look like after this. But I can't imagine that it's going to be just the exact same loop all over again. Like something else is going to have to happen. This guy. Randy. What is this? God, Randy. Fucking pull it together, man. Good Lord. That's a wall? I know. That's what I thought. Like when I first had seen it, I was like, oh, what's this? And it's just like, I'm really sorry. And like I was reading, I'm like, I'm sorry for their misunderstanding. The absolute sincere truth is I don't want anyone to pay more than they feel like they are comfortable with. And I always work with the intent and hope that the customers always feel that they got the better end of the deal no matter what and I was going to say, no matter what they have to spend. And I thought like that was just going to be it. And then I clicked it and was like, whoa, holy shit, Randy. And like, the funny thing is when you end up writing this much, you know what happens? You end up painting yourself into a wall. This is the reason why I brought it up in my video. All you need to say is, I don't know what the price is, but whatever the price is, our game will deliver on it. That's it. Because the more you talk, the more you're going to fucking dig holes for yourself to fall into. And you know what the funny thing is? That's exactly what he did. Because he goes on to say, the actual context was the guy that replied on a Borderlands 4 for the Nintendo Switch warning me not to up the price up to $80 because the game will fail. But I was trying to explain that it wasn't my call, but if that $10 increase does happen, since that's obviously where the industry is going, it would be okay that and the Borderlands 4 will be okay because the game is great. And then he got goes on and on and on and on and on. But what the problem that I have is that that's not my call. But that if that price increase does happen, since that's obviously where the industry is going, I had said, if you're wondering why fans have turned rabid, because so the reason why I responded this way is because before he made this post, he had made this post where he's talking about how this platform is wild because basically, you know, he made that dumb comment about real fans, and then now every time he posts something, people are always talking shit in the comment section because he, you know, they think the game's going to be $80 or whatever, and they didn't like his real fans response, so people are fucking taking digs at him. And I'm like, and he's like talking about, he's like, I don't know what happened, everybody's so angry. Uncle Floyd, thank you for the prime, bro. Appreciate that. And I'm like, if you're wondering why fans have turned rabid, maybe I would revisit that phrase that you used, obviously where the industry is going. The obvious direction that the industry keeps going in has led them into predatory monetization, over commoditization, and peddling gambling to kids. One of the things, and this is something that I haven't talked about in a video, and I will need to at one point. There's a very common thing that you end up seeing a lot of people in the industry do, and it's something that really irritates the shit out of me. And what it is that they play follow the leader. Well, that's obviously where the industry is headed right now. That's cool. You don't have to go that way. Let me just slide that idea out there for you. That's obviously where the industry is headed. Yeah, well, that obvious direction that you guys keep going in continues to make this industry worse. And because of the fact that the rest of these companies are a bunch of fucking pussies, they just fall in line and do what every other greedy company is doing because they justify it using the same justifications that those companies use, only to make the industry even worse. One company makes microtransactions. Well, I guess that's just where the industry is going. And then they all go with the industry. They all just hop in the same bus. They're all a bunch of lemmings. It's fucking pathetic. It's so gross. That's just where the industry is headed. Yeah, and you know what the funny thing is that Gillum Broche, I don't know if I saved his tweet or not. Oh man, I'd have to find it. I had seen there was an interview that he had talked about it, and he had basically said that with Expedition 33, he's hoping that it will convince more publishers and developers to release games for $50 to $40. So which way is the industry headed, Randy? Because you have a developer over here that's like, oh, well, we're making our game $50 because we're hoping more people will make $50 games. But instead you want to follow the people that are making $80 games, hoping that other people will make $80 games so that they don't get left out to dry. And that's the thing that and that's the thing that's like really annoying, is that like even from a competitive standpoint, it's straight up bitch made behavior. Like think about how think about how weak that is. You just had one of the, like, Nintendo as an example. Nintendo just overextended. And instead of you guys being like, dude, we could completely fuck these guys and just like make cheaper games. Instead, you're like, okay, Nintendo. Blah. We're following you now. Like, you guys don't have a fucking brain cell. That's the thing. That's why, like, when I look at a lot of these, like, career CEOs, the greed, no. No. I realize a lot of people in a lot of cases would rather assume malice before ignorance. I genuinely think that in a lot of cases with a lot of these, like, top-end CEOs for these AAA companies, they have no fucking idea what's going on. And they just follow somebody else's fucking move. And they hope that if they all just keep moving together, that they all won't fall off the ship. So when Nintendo increased their prices, Xbox was like, Nintendo's more successful than we are right now. We're going to do what Nintendo does. There are some CEOs that are out there that are a little bit more, they're a little bit better. They're independent thinkers, right? They blaze their own path, or they realize, you know, they have the people that work for them that'll actually help them kind of keep them in line in some cases. But yeah. That's part of the reason why I actually brought up in my video. I'm like, there might actually be a possibility that EA is wisening up a little bit, right? Like, that doesn't mean that EA is going to get rid of microtransactions in their sports games. No. No. That's definitely not going to happen. But they'll wise up in other places at the very least. Same with politicians. You see it clear as day. Exactly. Yeah, it's actually that's a pretty apt analogy to be able to make, or a comparison to make. It's all about risk management and less about creative thinking. Yeah, and in a lot of cases, a lot of these guys, like, how many, just throwing this out there. Yeah. How many CEOs do you guys see join companies and like genuinely like transform them moving forward? Where you see like a CEO like actually does something different or whatever it might be. How often do you see a CEO that is actually like somebody that people would, I would say on a wider scale, thinks that they are, you know, on the side of the consumer or something like that? Fucking never. Never. You never see it. Where's Maddie? I made him a blanket fort because I'd seen a YouTube short and now he won't leave it. Now he's like, this is just my house now. This is just where I am. I'm going to be here forever now. I'm like, all right, dude. I did it because like I was trying to like write and he was like bothering the shit out of me. And I'm like, homie, I need to write. And he's just like, meow, meow, meow. And I'm like, all right, dude, fucking that blanket fort. I remember that. So then I went and I fucking made one. And then now he's just there. Because he likes it because he can now be in the same room as me. But he can also have it like nearly pitch black so he can just sleep. Otherwise, the only other place that he has is like I have a closet that has a like a shelf that has like a little mini crawl space that's up there. And he likes that because he can jump up there and it's dark. It's dark in there, but it gets hot during the day. So he can't stay up there the whole day. Poll for a cat cam. I do have a camera, but I just don't. I don't want you guys to realize that outside of this one small frame, the entire house is actually just garbage, right? It's just trash bags up to the ceiling, but it's kind of like an igloo, and I like spread it, and then I like squeeze between it to be able to get to my bedroom. I don't want you guys to figure out that actually this one square piece behind me is actually just a it's just cardboard. Aspen? Yeah. Hoarder vibes. I'm not a hoarder. I do. The funny thing is that like I am actually having a lot of stuff bothers me, and it depresses me when I have a lot of shit. There was a time where I enjoyed moving because every single time that I moved meant I got to get rid of more shit. And I was like, yeah, it's all gonna fucking go. And I would just like throw on a fucking, I throw some shit on like Facebook Marketplace or whatever it is, and fucking Craigslist or whatever, and just start get rid of it all, baby. Get rid of it all. I don't fucking need it. I mean, I think that like every so often, I'd probably say like every couple of months, I get like 2 big ass trash bags and I just fill them with clothes that I haven't worn in like 4 months or 5 months, or like if there's stuff that I'm like, I haven't wore this at all. I don't need it. I just get rid of it. When you grow yourself, you find out that you don't really need things. Sometimes just some sentimental stuff. Yeah, I mean, for like sentimental things, like I have like pictures of like family members and stuff like that, right? But I don't have like a lot of like sentimental objects that I hold on to. It's usually just like pictures. Like I keep pictures. Can you imagine GTA 6 releases for a $60 title? The industry would look, how they would look. Yeah, that's never gonna fucking happen. Yeah, keep in mind that Take-Two was the first one to increase prices to $70. They did it with NBA 2K I'm not mistaken. They are definitely going to be on the train. For sure. For sure. Gave your family pictures to your sister. Yeah, I mean, I keep some stuff with me just because it's nice. But yeah, for the most part, like, there are some things that I forget about. Like, I think I have like a tote that is like filled with like a bunch of like random electronic shit that I just don't want to get rid of. And I don't know why. You know what it is? It's because like, I don't know what to do with it. Because the stuff is like not worthless. So I would feel weird just dumping it all into like a recycle bin, right? So I'm like, I don't even know what to do with any of this stuff. Like old mice, keyboards, headsets. I still have an Xbox One Turtle Beach headset. I don't know what to do with it. Give it to Goodwill? Yeah, I probably should. That's probably not a bad idea. Donate it? Yeah, it's probably a better thing to do. Rent a storage shed? That doesn't fix the problem. That just puts it in somewhere I can't see it. Yeah, I should probably just give it to Goodwill too. Same with everything else. I'm dealing with post Expedition 33 withdrawals. Should the next game on my plate be a cleanser, or should I deal higher into another JRPG? I installed Metaphor today. Metaphor is going to be a much longer grind than Expedition 33, but it has a really good narrative. The gameplay I don't think is nearly as entertaining. The music is really good, so the game keeps you in that way. But I think for the most part, like, yeah, you're in there for the narrative and the music. But that one's really good, yeah. You might need those VGA cables one day. You never fucking know, dude. You never know. I want this. When I saw this, I don't think I've ever wanted something more in my entire life. Part of me really wants to go and find this because I know it's on eBay right now and somebody's trying to sell it. And I also I also saw that it's already gone up to like okay, it's not on Concord. It's somewhere else, or it's not on Concord. It's not. I don't. Maybe it's not on here. I cannot believe I'm like looking at it, and people are selling it. People are selling like copies in a box. Look at the. Sealed 9.6. I want it so bad. Dude, Asmon needs it. Fuck Asmon. I want it for myself. He doesn't need that shit. Yeah, he doesn't deserve it. He doesn't even fucking deserve it. I'm the one that made the videos on Concord. He just reacted to them, okay? I'm taking fucking reactor tax off on this motherfucker right now. I want this thing. I deserve it, okay? I deserve it, okay? I wonder if it like Concord name black. I don't know. I'd have to find the website where it's being sold. Oh. They took it down. They took it down. Rip. Gone. Gone. I should have went with my gut feeling, and I should have just bought it immediately. It'd have been so nice if I had that like hung up right behind me. Wouldn't you guys like to see that like hung on the wall right back here? You know what I mean? Gone before we barely even knew you. Gone before we barely even knew you. Next, you can get a marathon plaque. Yes! There's a round 2. I forgot about round 2. Not gonna lie, I'd rather get a Concord plate from Displate. Ooh, actually, that's not a bad idea either. I'm sure they actually have those too. So I brought it up. If you guys had watched the video, of the video of the day, okay, and in the video of the day, I had talked about how I just don't think there's a lot of interest around Marvel games, specifically Marvel games. I think like anti-hero, you bring back like Infamous would cook. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be real. Sony's sleeping on that shit. And I think there's a lot of people that probably agree with me on that. If they were actually good, I'd love a Blade or Wolverine game. Blade, I hope is good. If I look at this list and I'm like, if there's one of these that I was like, man, I wish one of these is good, I hope it's Blade. Blade and Wolverine could go so hard. I mean, Wolverine could still go really hard, but yeah, I mean, Wolverine could go hard because like the X-Men universe is just infinitely more interesting than any other Marvel universe outside of Blade. Like the Blade universe is really good. But for me, when it comes to like Marvel tier lists, it's like X-Men and then Blade. And then basically everybody else is cooked. Like maybe Thor. X-Men Apocalypse is great on PS2 and GameCube. Marvel Ultimate Alliance is the best Marvel game ever made. Sorry. Just gonna say that. I mean, the old Spider-Man games are really good too, but Ultimate Alliance was my fucking jam. I loved playing that game. I played the shit out of that with my friends. Holy fuck, we went hard on that. X-Men Legends. Oh yeah, X-Men Legends. Yeah. That game was actually really good too. I enjoyed that one too. So I hope the Blade game is good. The Wolverine game, that's being made by Insomniac, right? I mean, that might be pretty good. Iron Man? I don't know. The thing is that when I look at these games, the problem is that you're going to narrow your scope a lot. And you go through a lot of layers of qualifications for a target audience when trying to make one of these games. Like, first, are you an action game fan? Okay, if you like action games, then you'll probably play this. Okay, then after that, it's like, okay, well, like with the Black Panther game, do you like Marvel? Well, if you do like Marvel, then then maybe you'll play it. If you don't like Marvel at all, then you're not gonna buy the game whatsoever, right? Then it's Black Panther. Do you like Black Panther? Well, I don't know. If you like Black Panther, then yeah, you're gonna play the game. Maybe you don't like Black Panther at all. You're not gonna play the game at all. You see what I'm saying? So like, there's all these filters for an audience to have to go through to be able to get to get to actually play the game in the first place. Where like some of these guys like Iron Man and Wolverine, like these are pretty fucking. I mean, this is about as milquetoast as you can get. These are not niche. These are not niche characters. These will reach a broader audience pretty much across the board. But then it still depends on how the gameplay is going to be. But I think that like the biggest weakness for Marvel games in general is just the degradation of the brand over the past couple of years, where the movies have just kind of fallen flat, and a lot of people are just kind of sick and tired of Marvel and Disney. Is KCD 2 still your game of the year? I'd really have to think about that. I'm leaning, like, it could be recency bias, so I don't really want to say right now, because I feel like I'm leaning harder in the direction of Expedition 33. But there is one thing that Expedition 33 has over Kingdom Come, or no, other way around. There is one thing that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 does better than Expedition 33 does. Expedition 33 suffers from, if you play the game too much, you become too strong, and you then trivialize playing the game itself. Because like scaling gets like wild, which is great that the player can break the game. You want to have that in the game. But the problem is that like if you play the game too much without going into New Game Plus, you're basically gonna kill your experience for the rest of the game. Like for me, I fucked up. Like I love the fucking game, right? But I fucked up because the thing is that I went and I fucked around too much after Act 2, and instead of going and fighting the final boss, I fucked around in the open world without knowing anything. So when I finally went to go fight the final boss, I literally just one-tapped it with like basic attacks. Like, didn't even try. Which then, what that does is it like sucks out all of the stakes, right? Because it's just like, oh man, like this is supposed to feel intimidating. This is supposed to feel impactful. It's supposed to feel like an escalating event, except for the fact that everything that walks up to me, I just look at it and it dies. Yeah, you nuke the rest of the game, right? Where like with Expedition, or not Expedition 33, but with Kingdom Come Deliverance, like I went on fucking side quest after side quest. I did all kinds of shit. And then even when it came to the very end of the game, it was still a challenging game. Like you still had to like do your best to actually parry and use your combos and pay attention to your potions, your food and shit like that. Yeah. So it's like it's like how to scale and how to like properly like pace out an experience, I guess. And this is probably like, I almost wish that it was like, I almost wish that the game just like railroaded you to go like straight to the final boss and stuff like that, the final like dungeon and boss for Expedition 33, and then drop you into the open world where you can just go around and do whatever the fuck you want. But yeah. I love KCD 2, but it required mods for me to really enjoy it. I never had a problem. I didn't need mods for anything. I just had a really good time with the game. They could just blood sponge the boss. You don't really want that either, though, right? You don't really want to just fight fucking body bags. That's actually probably one of the things that I hate the most, right? I hate bullet sponges. Not a fan. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do this, which is sad. And I know, like, that's the reason why, like, a shitload of people have been playing Battlefront 2 lately. I played a little bit of it myself. The worst part about going to play Battlefield 2 right now, what a complex experience. One, that game is insanely pretty. Like, it puts to shame games that come out today, which is just, like, absolutely fucking wild to me. That it's like all of these people like chasing like graphic fidelity, and it's like, bro, you guys had it already like 10 years ago. It's so unnecessary. All this money that you're spending is so unnecessary. But the funny thing is that like I avoided Battlefront 2. I didn't buy it when it came out because because of the whole like loot box drama. All that shit that went on. I had seen that stuff, and then I just said, nah, I'm good. I'm not going to buy it. So I never played it. Today, now going to play it, it is actually funny how fucking good it is because of the fact that it's out of service. So all of the microtransactions that would normally, all the things that would normally be microtransactions are now built into the game itself. And you just play the game. And it's literally just a like BF, like, you know, a multiplayer game like you would normally get like from fucking 15 years ago. And like that's the reason why it's so good right now. That's actually the reason, that's what sold me. I was watching somebody talk about it, and when they were talking about it, they were like, oh yeah, you know, none of the live service stuff is there anymore because the game is out of service, so all that stuff is actually just free, and it's just level up rewards that you get from just playing the game. And I'm like, oh, I'm sold, baby. I'm sold. Then I picked up the game and started playing it, and I'm like, oh, this is exactly what I want. None of that live service pressure for me to have to worry about. Shit. I have no problem playing multiplayer games if I don't have that pressure. The game is substantially better without it. PC just has so many cheaters. That's its biggest problem. The amount of time that I walked into people, I found people that were like fucking teleporting or invisible or shutting maps down, all kinds of crazy shit. Like, yeah, it's bad. There's some content creators that are like connected to EA that think there's a really good chance that EA will fix it, but I don't think it will, because I think that like the people like going back to play Battlefield 2 right now is a bit of a fad. Battlefront, sorry. Is Battlefront still on? Yeah, because Battlefront uses like player-made servers, right? So I think it has dedicated servers too still, but yeah, you can go play Battlefront 2 right now and have no fucking problem for the most part. If you play it on console, you're gonna have a better time because you don't have to worry about the cheaters. But on PC, you can run into them pretty regularly. I don't think Battlefront 3 is needed. They could just assign a team to improve Battlefront 2 and release new content. Yeah, but the problem is that by doing that, what they would do is they would just bring back the monetization and all that other bullshit and then ruin it again anyway. I don't think anything needs to like, it's actually fine to just go back and play these older games. I almost wish that like more things like this would happen more regularly, where players would just say like, fuck it, I'm done. Like, but the problem is that it's the cheating issue is where things really get fucked up. And also in a lot of cases, these companies have forced players to not have this option anymore, and they don't let you go and they don't let you play any of these older games because they shut down their servers. Because like the thing is like I almost wish that people would go and just say, fuck it, I'm going to go back and I'm going to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 OG. And that's all I'm going to play now. And then the whole player base just uplifts and just says, fuck your live service game for like 3 or 4 months. And then guess what? Changes would happen. A lot of changes would happen. Very fast. If all of these live service audiences just uplifted and went to older games that don't have microtransactions, you could get rid of a lot of shit in games today. A lot. The dream is that EA uses the Star Wars license and a better studio gets a chance to make a new game EA doesn't have the Star Wars license. Every time they go to make a game, they have to buy the license to be able to make the game. The only one that has the license is Disney. Keep in mind, we just had Star Wars Outlaws that came from Ubisoft. Don't forget about that. Anybody can make a Star Wars game as long as they have the money to pay for the license. I can't think of their name. The guys that made Space Marine 2. Saber Interactive. They're working on the Knights of the Old Republic remake. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic remake's already happened. Yeah, that's already a thing. Yeah, I'm almost positive. I'm gonna say that my brain's not making that up. Isn't Saber Interactive working on the KOTOR remake? Yes. Yeah, Saber Interactive is working on the Knights of the Old Republic remake. Development started back with Asper Media in 2018, but due to challenges, including an unsatisfactory demo in 2022, the project was then transferred to Saber Interactive, a studio under Embracer Group at the time, later in 2022. Saber Interactive has since confirmed that the project is alive and well in April 2024. CEO Matthew Karch stated that the game remains in active development following Saber's split from Embracer Group. I forgot that Saber's not with Embracer anymore, which is a great thing. Emphasizing the commitment to exceed expectations. In March of 2025, Chief Creative Officer Tim Willits reaffirmed that all announced projects, including KOTOR, are still in development, though no specific details or release dates were shared. The remake has been in development for over 6 years. That is not very accurate, though, because we don't know like what Asper, we don't know if Saber was given the materials that Asper was using or not. There's a really good chance that they started from scratch if Asper had it, in 4 years that they were working on the KOTOR remake, that they even had anything worth showing in the first place. If the demo that they provided wasn't worth it, then there's a really good chance that it's just like these guys probably picked it up and started with it from scratch. Interesting. I'm guessing we're still years away from assuming. If I had to take a wild guess, since it's a remake, we might hear something about it next year. And it'll probably come out the year after that, maybe. A remake should not take 6 or 8 years to, like 6 to 7 years to make. It should take like anywhere from like 2 to 4, depending on the game. Maybe we'll actually have a good Star Wars game. I mean, I think that Saber Interactive did a really good job with Space Marine 2. I really like Space Marine 2. Thanks for reminding me about Infamous. Now I'm searching for it to download on my PC. I love that game when I played it on console. Oh, I know. I loved it too. I thought it was sick. Plus, on top of that, I also like I fucking like lightning powers in games. This is really interesting. This is also no fucking shot. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I just don't see. I don't see how that's even possible. I really don't. So this says Handrahan agrees. Everybody is desperate to know what the budget is for Expedition 33. I won't tell them, but I would guarantee you that if you got 10 people to guess, I think all 10 people wouldn't guess the actual figure, he says. I'm sure Mirror's Edge and Vanquish cost more, put it that way. Mirror's Edge costs like 5 million. But I'm just going to tell you right now, there's no fucking way Expedition 33 cost $1.7 million. There's no way. If I had to take a wild guess, I'm gonna say it's probably within my range, which is like anywhere from like $30 to $50 million. Because they still had for 5 years, you had 30 people that I'm taking a wild guess and saying that let me see. You had 30 people for 5 years. I would guess that all of them are working probably for an average salary of $100,000 a year. And they worked for 5 years. That's $15 million just for your staff alone. That's 15 million years at least. Right. Yeah, exactly. What is this here? For 6 years of development? No, keep in mind that I think the first year they scrapped the project. And they only had like 8 people working on the concept at the time. $100,000 is a lot. Game developers make good money. It's a lucrative career. If you can get into a studio, especially if you get into a studio in an area that, you know, has like a high standard of living, you're gonna be priced up. Isn't that a Chinese funded game? What are you talking about? Do explain. Explanation not coming. In most cases, probably not. So I'll actually explain. Don't worry. I'll explain it instead. So there is a so there's negative Chinese sentiment, right? And some of that sentiment is warranted in some cases. However, the thing is that in a lot of cases, there is a subsection of the video game audience that I have seen that has come into some of my videos, that has commented on some of my tweets, that follows me all over the place. And one of the things that they bring up is these fucking like whacked out theories of like China controlling the entire video game industry, and they're technically using it to be able to basically like metaphorically and psychologically castrate American men and turn them into and make them effeminate. So like what they do is they track to see like how much money is being invested in like yeah, but did this game have Chinese investors? And then you have these people that'll sit there and they'll try to follow the line, right? So the reason why you'll see somebody pop up and say, well, like, yeah, but isn't that game funded by China? Isn't that game funded by China? You want to know where the Chinese funding for Expedition 33 is coming from? It's coming from the fact that the game was invested into by Kepler Interactive, which is a consolidation. It's a consolidation. No, it's like a Kepler Interactive is basically a publisher that is made up of a bunch of other indie developers. It's a bunch of other indie studios. But they're indie studios that have like super highly creative work, right? And so they promote very creative work, but they also, because of the work that they do, which also ends up leading to some really some really popular games, they also attract some like A-list talent for like voice actors and stuff like that want to come in and take gambles on these like high risk projects that they don't know if it's actually going to like work out, if the game's actually going to be very good or whatever it is, right? And Kepler Interactive, the publisher for Expedition 33, they have, I believe Nexon is a minority investor in Kepler. With like, they own like a 4% or 5% stake in Kepler, I think. It might be 10%. But that's the connection. That's the Chinese funding. The Chinese funding is that no publicly available information is provided for the general knowledge that confirms Nexon is holding stake in Kepler Interactive. Nexon, a South Korean video game publisher. Significant investments in entertainment companies Hasbro, Bandai Namco, Sega. Are any Chinese companies investing? NetEase, that's who it was. It was NetEase. Yeah, NetEase. They provided them $120 million in funding in 2021. So $120 million investment into I believe this is from, I believe Kepler is in the UK. So $120 million investment into a UK video game publisher somehow makes Expedition 33 a Chinese funded game. I remember when Nexon passed up on funding Warframe. Yes, they did. Now Tencent owns the entire thing. Except for the studio. I think Tencent owns they own the game. I don't think they own Digital Extremes. I can't remember what the breakdown for them is. I just always make sure to bring to go into depth on some of this like investor like conspiracy theory peddling that you'll see some people do, because I think it opens the eyes of some people that might end up coming across it and listening to it in one way, shape, or form, and thinking like any of that stuff holds any water. In some cases it does, because like Tencent owns a lot of fucking stake in a lot of companies and controls a lot of these companies. And is there going to be some crossover between like their government and Tencent? Abso-fucking-lutely. Of course there's going to be. But in a lot of cases, you know what the fucking CCP and fucking Tencent's more interested in? Money. They want money. And they don't really like betting on shit that doesn't make them money. And if you don't make money, then they'll just take you over so that you do make money. Oh, is this Simon's song? This is the best song in the game. I thought it was Tencent, EA, GGG, but Tencent's percentage ownership of EA is low. GGG, Grinding Gear Games. Grinding Gear is fully owned by Tencent. Like Ubisoft? Oh yeah, which by the way, that's going to be the future of Ubisoft. That's 100%. 100% Ubisoft is going to be owned by Tencent. All they've done is basically bought themselves a little time. So the minute that the like main Ubisoft like publisher like starts like falling apart is the minute that like that shit goes downhill. Ubisoft, as I look at Division 2 for $3 on Steam right now. Is it really only $3 on Steam? That's a really good fucking deal, dude. Hey, even garbage publishers can still pop out a good one here or there, right? EA is one of them, or not EA, but well, yeah, EA is one of them. EA can still put out a pretty good game, or they can publish a really good game, right? Like Split Fiction's absolutely fantastic. I recommend that game to everybody. But that's EA. Is it EA Originals or whatever it's called? It's like their creator program where they like fund these like indie studios. I haven't played many Ubisoft games, but I remember loving AC2. Yeah, I basically, for Ubisoft, like I played some of the old like Sam Fisher games, obviously. But then I like Splinter Cell, and I played AC 1, 2, 3 and Black Flag. And then but outside of that, like when it comes to Ubisoft, I'm just I'm a Division fan. Always have been. So that's, I feel like I'm more of a Massive fan than like a fan of Massive Interactive rather than Ubisoft. Rainbow Six Vegas 2. Vegas 2 is actually really good. That is actually true. The game was really good. Yeah, this game popped the fuck off. They did really good. I'm just gonna say this. I think that EA is going to back out of licensed games. I think they're going to back out of licensed games entirely. And I think you're probably going to see more of these companies over the next couple of years back away from some of these licensed titles because it's too expensive and it's overly reliant on the popularity of a franchise or a brand that isn't theirs and they don't control. There's a lot of factors that they can't control here. And I think that they're going to back out of some of this stuff, which honestly is good for them because then they just focus on their core franchises instead. Not going to lie, Ubisoft makes zero difference in my gamer life. That's usually true for most people today. That's true for most people. That's the whole reason I made that like first video that I made on Ubisoft, which is like the complete and utter collapse of Ubisoft. Because like I was like sitting back like thinking to myself and I'm like, I have just not been interested in one of their games outside of the Division forever. And like everything else they do just feels like the most generic slop garbage bullshit that I don't want to have anything to do with. Don't want to have nothing to do with it. I saw this and for some odd reason I thought it was Fortnite. Now that I see it and it's not on my phone, it's obviously Pandora Tomorrow. But I guess they're gonna do something with Splinter Cell finally. This is how they're trying to rebuild their image. Can they even do a good Splinter Cell game? I have no idea. X Defiant really just crashed and burned. Yeah, I did. I smell desperation. Probably, yeah. Well, I mean, they got to put their studios to work on something, and I think there's a really good chance that, like, after the splitting of the company and putting like their major studios basically under the control of Tencent, they're sitting there going like, well, with some of our support studios, we have to have these guys do something. So they're like, I guess we're gonna make a We're gonna make a Splinter Cell game. Splinter Cell collabed with Wildlands is really good. I know some people actually enjoyed Wildlands. I couldn't get into it because like the minute that I found out it had like XP boost microtransactions and shit, I was like, nah, I'm fucking good. My buddy really liked it, but I just couldn't get into it. Found your channel, love your videos, keep it up. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. What happened to the guy that did the official Assassin's Creed Shadow posting? I have no idea. Did you ever play survival mode? Yeah, of course I did. That name carries weight, baby. These guys will never have a problem making money. As long as the games stay relatively high quality, I think that, like, they're just not going to ever have a problem. Ever. Like, and the funny thing is that, like, they can spin off a lot of these games and, like, try something different with all of them. And if it's of a high enough quality, they're going to do really well. Like, if they made, like, I don't know, like, think about, what if they made, like, an Elden Ring turn-based game? Like an Elden Ring Baldur's Gate 3. Or an Elden Ring Expedition 33. Let me use the bathroom. Give me a second. Okay. Thanks for the Helldivers vid. I avoided it due to previous issues. And after hearing that things have gotten together, I went ahead and bought it yesterday. I've been playing it a lot. Super fun. You know, here's the thing. Something that I want to say. Regardless of all of the drama that happens with these games, and while I think it's important to make sure that you vote with your wallet, I think the one thing that is most important when it comes to video games is your own personal enjoyment. And, you know, wanting to stand up for something is always a good thing, but being happy and enjoying yourself is always more important in most cases. It is completely fine to be selfish with these video games. There's nothing wrong with being selfish. Enjoy entertainment. Exactly. Get out of here with that. I'm sorry. It's just, there's plenty, like as an example, I shit all over Ubisoft all the time. I fucking hate everything they do. I will, without a doubt, relatively soon, buy the Division 2 expansion because I love the Division 2 and I love playing that game and I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. And I also believe that it's best to try to support actions that you agree with because it's the only thing that it's like I said in the video that came out today, the only thing that these guys understand is money. So if you don't speak with your money, then they're never going to be able to understand you. And the best thing that you can do is just support the things you want to support and don't support the things you don't want to support. Not gonna lie, maybe more confident in myself with loving the games that I love. That's how you should, man. Love the games that you love. Nothing wrong with that. Don't feel bad playing at the lowest difficulty setting if you love it. Yeah, fuck. You kidding me? There was like one of the, I can't remember what game it was, but like one of the streams, like somebody's like, "What difficulty are you gonna play on?" And I'm like, "I'm gonna play on fucking normal." What are you talking about? If I want to play it on a higher difficulty, I'll change the difficulty later if I don't feel like the game feels good to play right now or if it's not challenging enough, and I will go about it that way. There's no reason for you to like try to, like, in certain situations there's certain games that I do like immediately put them on the highest setting. Like action games usually I put on the highest setting just because they end up feeling the best at the highest setting. highest setting available. Shooter games specifically, those are another really good one. Unless it's like, that's what I used to like about old Gears of War, is that old Gears of War, you had to unlock the final difficulty. You didn't just get it right out of the get-go. So by the time you had finished the game on, what was is the final difficulty for Gears of War insane? Is that what it was? I can't remember. It was insane. Yeah. So every single Gears of War, my buddy Matt and I and Mark would all get together and we play the entire fucking campaign on the hardest difficulty and then unlock the next one and then beat it on that difficulty before we ever even touched multiplayer. It was our warm up. That was our shit. Horror games, yes. Horror games. Any survival horror game, I will always play on the highest difficulty. I will never, ever, because like that's the whole point. It's the whole point. The difficulty, like getting one hit killed and shit like that. That's what builds the tension and makes the game like what it actually is. A Resident Evil, cranking that bitch up. She going to the top. That was actually the game that I was trying to think of. I was like, action games? Like, no, I'm like, there's one specific genre that I can't think of that I know for a fact that every single time I always do. Alien Isolation, I've never played it, but I probably would, yes. Horror games? Yeah, I play those hard too. Rock hard. Alien Isolation is a must play. I had seen somebody playing it. I watched it for like 2 seconds and I was like, this looks like a game that I would really enjoy. I don't want to watch this anymore. You really missed out on playing Alien Isolation for 10 years. I have a problem when it comes to licensed games, like movie titles, franchise stuff. Like it's just not like my thing. It's not that I don't like the movies or anything like that, but like in a lot of cases, like I just bought Star Wars Battlefront because it looked really cool. But if I like look at the greater library of games that I have like in my Steam library right now, I bought the Ackman, or sorry, Ackman. I bought the Arkham game when I made the video. I specifically bought it for the WB Games video that I was making because I wanted to have a WB Games game in the background while I was playing it. Like, I guess Warhammer counts. I guess Baldur's Gate counts, kind of. But those are already games to begin with, right? Like Baldur's Gate and Warhammer are technically games to begin with. Yeah, I'm not a franchise guy. Like, I mean, like, so far as like franchises outside of games, like franchise adaptations for video games, I'm just not that guy. Dune Awakening, like I'm kind of interested, but I have to wait to see like what it looks like when it's actually out. DayZ, I've never played DayZ. No. Wait, is DayZ that jank ass fucking game that I downloaded and then got rid of? Because like the best way and only way to play it is like on modded servers. Yes, it is. Yeah. I think this is the game. I'm pretty sure that's the game. Yeah. Yeah, I downloaded it and then I uninstalled it after I had it for an hour and was like anytime somebody says, oh no, the game's really good, but you just got to play it on modded servers, I'm like, nah. Like, this might be a hot take. If you need the community to make the game for you, your game isn't worth my fucking money. My friends tried to sell me on Ark Survival. Same thing. Same thing. No, I'm good. But it's good. That's cool, man. I'm great. I'm happy that it's fun. That's cool. But I will not support a studio that needs their fucking community to finish the game for them. Bethesda is crying now. Okay, look, Base, Oblivion, and Skyrim and Fallout are fine. I played those games and I enjoyed them. I was never, I mean, you got to keep in mind too. I was a console Andy up until like 5-6 years ago when I first got my first PC. Tempest Rising? I haven't heard of that now. But yeah, so with this game, so here's my prediction on this. I had posted about it and I had specifically said, like, see, like people are going to be very, very, very mixed on this game. Whenever a game has mixed or negative reviews and companies tout the players and not sales figures, you know something is wrong with it. And companies tout players and not sales figures, you know something is wrong with it. What? No, this game sold 2 million copies. Oh, I guess not. It says 2 million Nightfarers. So I guess you don't know. But no, because this game isn't on any subscription services. It would be different if this is on like Uplay or something like that, but it's not. This is one of those situations where you can actually just say that these are sales. Well, like, okay, sure, yeah, there's going to be some free copies that went out to reviewers, but what is that going to be? Like 1,000 people? The fuck? It's not even worth talking about. This game isn't on a subscription service. Yeah, in most cases, if they're using players instead of actual sales figures, they're not talking about sales figures, they're talking about subscription services. So a really good example of this is that like Doom the Dark Ages, 3 million players. Yeah, but it hasn't even sold 1 million copies. Right? But yeah, 300,000 players peak on Steam. And keep in mind, that is concurrent players. That is how many people were playing it at the exact same time. That does not say how many people bought it. If you actually go, I don't know if Gamealytics already has it. Gamealytics is already estimating 850,000 or over 800,000 or so almost. So 850,000 people own the game so far is what they're saying. This is their numbers do not include console, which chances are it's probably the same for console. So yeah, the game's probably, yeah, or at least half on console or whatever. So yeah. How do you feel about Asmongold reacting to all your videos? He doesn't react to all of my videos. Oftentimes, he never reacts to the ones that I want him to. I don't really care. It doesn't fucking matter to me. He watches them like 3 days after. He watches them like 3 or 4 days after my videos are out. And by that time, most of the views are already done anyway. For my channel, every channel is different with this. Some videos will continue to grow and pop off and continue to do it regardless, right? Of like whatever day, like however days it's out. But most of my videos, they get the vast majority of their viewership within like the first 2 to 3 days. So by the time that he gets to it, it's already like only averaging like a maybe a couple thousand views a day, and I don't even feel any impact from it, to be honest with you. I used to when I was smaller. When I was smaller and like I only had like 30 or 50,000 subscribers, and he'd watch one of my videos, he would absolutely just like sap the audience from it. But now No. No. Yeah, I saw the background NPC her channel pop off. Yeah. The experience is going to be different from content creator to content creator. It depends on how big their audience is, how much of a cross section of audience they have. But like Asmongold and I have a like major like we have a lot of bleed through. Like our audiences are people that have the exact same similar opinions or tastes, right? Don't get me wrong. There's a very like, I would probably say that like my channel's probably like 50-50. Like there are people like half of them probably watch Asmongold or at least like passing watch him or are active fans of him, and the other people are like have nothing to do with the guy whatsoever. Overlap, that's the word that I'm looking for. Thank you. But like I said, the experience is going to be different for everybody. For me, I've never looked at it as a problem. Even when like his reaction would like kill a video of mine, which it did used to happen, I wasn't really bothered by it. And that's because like the signal boosting part is huge because it helps people become more familiar with you. The more often, like in a lot of cases, what it is, people don't want to subscribe to a channel or even watch somebody unless they see someone else like vet them or say that they enjoy their content or whatever it is, right? So like the more people saw Asmongold say, I really like this guy's video, oh that's true, oh fucking thank you for saying this or shit like that, then people are like, well fuck, you know what, this guy actually has some really good points, I'm gonna go watch this guy on my own, right? And then people go and then they start watching the content. So there's a lot of like signal boosting that you get from that, which is like really fucking really valuable. Now people are spamming family in the chats. Yeah, because you become in certain ways you can actually like kind of have like that overlap can lead to you almost becoming a meme within a community, which is actually kind of cool. But for Asmongold specifically, I think the one thing that really like struck out to me was that it's a rare opportunity for me to actually watch someone watch me. Which might sound weird, but keep in mind, I'm a marketing major, right? So from my perspective, I essentially got to have a case study. I got to have a focus group, and I got to watch him and his chat react to the things that I say, react to the jokes that I make, or the clips that I use, or the editing style, or whatever it is. I get active feedback and get to sit there and watch and go, okay, so that hit, that didn't work, that hit, that didn't work. Oh, they didn't understand what I was saying here. I need to clear up my language a little bit more. Maybe I need to ego. No, it has nothing to do with ego. It's not an ego thing. No, it's like literally just being able to make my content better. Like the crazy thing is, if you guys go and you look at like the content that I was making, I don't know, like even just 6 months ago, 7 months ago, like there's a massive difference between how I talk now, how I present information, my writing, everything. Like massive evolution, like massive like evolutional steps in like how I create content, how I talk, and how I present things. And a lot of that came from me just being able to watch other people watch it, see their reaction, and see what was working and what wasn't. Taking notes each time, not physically taking notes, but mentally taking notes. Asmon rewatches his lives so he can see where they get boring. Yeah, it's essentially that's what it is, right? I watch my own videos too, just to make sure everything's good. But like, you have to keep in mind, you watch something, and then after you watch something, or after you record something, and then you go and watch it, you already know what you said because you were the one that wrote it and you're the one that recorded it. So like, you're gonna miss a lot of stuff. But like, being able to watch somebody else, you can see where like attention dips and dives and see like what's going on. And in a lot of cases, really what it came down for me was just like, I noticed that initially, well, I'll just walk you guys through it. So initially what I first found is that I was too I was too literal and unnatural. I was like, I basically looked like a guy that was trying to give a college dissertation on a fucking video game, right? Like, I was breaking it down very technically. The on-camera stuff was very like, it wasn't very casual. And because of that, it kind of made it really difficult for people to connect with it. It was informational, right? So people got a lot of information from it, but the problem is that it wasn't entertaining enough to be able to keep people around. Dry ass motherfucker. That's right, exactly. And then I had realized in watching that I'm like, well, if I just started being myself on the camera and just loosened up a little more, which is hard to do, by the way, because you're putting yourself out there and you have no idea how many people are going to watch it. It's weird going from a guy that knows maybe fucking 1,000 people in real life to being somebody that millions of people have seen your face and heard your voice around the world. It's a weird thing, and it makes you tense up because you don't know what's going to happen. And then, yeah. So part of that is just actually just getting more comfortable in front of a camera and talking to yourself, right? It's like I'm talking to you guys, but I'm actually not talking to anybody. If somebody was recording me from the side, like over on the left-hand side, it would just look weird as fuck, right? It would just look weird. I'd be like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Is he crazy? The good old be yourself advice. Yeah, I mean, like, that was part of it, right? So, like, that was one of the things that I noticed. I was like, oh, okay, well, I like doing that would be a little bit more relatable. Just like being myself. Like, people want relatability more than anything else. And then the other thing that I started noticing as well, and this is from something, this is actually me watching Asmongold watch other people's content as well. And then like him like criticizing streamers and whatnot, is that like the one thing that I think like people are really searching for right now, and it's because we're not necessarily in like late stage internet and social media, but we're kind of approaching it in a way. And I think that like across the board, people just want authenticity. They're just sick of people being fucking fake. They are so sick of it. Holy shit. They are sick of people not saying what other people actually think. They're sick of people saying what they don't actually think. They're sick of pretending like issues aren't happening or something, or like they're sick of people ignoring elephants in a room or whatever it might be. Like, they're sick of all of it. They're sick of people using like unnatural language to try to dance around certain topics. Can you fucking believe this? Somebody in one of my comment sections on the I'm gonna do it right fucking now. I'm pulling this motherfucker up right now. Right now. I saw this and I was like, I cannot fucking believe this dude would say this. Right here. Bro, you didn't even make a comment about the community managers tiptoeing on the video about Helldivers 2. You didn't even talk about the community managers? Accusing me of tiptoeing. This is a fucking 20-minute video of me going over all of the fucking community manager bullshit, all of the like the update bullshit, all that shit, right? That's a 20-minute video of me going over that entire thing. On top of that, the video just before this one, that's it. I'm gonna get one. It took nearly a year of them replacing staff, antagonizing the fans for their own felt like they were connected, passionate, and engaged. But Once the first balance patch hit, well, the Reddit posts started rolling in, and then one of their developers openly admitted to antagonizing the fans for their own entertainment. Discord mods started banning people using clown emojis on furry art. Then came the now famous "I thought you were refunding the game and leaving" post from one of their community managers during the Sony account linking disaster. It does not matter how good the game was, the trust was gone. It took nearly a year of them replacing staff, rebuilding goodwill, and delivering real up. Probably farming, probably, or just stupid. Probably stupid, to be honest. I mean, start reading like half of the fucking comments on a YouTube video and you're going to lose some brain cells, I'll be honest with you. I used to read all the comments because like that's what you did when your videos didn't have like a lot of views. Now that you actually have now when you actually like start getting more views, you're much better off just looking at like the 3 top comments and then never reading anything else. Like, otherwise, you're going to start to lose your mind. You're going to be like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? That was a joke. Don't ban me. What was the joke? Sounds like you're tiptoeing. I'll fucking tip. Oh, I don't know. I don't really have a comeback. A bozo? Yeah, pretty much. LD just wanted to say I love your videos and have watched you since the release of Helldivers 2. Thank you for all you do, man. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. It was actually like weirdly nostalgic to go back and actually make a video on Helldivers 2. I'm going to be real with you guys. I really loved that game. I loved covering that game when it first came out. I loved playing that game when it first came out. And I was so happy to see the game doing well. And for that, because like literally I talked about it at the end of the video. The Helldivers community it just doesn't exist. It reminds me of like the old World of Warcraft community in a lot of ways. Like, it was just like, it was this special beast that, like, you could feel like you were a part of something. You could make a lot of friends because of it. You had a lot of memorable moments while you're playing it or while you were involved with it. There are things that only you get to experience because not everybody else is a part of it. It's just cool, man. It's just really cool. Yeah. I'm just really happy to see the game doing well, and it's not even really for Arrowhead. It's more or less for the community because the community around the game is just really fucking cool. How many hours did you log into Helldivers 2 now? Oh, I'm only over like 200 or 300 hours, something right around there, something like that. Because you got to keep in mind, like I played Helldivers 2. I quit after the Sony account linking, like everybody else. I just walked away from it because I was just like, this is like these guys keep just walking into fucking controversy. They keep fucking everything up. They also for me personally, like that first balance patch that came just ruined the fucking game. I mean, and it took them a while to get that game to feel better after that. How we doing, man? First time watching you live. Really enjoyed your honor run of Baldur's Gate 3. What a fucking yeah, dude. Holy shit. That was actually a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. That was a long time ago now. Fuck. I need to go back and do like a modded run on honor mode. A year, actually? Yeah. That was when I I just wanted to go get the fucking Light of Lathander. And I got hit by that fucking trap and killed my entire party. I was so fucking mad. I was so mad. What's an honor run? In Baldur's Gate 3, they made a hardcore mode. So if your party dies, like it's not just hardcore, it's like everything hardcore. So not only do they increase the difficulty of the monsters, they also vary some of the areas, so some of the different like encounters will have different enemies or more enemies. Some bosses will have more moves or special things that'll happen. And then also if you die, you die. That's it. Game over. Honor mode is for fun for like 3 hours and heartbreaking defeat. I mean, I beat the game on honor mode. I beat Baldur's Gate 3 on honor mode. The funny thing is, so this is like, I think I brought it up at the very end of the honor mode stream, if I remember this correctly. But for all the time, which is like months, that I was covering Baldur's Gate 3, I never finished the game. Oh, is this the link to it? I never finished Baldur's Gate 3. I'd covered it for months. I'd made tons of videos talking about the game, but what was it? But I never finished it. I kept getting to Act 3 and then restarting. Act 3 and then restarting. Act 3 and then restarting. And I did it like 4 times. And then finally, when I did the honor mode stream, I beat the game on honor mode. So my first time beating Baldur's Gate 3, I beat it on honor mode. God damn it. Yeah. There it goes. After all that work. 39 hours, 29 hours. Oh, man. I don't even want to know. That's 4 7-hour streams. Yeah, 23 hours. Oh, 29 hours played. 29 hours played. Knowledge for next time. Yeah. And it was knowledge for next time. Lord knows your boy learned how to use turn-based in Out of Combat. I learned real fucking quick. You look a lot different with a beard. Yeah, usually when half of your face is covered, you look a little different. Rip Dirge, yeah. He looks 12 without a beard. I do. If I ever feel like I'm looking old, I just shave it and then I just immediately like gain like, you know, all of it back. Sherpoopy, thanks for the prime. Let's see here. Oh, so okay, a little bit of background on this. Okay, Jez Corden is a Xbox. He works for Microsoft Central, Windows Central. So he is a Windows guy. That's all he talks about is Windows and Xbox. Like, he is quite literally effectively paid to shill for Xbox, okay? But he says former head of PlayStation says former head of PlayStation says Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass is dangerous because big companies dictate what games can be created, and he could not be more wrong. Shuei Yoshida of Sony Interactive Entertainment says that the subscription gaming won't advance in the industry because there's a significant flaw in his reasoning. In an interview with GameDeveloper.com, the former head of PlayStation, Shuei Yoshida, had plenty to say about the climate of gaming subscriptions, pointed out readily at Game Pass. He took aim at the potential wall of game subscriptions that, hold on. Sorry. Good Lord. Learned to read today. Pointed readily at Game Pass. He took aim at the potential wall a gaming subscription can create for third-party creators. If the only way for people to play games is through subscriptions, that's really dangerous because the only type of games that will be created will be dictated by the owner of the subscription services, Yoshida said. Continuing, he said, that's really, really risky because there must always be fresh new ideas tried by small developers that create the next wave of development. But if big companies dictate what games can be created, I don't think that will advance the industry. While entirely valid to have concerns about anything in an industry currently plagued by layoffs and cancellations from Sony, Microsoft, and lately EA, The argument for these services has been reportedly showcased, especially when it comes to ideas tried by small developers. Off the top of my head, because I'm too lazy to bring up a list, there are Lies of P, Claire Obscure, Atomfall, Atomic Heart, Blueprints, Tunic, The Altars, Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, Moonlight, Dead Static Drive, Lost, and Random. These aren't your standard games in the industry. I mean, Atomic Heart and Atomfall are not like the most newest thing to ever pop off. And a Souls-like is also not something fucking new. Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers is an action game, and I've never heard of these. But these are anything but normal games. They are normal games. Some of these are normal games. Tunic? Yeah, Tunic's not recent. No. Tunic is not a normal game either, though, to be fair. Side note, these games are all available for purchase, debunking the very notion that subscriptions are the only way to play. It's not. You know what the problem is? You know what I hate with fucking journalists? Is they will purposefully take something out of context and then just make an entire fucking article discussing that without talking about any of the nuance behind the topic. He's not talking about game subscriptions today. He's talking about if they become the dominant model in which video games are made, and specifically made for. This is the exact same concern that Sven Vinka had brought up about game subscriptions not that long ago. Strawmanning. Yes, exactly. So you're trying to prove him wrong with a bunch of games that you say are very different. They're not fucking different. They're games that we see all the time. Not all of them, obviously. There was a couple weird ones that were in there. But, this is Sven Vinka of Larian Studios. Whatever the future of video games looks like, content will always be king. But it is going to be a lot harder to get good content if subscriptions But it's going to be a lot harder to get good content if subscription becomes the dominant model and I don't have my voice right now. Good Lord, I'm like stuttering so bad. Whatever the future of games looks like, content will always be king. But it is going to be a lot harder to get good content if subscription becomes the dominant model and a select group gets to decide what goes to market and what not. Direct from developer to players is the way. And what this was in response to Ubisoft's executive saying that you need to get comfortable not owning your games for subscription services to really be able to take off, right? That's basically what it is. And this is likely the exact same thing that Shuei Yoshida was trying to talk about. That's what he was trying to bring up. Is the fact that if these subscription models continue to grow, if they become the dominant way in which video games are made, you are no longer making video games for the players. You are making video games for the subscription holders. That's what the worry is. But that worry is completely disregarded because Game Pass good. Because Game Pass good. For now. I think like that's one of the things too that like really bothers me when it comes to some of these conversations is that like they're not even willing to have the conversation about what these subscription services will look like in the future. I think that's the shit that like really pisses me off. It really does. Because like they're trying to pretend like subscription services like Game Pass are just like the video gamer utopia. And it's just going to stay that way. It's never going to increase in price. They're never going to add tiered pricing. Oh shit, they already did. They'll never put in ads. They'll never limit how long you can play or at what resolution. Right? Right? Article is a nothing burger. They can't even try to have good faith arguments. Well, no, because he works for Windows Central. Do you think he's going to make anti-Xbox fucking articles? Of course he's not. This is what these guys do. It's so annoying, dude. It's so annoying. And the worst part is that like these guys will then go and then try to get into conversations and try to like deflect conversations away from like, it's just not even worth it. I just see shit like this and I'm just like, it's just so disappointing, man. The enshittification will continue until morale improves. The service is as good as it will ever be. It will only get worse. You are absolutely right. Xbox Game Pass at this moment is the best it will ever be. It will never be better than what it is today. Actually, I take that back. It is actually already worse than it was. Just keep in mind, you used to have access day one to all games, but they already made an upgrade program for that. So if you want to be able to get like the next, you know, big Xbox title, you do have to have like Xbox Ultimate, if I'm not mistaken. Game Pass Ultimate or whatever it is. I'd have to look at it again because I know they have Game Pass Basic and then they have something else as well. Subscription sounds nice, and for the content and cost threshold until the content slash cost threshold is crossed. Look at Netflix, streaming services in general. So it's not the content and cost threshold. It's when the so you are right. You're partially right. The problem with Netflix and all that other shit right now is that the content sucks. So it's not worth the price. But also on top of that, all the content is segmented across a ton of different subscription platforms. That's another problem that comes into play, right? Right now, most of these subscription services, a lot of them already have like a basically, you know, the funny thing is, while a lot of people want to compare Game Pass to Netflix, the better comparison is Hulu, because Xbox Game Pass already has the ability for you to be able to sign up for a cheaper value to get Ubisoft Plus or EA Plus. You can add those on top of your Game Pass subscription. Do you have any predictions for any big games for the Summerfest coming up, or like big game announcements? I'm gonna be real, man. Sony needs to come out with a fucking heater. They're a sleeper right now. Like, Xbox at least has like potentials, right? That still have yet to deliver. Avowed was, I'm sure I guarantee they were hoping Avowed was going to be bigger than it was. That one really fucking hurt. And Doom the Dark Ages, they probably thought that one was a guarantee too. And I don't think that one's going to work out for them either. So now what do you have left? Legend of Dragoon remake? Sony owns that. I don't know if they're going to be able to, I don't know if they would do that. I'm sure at Summer Games Fest we're probably going to see some like massive reveal for a game that like, oh shit, they're making it, baby. Remaking Legend of Dragoon would be easier than ever now. Yeah, but the problem is it's whether or not Sony actually thinks the IP is worth anything. I don't think they do. Otherwise, they would have continued making it or brought it back by now at one point in time, right? Maybe they will. They don't have the Final Fantasy exclusivity anymore, right? So, like, maybe they will look at it and be like, well, fuck. We want to have our own. But I don't think that they care about it. XCOM, I don't think that's what it's going to be. Honestly, you know what? The probably big, like, ooh, reveal is going to be them, like, it's going to be the games industry trying to repair the image of Ubisoft. And it's going to be Splinter Cell. That's what it'll be. That'll be like the big woo reveal will be Splinter Cell. I'd almost guarantee. Elder Scrolls 6 trailer. You're not going to see Elder Scrolls 6 for like another 10 years. Be fucking real. Half-Life 3? Oh, shit. We're going back around to Half-Life 3 already? Dude. I see rumors for Half-Life 3 every month for like the last like 4 years. Star Wars remake? What Star Wars? Well, Silksong's already announced. We already know that's coming. They showed it off being played on the Nintendo Switch. So Silksong, I think, is supposed to be this year. So we'll probably get a release date for Silksong. I'd imagine that. Rematch beta test EAFC to claim impressive Steam achievement. Beats EAFC to claim... Okay, let's see here. So they had a demo? Let's look it up. What is it called? I already forgot it. Rematch. Sorry, buddy. It had 100,000 all-time peak. How many people played it? Oh, is there a demo? There it is. That's not it. I don't know. I guess I can't find it. Oh, beta. Beta. Okay. Okay. Well. Is it good? Has anybody here played it? Banger game? Really? Not bad, not bad. Is it a it's like 3v3, right? It's like Rocket League. It could probably do pretty fucking well. I mean, like Rocket League does really well, right? This game's like huge on fucking console. It is huge on console. But like it's crazy how fucking like how stable this game is too. Like even though its numbers are lower, it's still like relatively stable. Watching a stream of it right now looks cool. Maybe something I'd not something I would play but watch. Ah, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. I think this is a really big deal. Like we need sports games to come in that actually challenge the status quo for sports games on the market right now and hopefully draw audiences away. I want EA's fucking sports games to like lose players, so then they have to, so it forces them to be like better. Because I just want them to do more. Like, do you have any idea how much it pisses me off? Like, I would actually give EA money if they just put fucking NHL on fucking PC, but for whatever reason they never make a PC port for NHL. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why you wouldn't. They only release it for console every year. Like, they would have easy money for me just because I would want to play NHL. Are you going to make a video about the GTA 6 trailer too? Or is that not your intention? Why would I make a video about a trailer? They just showed off that like the game looks good. I talked about the trailer, but you can't like realize that their trailer's copyrighted. They will copyright strike your video if you try to re-upload the trailer. But there's not really anything to talk about from the GTA 6 trailer. We need them to lose their NFL license. Fuck, you can only wish. But I mean, they lost the FIFA license. So hey, and actually that's the one that hurt them the most. Because without FIFA, if somebody else can get their hands on that, and keep in mind, I think a lot of people forget this, FIFA is their most profitable franchise. They make more money off of FIFA than they do Madden and college football combined. Large percentage of sports gamers are on console, not PC. The NFL is something unknown. No. I said NHL. I said hockey. Madden is on PC. All of their other games are on PC. Even the fucking golf game is on PC. It's just NHL. The hockey games are not on PC. All the rest of their sports games are all on PC. How did they lose the FIFA license? I don't know. I have no idea. It was FIFA's decision. If someone makes a FIFA and it's still a gacha game but featuring waifus instead of sweaty men, well, it's not gonna be FIFA at that point. It's just a soccer game with fucking chicks, right? Man, you know what, guys? I hate being right. I hate being that guy. I hate being that guy that predicts exactly the direction that things are going in. I also hate that I'm the one that predicts the companies that are going to do it. Actually, I thought it was going to be EA before Activision, but basically the same thing, right? Yeah, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 puts ads in loadout screen. Since the arrival of Season 4, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 players have spotted ads on the loadout screen and other menus. Now, the ads that they're talking about in this case are advertisements for discounts on bundles and shit like that. Yeah, right now it's for store items. Notice how I say right now it's for store items. But I mean, like, you go to the fucking, you go to your menus, who's to say, like, a little, like, just a little ad, pops up, right? Just a little, like, just a little box. Here I am. I'm looking at my weapons, trying to get my weapons set up. Where's my fucking thing at? I get my weapons set up, and my weapons over here, right? I can see. I got everything I need right here. But you just got like a little box, like right here, that just says, "Hey, McDonald's." Little McDonald's. You want some McDonald's? Yep, ads for discount on DoorDash. Yeah. It's only a matter of time until you see Doritos and Mountain Dew show up there. Ain't that the fucking truth? Yeah. Yeah, games will have ads. Especially the live service ones. Those will be the first ones to do it. I don't think it'll ever like find its way into like single player games because it's too intrusive to the experience. But live service games, because live service games are so noisy to begin with, I think that I do think that you're going to see them within the next like year or two. I would guarantee it. But ads in game will mean that the game will not be on Steam. You really think that'll happen? They will make the... You are right. Valve did ban ads in game. There was a preemptive strike. They were trying to prevent the industry from doing it. But I think in a lot of cases, using it as an example, like Call of Duty will look at it and be like, people will probably just use the fucking Blizzard launcher or the Xbox launcher. They'll just back out. If they think they'll make more money because they'll have advertisements in their games, they will back out of Steam to go make that money. I mean, what percentage of, like, out of just a fucking wild guess, you know, what percentage of Steam players for Call of Duty Black Ops 6 do you think are people that actually used to have the game on the Blizzard launcher, but just got rid of the Blizzard launcher and downsized and now just use Steam? I'm sure there's a pretty solid amount. That's quite a bet. No, it's not, depending on how much money they make. Do you guys have any idea how much advertisers pay? Advertising is like one of the most lucrative industries in the entire world. You can make so much money through advertising. It's honestly what makes most economies run. It's the fucking oil in the machine, baby. Yeah, advertising is why television exists. It's why it was made. It's why they wanted cable television, or not cable, but I guess it was like, you know, bunny ears and all that shit before then, right? Yeah, people really underestimate advertising. Yeah, Google broke itself for search for ads. Sure did. What kind of ads? Like a Coke sign for like 30 seconds? No, if I had to take a wild guess, they'll just have like a little box somewhere on the screen. Or like, you know, like Twitch will sometimes have like or Twitch or YouTube will have like just under the video an ad that'll be right there. Like the little banner ad. That's what they'll do. They'll do like little banner ads and stuff like that. They won't do anything like super intrusive. It'll just be something that's just like there for just for the sake of just for the sake of being there as a constant reminder. Advertising is why sports games do well. Yeah. It's already in sports games. It's on the banners. It's on the walls of the fucking arenas and on the fields and stuff like that. They're already getting money for ad placement. This is something that already exists in games. It just hasn't proliferated into games where it's not a like an immersive feature. Like they get away with it in sports games because it's realism, right? YouTube ads are garbage. Where do I think I get good ads? You know what I get good ads from? Instagram and Facebook. Instagram and Facebook. Yeah. Like I see like t-shirts and shit, or like Magic the Gathering like proxies and things of that nature, or like I get stuff on those all the time, and it's almost always something that is like directly like what I would probably buy. And there has actually been a couple of times that I have bought something that I've seen advertised either on directly from an actual ad on Instagram or Facebook in the past. Which is funny because the thing is that like while Facebook and Meta makes a lot of fucking money, it's just goofy that for whatever reason, like Google hasn't caught up to whatever technology or like whatever they're using to be able to like make better positioned ads. It's one of the reasons why Meta makes so much money to begin with, because because they have a really high conversion rate off of the advertising they use. Yeah, their targeted ads are like really fucking good. I'm one of those people where like the only reason I avoid ads is because it's never anything that I'm actually interested in. Like the minute that you start inconveniencing the minute you start inconveniencing users is the minute that you're providing a service that's not something that we want. So we want to ignore it or actively avoid it. I'm so fucking faded. Do I watch your shit? Good shit. Thanks, man. Take it easy. Google has failed at every single social media platform they've tried, except for the biggest social media platform outside of Twitter. Actually, YouTube's probably bigger than Twitter. I mean, they literally have the most successful social media platform in the world. I would imagine that, yeah. I would imagine that YouTube is probably the. I don't think they failed there. It's actually really funny to see you say Google has failed at every single social media platform that they've tried while you're saying that on YouTube. That's kind of funny. Do you like chicken wings? Of course I like chicken wings. Fuck? That's not what I mean, and you know it. Can you explain to me what the difference between YouTube, Twitter, and explain what the difference between YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook is, or Instagram? Every single one of them effectively do the exact same thing, just in a different format. There is no difference between those platforms. YouTube used to be different, now it's not. Yeah, true. Video? And what is video of? Video in horizontal. Yeah. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, if you think about it, you actually break it down. YouTube, Twitter, like, what we're like, the major difference that you could really point out is that, like, Facebook and Instagram are far more geared towards you following friends rather than it being like just a bunch of random fucking strangers, right? Like, those are much more closed like social media circles, or at least they can be. I know like Instagram is more used probably similarly to Twitter, because like Instagram is effectively Twitter but for pictures. Facebook is actually what you would classify as like old school social media still, which is just like friend circles or larger circles, kind of like LinkedIn. LinkedIn's more for business, right? And then YouTube is essentially the same thing for all of those, except for it's less connected and it's more and it's long form. Basically, you're stretching out the longer form of the content, if that makes any sense. Instagram is like the #1 dating site. I feel like it would be so weird to just like drop into somebody's DMs like that. Like, I don't know, man. That ain't for me. It is also kind of fucking weird how essentially like through technology we've basically gone into the age of like what I would classify as selective breeding. Right? Because like now you look at like Tinder, and I saw like Tinder recently just did an update that now allows you to be able to pick people by height. So I'm wondering if like the long-term effects of social media are literally just going to make short people non-existent anymore. We're just going to breed it out. Really? Yeah. Yeah, they're testing a new feature to let you like filter people by height. Short people will make their own parallel site. That's right. It's gonna be like Short Kings or something like that, right? I thought I tweeted this already, but seems like I forgot to hit post. But the uptick in player base caused Helldivers to reach around 3.4 million players. Good googly moogly. I didn't know that many people came back to the game. Holy shit. Good lord. If women get a height filter, I want a weight filter. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I ain't got nothing to fucking say, dude. Like, here's the thing, because like, do you think guys are actually gonna use the height filter? Do you think a guy gives a fuck how tall a girl is? Only the most insecure fucking dudes in the world are gonna be like, she's taller than me. She's my same height. Like, guys are not gonna use a fucking height filter. Now, a weight filter. But you know what the funny thing is? It's all gonna be fucked up because both parties are not gonna actually fucking post their shit. Nobody's gonna post the real shit. 5'10" dudes are gonna say they're 6 foot. 5'7" guys are also gonna say they're 6 foot. Big girls are gonna say that they're average. Like, that's the thing. I mean, like, we live in a society with fucking social media today that like, it's very rare for people to actually like just be themselves. You know what I mean? And you're not gonna, I'm sorry, man, like, you're just not gonna have people be truthful on these apps. Thank you for the rate of 2, Stopper J. I'm 6'3", but an older man now. I'm 6'4". I'm fucking 7'12". I can touch the moon. And my dick can touch the Marianas Trench. Eventually, you'll pick all the options you want for your fembot. You're honestly probably not wrong about that one, to be honest with you. Dating in general is just fucking cooked, man. It's cooked. It's cooked. I had such a rough time on social. Like, I had such a rough time, dude. The amount of horror stories that I have from dating on Tinder is fucking absurd. It is absurd. Some of them I don't even think I can even talk about. Well, not on YouTube. On Twitch I could talk about, but on these ones I definitely some of these ones I can't. I mean, like, so I remember I'll do my best to censor this one, okay? So there was a girl that I met, and she was like super nice, super upbeat, right? Very, very cool, easy to talk to. We got along really well. We had a lot of the exact same interests in a lot of cases, like a lot of the things that, like, movies, television shows, music. We kind of hit on all of those. And then, like, come to find out as I'm talking to her on Tinder, what she actually knows she knew some of my family members. because like some of my family members were like, she was into acting and stuff like theater, and a couple of my like cousins and one of my uncles was actually in that theater group that she went to, so she knew them. So I was like, oh shit, like that's crazy, right? I mean, I'm from like a small town, right? So a lot of people that know each other, and she also worked with one of my cousins as well at a restaurant, and I was like, oh my god, dude, I'm like, this is just like this is like the easiest thing in the world. I ain't got nothing to worry about here. And then I go to meet her, and or like I asked her out, and I'm like, hey, you want to go out on a date? And she's like, yeah, sure. And then like, but immediately the minute that I actually asked her out, and this is like 5 days of talking on Tinder, right? This is not like I'm trying to move things too fast. I just said, let's go have dinner. And she's like, oh, well, if we meet, I'd rather us meet, you know, with friends around. I need people there. And I was like, okay, that's cool. I'm like, part of me was like, well, this is kind of weird. Like, you know, my family, like, what do you think I'm going to do? Like, well, okay, but whatever. I get it. It's, you know, the internet, you never know. Better safe than sorry. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to, you know, meet me at this bar. And I'm going there after work with some people, some friends from work. And I was like, oh, that's perfect. It was like a bar that I went to all the time. I knew a bunch of people there already. I go there, I roll up, and like my boys work in the fucking bar that night. I know two of her friends that like I've hung out with in the past or whatever. We're fucking dabbing up and shaking hands and pouring drinks and having and like getting ready to have a good time. And like I'm starting to try to talk to her, but every time I try to talk to her, she just like standoffish. Don't want to say a thing. And like I am a social butterfly. Like when I'm out with friends, I am a social butterfly. I am all over the place. I'll talk to anybody, anywhere, anytime. I have no problem with that. So I'm having a good time. But I'm also trying to like pay attention to her and be like, hey, you know, like hey, you're not like talking to me. Like it's kind of weird, dude. Like I don't want to be like that, but I'm like, you know, like we're supposed to be on a date, you know, but her friends keep like trying to drag me over to hang out because we're all having a good time. So I go and I play pool with like a couple of the other guys that are in the friends group, and we start having more drinks and whatnot like that. And then like the night is coming to somewhat of a close, and then she like turns to me and she's just like, hey, can I ride with you? And I was kind of like blown away because I was like, we haven't even fucking talked. Like, why would you want to leave with me? Like, if you didn't trust me so much, but you didn't even spend any time talking to me, like now all of a sudden you want to fucking go somewhere? I'm like, all right, whatever, that's fine. She's like, well, I just need to ride with you because my apartment where I had lived was directly across the street from the restaurant that she worked at, where her car was, because she just hopped in a car with the friends. And I was like, oh, okay, it's fine. So I hop in the car with her, and she's just like, we're driving back, and she's like, I'm too drunk to drive home. And I was like, well, okay. I'm like, well, you can come to my place and sober up then. She's like, okay. And I was like, oh man. So we go over to my place, and we get there, and she sits down, and we're just kind of like trying to talk. Still nothing. Like, I mean, like dial tone. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do to crack the fucking ice with this chick, man. I just don't know what to fucking do. And she's like, do you have anything to drink? And I was like, you want some like water or something like that? She's like, no. She's like, you have any like wine or anything like that? And I was like, okay. So I'm like, okay, well, she's like, okay, she's obviously trying to fucking stay the night, right? Like if you want to have drinks, you want to stay the night. So I'm like, okay, fine. Bring out the bottle. And then I'm still talking, but not getting a lot of talking back. And then she like, and then like at this point, like I'm pretty banged up, okay? I'm just gonna be real with you guys. At this point in time, I had been drinking for probably about 5 or 6 hours, something like that, maybe. So I'm good. I'm feeling good. And she jumped my bones, okay? Jumped my bones. Absolutely did. I was helpless. Absolutely helpless. There was nothing I could do. Fast forward. Fast forward after all that goes down. And then, like, she's just sitting there, like, silently afterwards, right? And I'm like, hey, I'm just gonna let you know, like, at this point in time, I've kind of, like, sobered up a little bit more. And I'm like, so, like, you know, what's going on? Like, you're still, like, this is kind of, like, I'm just gonna be real with you. I'm like, you know, like, we've talked a lot. I like you. Like, you like, don't feel like you can't talk or whatever. I'm like, it's just kind of weird because you seem kind of different than you were, you know, talking before. And she was like, I was released from a mental institution last week. Why? I'm just like, why? Why were you? My boyfriend, or no, she said her ex-fiance tried to, her ex-fiance was cheating on her. And she she had planned to take care of him, so to say, and herself, to which then she was put away. And the conversation just ended. No further explanation. No further explanation whatsoever. Just her looking at me and saying, I'm tired. And me being like, what? Yeah. Yeah. She lays down. I pretend to go to the bathroom, to which then I go into the kitchen and hide every sharp object in my entire house. And then lay in my bed, wide awake, for the next 5 hours. To which we then wake up. She wakes up. I was still very much awake. She wakes up, and I'm like, wow, man, you know, last night was a good time. You know, it really was. It was a very good time. I had a lot of fun. But, you know, I got some stuff to do with some friends today. So let me go ahead and take you over to your car and everything. How you feeling? You feeling okay? You feeling good to drive? You got some pretty good sleep last night. She's like, yeah. And, like, we go to, like, get ready to leave the house. And she's just like, what about brunch? Brunch? She's like, you said last night that we would get brunch the next day. I was like, I thought we were done, right? Like, I thought that, like, this night has been the most awkward night of my entire fucking life, and you still want more? You want more of this? So we go, I'm like, oh yeah, that's fine. Yep. Right. Take her across the street to this other place that was like my favorite spot or whatever. And I'm sitting outside. We're sitting on this patio. If I can get a drink. And I'm like sitting there and I'm like, how the fuck do I get myself out of this situation? And then out of nowhere, like a chosen, like a cherub, like an angel from on high, one of my best friends appears out of nowhere and is just like, what up? It comes over and I'm like, holy shit. And it's almost like he could tell. No, he could tell. He was like, he looked at me and then he like looked at her and he looked back at me and he was like, we still going to the beach today? And I'm like, Yes. Yes, we are going to the beach today. And he's like, oh, well, I'm getting ready to head out there right now. You're going to come with me? And he's like, and I'm like, yes. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. And I like looked at her and I was like, hey, I told you I had things to do with friends today. I gotta go. See you later. And she's like, and I paid the fucking bill and I quit. Oh. Oh. Never again. Never again. Homies for the win. You know what the funny thing is? I can't unload all of these stories. There's far too many of them and way too long. That was the first time that he had done it. Not the last. That's the first time he had saved me. Far from the last time. Mod him? Yeah. That a real homie, bro? For real. Yeah. That was yeah. And you know what the funny thing is that like the entire time I was thinking to myself, I was like, oh man, you know, I'm never gonna use a dating app again. I'm never gonna go back on Tinder. I went right back to Tinder within like a week or two. It didn't take very long. Now I see why you're named Legendary Drops. Thank you for the $10, man. Appreciate that. Those are the friends you want around. They are. What did your friend say? He honestly probably couldn't believe that I kept finding myself in situations like that. It was funny. He didn't learn. No, I never did. I always believed that love was out there. LD lore is epic. You don't even know the half of it. You have to keep in mind. You know what? I realized something. Most of my life, up until like COVID, was lived off the internet. Like I fucking barely watched YouTube. The most I listened to music. Like I didn't do it. I listened to music and like guitar tutorials and fucking video game guides. Outside of that, I didn't watch shit. So like most of my life has been lived off the internet, which actually means like I have shit to talk about. I actually have shit to talk about. Yeah. Man. Let's just make an LD wiki website. That's the last thing I fucking want. You know, originally I wanted to make, like I made one just to take the name. Like there is a Reddit. There is a Legendary Drops Reddit, but I think I have it locked because I was like sitting around and I'm like, I don't really want to have one. In a lot of cases, Reddits just turn into fucking places for like people to hate on the content creator instead of talking positively about anything. Unless you like turn the Reddit into your content, like how like Asmon does. But then you have to have like fucking moderators, and then it's just like, who wants to be a fucking Reddit mod? Nobody. My one and only encounter was spent trying to leave because my date's husband who showed up seemed more into me than she was. Rough. Just come to the Discord. Yeah, the Discord's the safe place. Though they still judge me there too. And also take weird screenshots of my face. Oh man. All right, let's watch this video. I want to see this. I want to see what he has to say. So this is called the judge was ruthless. Now gaming will change. Now that's a headline. Gaming will change. Let's see. You're very expressive. I have a face. Devilish Dante, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that.
More than almost anything we talk about on the channel, today's story is actually going to tangibly impact you. So, for 5 years, there's been a battle waging at the highest levels of the games industry. It's massive, it's between Apple, it's between Epic, and it's around the principle of fairness. And the big news today is that Apple just lost. But they didn't lose because Epic Games
So I don't really fully understand the exact context of this conversation. The only thing that I know is that like Apple had banned Fortnite off of the Apple Store because they didn't want to pay because they wanted all the microtransaction money to go to them. Is that how this was? Apple wants a cut of the costs. So that's what it is. They want the microtransaction money. Apple takes a cut of everything on the store. Okay. Fortnite circumvented Apple Pay. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this kind of makes a lot of sense because that's one of the whole reasons why they made the Epic Game Store, right? They wanted to make Epic Game Store specifically because they didn't want to have to pay Valve's like 30%. I know they've gone after Valve for a long time. They always try to like make Valve look like the bad guy, but like every single platform, from what I understand, has that. The problem with cell phones is that like cell phones is such like, or like the cell phone technology in general is such like a closed, like a walled garden, right? And because of that, these companies have a little bit too much control. V-Bucks opened in an external link. Apple said nope and banned the game.
maneuvered them or any kind of insane gigabrain play from Tim Sweeney. No, they lost because, in the words of the judge presiding over this decision, Apple leadership, quote, outright lied under oath, and in deciding not to comply with legal injunctions, Tim Cook, quote, chose poorly. It's an ominous thing for a judge to be saying to you.
Ooh, congrats on the video, man. Great content. Thank you for the dono, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Johnny Depp trial. Right, where like you could tell like the judge was just not on their side and they kept like lying or pissing the judge off in some way, shape, or form. And you were just like, you're not going to win this case. You're not going to do well because of this now. Like, it's like, it's one of those things where, so it says that Apple willfully violated a 2021 injunction that came out of the Epic Game case. Judge Yvonne Gonzalez Rogers said in a court filing on Wednesday, she wrote that Apple Vice President of Finance, Alex Roman, outright lied to the court about when Apple had decided to levy a 27% fee on some purchases linked to its App Store. Neither Apple nor its console corrected the now obvious lies. Rogers wrote, saying that she considers Apple to have adopted the lies and misrepresentations to this court. Woof. And like you know what you love to see? The only people that are ever take any of these like large corporations to like take them to task is other large corporations. It's when they go to step on somebody else's toes. That's it.
Tim Cook, quote, chose poorly. It's an ominous thing for a judge to be saying to you. This, though, is a dramatic case. It has impacts that will reverberate across the entire games industry. Okay. And honestly, far wider than that, meaning it truly will impact.
I do think that a lot of people don't realize, at least in the US, I don't know how this works in other countries, but in a lot of cases, a lot of laws end up coming because of a court case. Like in some cases, some things aren't discovered until a court case happens. And then that, because like finally it gets into the eyes of the government and the courts, then they finally make a move to be able to ban it.
Everyone who watches this video. Here's how all this started. So Tim Sweeney is a man on a mission, and it's a mission that's cost him and his company more than $1 billion over the last 5 years. Jeez. It's fair to say that he's pretty committed. Now, 5 years ago is when he decided that Apple and Google's exclusive storefronts on their mobile platforms were in fact unreasonable monopolies. in his opinion. Essentially, he says that they don't earn their 30% fee, rather they impose it, and that because of that, they're restricting how developers could make money and what sort of deals that they could actually offer to consumers. So what he decided to do was force their hand. So he started something called Project Liberty, and here's...
So he's saying that the platforms themselves are not actually providing anything of substance. They're not actually providing a service. All they're doing is taking a fee. Took them 5 years. Holy. Yeah, Google and Apple have massive monopolies, especially in the mobile space, right? I mean, part of it is also just the convenience, but yeah.
How it worked. Fortnite suddenly got an option where users could buy currency directly from Epic, right? Directly, not through your Apple payment.
Isn't that fucking great? They put the fucking prices right next to each other so that players know, like, well, I'm not gonna pay two extra dollars. What are you talking about? $9.99 versus $7.99? Oh, come on. What now?
Or Google payment thing. That, of course, meant that Apple and Google immediately booted Fortnite because it did break their store policies. And this is exactly what Tim Sweeney actually wanted. He wanted his game to be kicked off. And we pretty much know that because Epic immediately filed lawsuits that they had been preparing, and these were designed to force the stores to change those policies. Now, in the case of Google...
Yeah, because now that I think about it, from what I understand, Apple and Google... Oh, that's why. Okay, now it makes a lot of sense. Okay. I see what's going on. Yeah, so because technically you don't have to pay anything to put an... From what I understand still, I don't think you have to put any... Like, pay anything to actually put your app on the App Store, because there's no actual, like... There's nothing going on there. You developed it for the platform. You get to put it on there. I think there's, like, a check service, right? But in a lot of cases... you don't have to pay anything. There's a registration fee. Yeah, but outside of that, there isn't anything else. So, what they're charging you for is they're like trying to technically charge people for payment processing for some of these games or some of these services. And then they're like, okay, well, instead of paying you guys 30% of all the money that we make on our microtransactions, we will process the payments ourselves. And they're like, no, you can't do that. What do you mean I can't do that? That's where that control leans out.
It actually went so much better than any of us could have expected. Evidence actually emerged that certain developers like Activision had been paid not to rock the boat, and that they deleted documents and were broadly proven to have acted unfairly.
Whoa.
So much better than
I didn't know about
could have
this.
expected. Evidence actually emerged that...
This is before I was making YouTube videos, so I wasn't really like that deep into a lot of this stuff. Fortnite developer Epic Games said that Google paid an equivalent of $360 million to Call of Duty developer Activision Blizzard as a part of a broad agreement that included a promise the gaming giant would not create a rival app store. In the filing, newly unredacted Thursday, Epic said Google paid other developers in a similar way to Activision. So the thing is, now that I'm thinking about this, so like Amazon has their own app store. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can just download the APK file like off of your phone, and then you can pay for games, or you can play games like mobile games and use other apps through the Amazon store rather than using the Google Play Store. I used to use that all the time when I used to play like a couple of gacha games, because they actually had like a discount on currency, right? If you use the Amazon store. But yeah. So basically what these guys are trying to do is say, hey, instead of making like a Blizzard launcher for your games on Android, you need to keep it on our store and we'll pay you money.
Certain developers like Activision had been paid not to rock the boat, and that they deleted documents and were broadly proven to have acted unfairly. They lost on all counts as
Did Epic prove by preponderance of the evidence and in accordance with the instructions given to you the existence of a relevant antitrust market. Oh, wow.
Determined by a jury. The platform was opened up to new stores and Google have appealed. It was a complete win for Epic, but their fight against Apple is an entirely different story. Things have begun to look quite bad for Epic. You see, the outcome of that initial trial, the original one, was an almost complete defeat for Epic Games. They basically could not prove being the emphasis word there, that any kind of monopoly or unfair action was going on. But there was one exception. An injunction was placed against Apple, and this was to end and
Apple hereby permanently restrained and enjoined from prohibiting developers from including in their apps metadata buttons, external links, or other calls to action that direct customers to purchasing mechanisms, in addition to in-app purchasing and communicating with customers through points of contact obtained voluntarily from customers through the account registration within the app. Okay. So this is a direct injunction against them to stop, to prohibit them from being able to basically stop developers from letting players, or letting, like, for Fortnite, right, use external links from within their app.
Anti-steering provisions. You might think, what is anti-steering? Well, it's actually pretty simple. So basically,
what is this? Monopoly busting is the government's only job. Well, I mean, that's what the court systems are for.
Apple could no longer prevent developers from directing users to make purchases outside of the store. So basically steering you, the customer, somewhere else. So as an example, that would be buying V-Bucks in Fortnite through a web client rather than through Apple's purchasing system, which would thus avoid Apple's 30% cut. Right. Now, at the time, the judge said that Apple should be entitled to something, but that they can't force people to use their in-app purchase systems. Apple then spent 3 years appealing, and it's Apple, they can afford lawyers, but they really got nowhere on that front. And this is when that same judge came back and filed a new injunction against Apple for their behavior in the last 3 years.
Oh.
And this one truly is remarkable. And
so they just kept doing it anyway. That's actually crazy. It's wild how, like, some of these companies, with the amount of money and power that they have, that they will just straight up ignore the courts. You are court ordered to do this, and they're like, we're Apple. Because it makes that much money. Yeah, they just pay the fees. Because the court fees, in most cases, probably end up making them more money than actually, like, letting anything come across. Can we make it illegal to patent game mechanics, Nemesis system? Yeah, I mean, that's never going to fucking happen. It's a security risk. We've been hearing that from fucking Apple for years. Wasn't it remember, it was a security risk for us to be able to use like USB chargers. Remember that? The reason why we couldn't have like universal chargers for their phones was specifically because it was a security risk. Everything was a security risk.
Depending on how things shake out, there could even be a criminal component. It's quite wild. So, it wasn't just for a lack of compliance with the original order, but for contempt of court, which is usually frowned upon. So much so that they've been referred to the US Attorney's Office to consider criminal contempt proceedings. That would be dramatic. Now, the judge essentially was not pleased that Apple implemented new costly fees around off-app purchases, where basically they were effectively replacing one anti-competitive process with another. Meaning, of course, devs lose, but also us customers lose.
Right.
And while they were doing all that, they were also misleading the court over what they were doing. Here's a quote. That it thought this court would tolerate...
That's not gonna work out. Like, especially when you're talking about like two fucking mega corporations that are fucking just absolutely layered with cash. Like, they have more money than they know what to fucking do with. You're talking about the company that has Fortnite. These guys make so much money that they have all the time in the world, and they have no problem spending that money to take you down just for the fucking hell of it.
Such insubordination was a gross miscalculation.
Apple willfully chose not to comply with this court's injunction that it thought that this court would tolerate such insubordination was a gross miscalculation. As always, the cover-up made it worse. For this court, there is no second bite at the apple. It is so ordered. Yvonne coming in dropping bombs over here. God damn, girl. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm gonna tell you this right now. This is hold on, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. What? Just open it up. This is Yvonne right now. This is how she felt. This is how she felt writing that. There is no second bite at the apple. It is so ordered.
As always, the cover-up made it worse. For this court, there is no second bite of the apple. Yeah, GG, Judge. Quite the zinger. So she laid out then some clear rules. These are practices that Apple are banned from. Number 1, imposing a fee on purchases made outside an app. That means that they have no reason, therefore, to track those purchases, the ones made outside an app. Ban number 2, setting conditions on how devs can direct users outside of an app, including restricting how links work. Basically, you know those design anti-patterns that are just trying to get you, the consumer, to clearly do something by, you know, making a link look weird or a misleading design, that sort of thing. Third, banning certain types of app from directing users to outside purchases. And finally, using a link look weird patterns that are just conditions on how
restricting or conditioning developers' style, language, formatting, quantity, flow, or placement of links for purchases outside an app. Prohibiting or limiting the use of buttons or other calls to action, or otherwise conditioning the content, style, language, formatting, flow, or placement of these devices for purchases outside of an app. Restricting or conditioning. Oh, they are prohibited. They are prohibited from doing this. So they are prohibited from trying to restrict or condition developers from not being able to make links to go to use things outside of the app.
Devs can direct users, the consumer, to clearly do something by, you know, making a link look weird or a misleading design, that sort of thing. Third, banning certain types of app from directing users to outside purchases. And finally, using, quote, emotive language to persuade consumers to remain in the in-store purchase system. Basically, scaring people who don't know better. And, well, we've actually seen Apple do similar things, saying you can go and make a purchase, not using the App Store, but, you know, the App Store is very secure and very safe. Which
we need you guys to know that if you use the Apple App Store, your content and your information will definitely not be stolen. But that other guy, we don't know. We don't know.
To an average person who's not tech savvy, could basically look like it's Apple saying, hey, you could get scammed if you don't click this link. P.S. This link gets us lots of money too. And of course, the reason why these things are banned is, well, because Apple had been doing all of these things. That's what's led to this whole case. Now, in response, they have now began complying and appealing. It'll be interesting to see.
They have to comply because at this point, like, I mean, you've already pissed off this judge enough that, like, they ain't fucking around no more, right? They're not going to be messing around with this. Like, you need to do this, otherwise you are going to face some serious consequences. I'm actually surprised that this hasn't gone to. What level of court has this gone to? I mean, this I feel like this is something that should probably go up to the Supreme at one point, because, like, I mean, we're talking about some fucking, there's some overarching things here that tap into a lot of other stuff that's going on in the games industry that needs to get an eye on it.
Compliance is, I imagine it will be as malicious as is humanly possible without getting in even more trouble. But all of this is happening while the rest of the industry is licking its lips. Some developers already had updates to go in this. Spotify were a major one. They framed this as a huge consumer win, which in fairness, I would say it absolutely is.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, the thing is that why this works out well for us is that, one, it starts to limit the language that some of these companies can use to be able to, like, manipulate us in a lot of ways. But two, the other thing is that it saves us a lot of money, because now they don't have to go through the filter of paying these other companies, and they can give a much cheaper price to us, right? There's nobody else that they have to pay. Federal court system, I think you're right, yeah. But no, I definitely think that there's there's a lot of benefit here for the customers.
Now we can do insane things like manage our subscriptions in an app.
You say ideally, and the minute that it came out of my mouth, I was like, if I was them, I would just keep the prices the same. And now I just get to make 30% more money. I literally just grew my revenue, right?
We can
EU made us got USB-C iPhones. Yeah, no, that's huge. It makes me really disappointed in the US of A's that for whatever reason, like, we just do not have our eye on the ball when it comes to the video game industry. And that's likely because some of the most predatory monetization and practices in this industry are coming from the US. And our biggest problem over here is lobbyers. So in a lot of cases, most of these people are probably paying politicians to just ignore any of the shit that's going on in the games industry. Like genuinely, this industry is so underregulated, it's fucking crazy. The amount of ways that these game developers get, it's not the game developers, it's the people that work in the monetization and marketing wing, is that for like whatever reason, like these guys are just making the games the worst they possibly can. I mean, they are quite literally trying to design them to be as predatory as possible. They want to extract as much revenue out of you as they possibly can. Luckily for us, the EU has woken up to it. They're starting to pay attention to some of this stuff. My biggest worry for video games right now, this might sound fucking crazy, but it's really not. There's a current court case that's going on with Ubisoft in Europe that has to do with data collection through some of their single player games. Right now, it's just behavioral data collection, but in a lot of cases, what I'm afraid that's going to end up happening is that similar to how we've seen with other companies, Facebook has done this. I'm sure all social media companies do it to some extent, but I think that I think that our personal data is at risk with some of these games, and these companies will find reasons to collect it and then put it into the language of our end user license agreements and being able to sell that information to other companies. Because there's a lot of behavioral data that you would be able to extract from a video game. Ubisoft, yeah. Ubisoft is currently being sued by I think the European Commission, or they're under investigation by like a security firm of the European Commission in regards to them finding out that they have been collecting behavioral data through their single player games. Most of our politicians are boomers who don't know anything, don't even know how to turn on a computer. That is actually very true also. It's very, very true. Identity farming, part of it is yeah. But there's a lot of really dark shit that you could probably pull out of people from video games, right? I mean, like, just using just some like random examples. Like, think about the kind of data that these people actually have. I mean, you technically have like personality data. If you, like, say it's an RPG that has like, you know, like all these like a narrative with a lot of choice, and then they very deliberately put in some like some choices that are in there that like you could very easily take somebody who's like a psychologist and help develop a game that would be able to give them a solid map of a person to be able to use for marketing purposes, like find out what they're really interested in, really understand their mind, how they think, what they want, what they're, all those kind of things. For AI learning, that as well. You'll also find a lot of that as well, yeah.
Use different payments.
To be fair, sports didn't care about sports during COVID, and a chunk of the populace we could realize without it too. Sports. What are we talking about sports for? Rayman. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that.
Options, and we can see costs. You can now buy Kindle books in the Kindle app. Patreon memberships are no longer marked up on iOS to counteract the store tax, and lots of things. But of course, let's bring it back to Tim Sweeney and Epic Games. So, the Epic Games Store mobile version already existed as of last year, but now they are really ramping things up. Within a week of the rolling, Epic announced their web store fee would drop to 0% for your first $1 million in revenue, with that starting this June. That's obviously pretty awesome if you're a dev.
Starting in 2025, for any Epic Games Store payments we process, developers will pay $0 in revenue in revenue share for their first $1 million in revenue per app year. And then our regular 88/12 revenue share when they earn more than that. That's crazy. So that means if you put an app on there, your first $1 million on the App Store isn't going to be, you're not losing any money.
Plus, much like they have done with the Epic Online Services stuff, what they've done with the store is they've built a solution that people can use regardless of platform. So, be it Google, be it Apple, anything. But more than that, it doesn't need to be the literal Epic Games Store. That's because web shops can be.
Ask AI if sports or gaming. I don't need to, brother. I researched this shit like a fucking madman. The video game industry is the most profitable entertainment industry in the entire world. It is now bigger than movies, video games, movies, music, and television all combined.
Basically,
it's absurd how much money gaming makes.
And that will let any developer go outside Apple's payment system with no fuss.
Which is exactly why, in a lot of cases, most of these companies do not want to see it regulated in any way. They do not want to see it regulated. Look at mobile alone. Mobile accounts for a lot of the money. But it's one of the reasons why these companies do not want to be regulated whatsoever, because they are making a lot of fucking money right now. And anything that would come in to shake that up, especially when it comes to microtransactions, gotcha games, all that kind of shit. If the fucking government figured out, like, I do not understand how are these sports games still rated E for everyone when they literally have gambling? It makes no sense to me.
Yes, Tim Sweeney's definitely taken this one personal, and you know what? I'm here for the drama. Anyway, it is great for devs, but players are also being incentivized here, where you're going to get 5% reward points through purchases on those shops and the Epic Games Store.
With new legal rulings in place, developers will be able to send players from games to make digital purchases from web shops on any platform that it allows, including iOS in the European Union and in the United States. As an extra bonus, players spending in the Epic web shop will also accrue 5% Epic rewards. Right, which is like, so Google does this right now. If you spend money on games, or if you spend money using the Google App Store to like you'll basically accrue another currency through their app store, and then you'll be able to use that to be able to buy like gift cards or whatever else. In a lot of cases, most people just use it to be able to buy stuff for their gacha games.
But that's boosted to 20% until the end of August. So that essentially is the big clap back against Apple. But there is the other thing, the Fortnite. So Tim Sweeney has proposed that Fortnite can return to app stores within weeks, like super quick, provided Apple allows them to do so. He also said he'll drop all litigation as part of a peace plan, provided Apple roll out this policy worldwide. And instead, as of the time of
that has to be a kick in the fucking nuts. That has to be a kick. Yeah, by the way, I don't want you just to do it for us. You're going to do it for everyone. Everywhere. Bitch.
Writing and recording this video, Apple have, went and blocked the Fortnite submission. Now, of course, all of this...
And then they went... So directly after this, that like they said that, and Fortnite's like, yeah, no. Or Apple's like, no, we're not going to do that. I hate it when stores do this. Then they refund you something you only get currency back on, not your real money. Just another scummy way to keep you in their hands. I think it kind of depends on where you're doing it and if you're getting rewards for it, right? So like with Amazon as an example, like I have no problem accruing Amazon rewards through a fucking like an Amazon card or something like that, because it's something that I use a lot. I use Amazon all the time, right? So, like, in that case, it's fine. But yeah, I see where you're coming from.
This legal maneuvering so far is only in the US. The current policy implementation on Apple's side only applies in that region right now. Fortunately, though, for those of us benefiting from EU rules, we've already had some things for months already, and Apple can't stop it. An absolute bomb was dropped in the industry in March of this year when both Google and Apple were found to be in breach of the Digital Markets Act by the EU Commission.
Oh.
And this is pretty damn big stuff. They can absolutely sting these companies. So with Google, it was for anti-steering practices, and Apple was for blocking third parties from interfacing with their systems.
What is this? Interoperability enables a deeper and more seamless integration of third-party products within Apple's ecosystem. Adopted 2 decisions under the Digital Markets Act, specifying that the measure that Apple has to take. Okay.
Now, this follows last August's, told you we'd come back to that, ruling that Apple had to open their platform up to alternative stores, and another breach from Apple in April of this year, also on steering. Now, in that last case, they also faced a cool little €500 million fine.
What is steering? Today, the European Commission found Apple in breach of anti-steering obligation under the that Meta breached the DMA obligation to give consumers the choice of a service that uses less of their personal data. I'm telling you guys, dude. Like personal data is going to be the next, that's the next frontier of big money for these companies. It's the next frontier. It's being able to sell user data to other people. And that's what's going to start slipping into a lot of this legal language and into a lot of these EULAs. And they're starting to do it already. I think that 2K is the smartest one, right? Or no, Take-Two. Take-Two, they slid it into their language already. It is already existing. They're in full fucking user data collection, behavioral data collection, and it's perfect because they're going to make they're going to release one of the most popular and well-selling games of a decade because they already have one and they've already made it retroactive. So all the people that are playing Grand Theft Auto 5 now, they're already getting them. The only way this ever gets stopped is if governments are the ones that step in front of it. But the fact is that they don't understand the games. They don't understand the language. They don't understand the future of technology and where this stuff goes. They don't understand how dangerous it is that these companies that have no fucking idea what they're doing. This is just money related. They don't even know what the fucking impacts of collecting user data is really going to be in the future or what selling it is going to be in the future.
What was absolutely flagrant breaches of the law. Apple are obviously appealing because
you want $20, give us your info. It's not even that. They're just going to take it anyway. This is not something that you're going to get a trade for. It's just something that's going to be in language that you never even read. I mean, how many people here have ever actually read the EULA for any of the games that they've played? Be honest. I would almost guarantee everybody here, not a single fucking person has. Nobody ever does? I have. But I mean, it's part of my job, right? To research this shit. I did a video on it before. This is really funny, actually. Before Starfield released, or it might have been right after Starfield released, I'd read through their EULA, and in the language of their EULA, it had showed that they planned on selling microtransactions later through a shop. And then you actually look at the language, and it's because they planned on selling mods, which is exactly what they ended up doing, which is something that they knew that their player base hated, but they did it anyway. Click away. Exactly. Too many words, need more pictures. Yeah. There's nothing to color in. So in a lot of cases, and here's the thing, we say that, but think about what you're doing. That's how fucked up this is. These companies know that. So they literally will write in there, you sign away your soul by clicking agree. And you're like, play game. And that's essentially what's happening right now. This shit's going to get fucking dark in the future if somebody doesn't step in.
That's what you do when you're a company. But there's a clear thing. There's a clear trend. The tide is absolutely shifting. Now, it's not going to happen in all regions, but we are seeing regulation over major platforms to protect consumer interests from companies who otherwise would control them.
Good.
So between that and, I guess, a billionaire slap fight led by Tim Sweeney, Well, look, we should take these wins when we can get them.
Yo,
Not to bring
shit.
up an old drama, and it is a bit of a different story, but I suppose a little bit like how Hulk Hogan versus Gawker was, in fact, Peter Thiel versus Gawker. You know, this is all kind of billionaire slap fights. Now, the thing with Tim Sweeney, right? He does have
Like, these
good
guys-
principles. There are good principles.
These guys, like, it's a principle thing for them, and it's also their money. Battle of the Tims, yes.
That he talks about, right? And yes, it's good he's trying to hold Apple to those, but that does not make Tim Sweeney automatically on your side.
No.
Sometimes it just so happens that we're aiming at the same target. Now, he will end up benefiting from this.
Yeah, they're going to benefit massively. They're going to make a ton of, like, this is not something he's doing out of the kindness of his heart. He's doing it because they were losing 30% of their revenue on app stores. That's why. They don't want to lose 30% of their revenue. They want 100% of their revenue. That's the reason why they made the Epic Game Store, because they didn't want to pay Steam a cut. They already have to pay the consoles. That's fine. They give up on that one, right?
Massively, and in a financial way. And of course, that's because his company is the one building the wraparound solutions that power these out-of-app purchases. And that's really big. And that means that we can appreciate the consumer good that this does. We absolutely can. And the work that the regulators are doing to break down these walled gardens. And in an ideal world, right, once the walled garden is so big and so ubiquitous, you might have to, you know, restrict the freedom of Apple to go and run a monopoly, because not only will it be good for consumers, it will also be good for competition. But
Right.
I also do think, you know, Standard Oil gets broken up. Who's left with the money to gobble up all the assets? Oh, pretty much the same people.
Yeah.
So there's always that thing then where you can have these good pro-consumer regulations, but it's the incumbents with the resources who are immediately able to get around them or exploit the new opportunity. And Epic Games basically, you know, doing its store as a backend to do payment providing for everybody else. Well, while it is good because it means
Yeah, we're going to do payment provide. Holy shit. How did I fucking miss that? Initially, I was like, ooh, that's a good deal. You don't have to pay them any payment processing money for your first $1 million. But that's the exact reason why these dudes tried to get away from Apple, was because Apple was taking 30% of their payment processing. So they just went and made their own store, where now their game, which is super popular, isn't going to lose 30% of its revenue anymore. And on top of that, they get to buy, or they get to make money like how Apple already was. Oh, how the tides have turned.
there is more competition. It also does disproportionately benefit Tim's.
Now, mind you, their percentage is better, right? So they're doing the exact same thing as the rest of these other companies are doing, but instead of taking 30, they're going to take 18, right?
Sweeney. So, Tim Sweeney, you know what? You have led to a domino of events that I think is absolutely good for consumers, and I think it's good for developers.
It is.
But that does not mean we will not be critical of you. And on the topic of the good guys being, let's just say, a little bit rumbly, okay, we have to talk about Capcom, and the good news is you can actually watch that video right now. The link is about to replace my face on the screen.
It would be nice if I had something like this, but I don't have many. I'm not thanking anybody. I thank myself. What if I just have my name here and it just repeated a bunch of times? Like, thank me, just like me, like giving myself a medal, all, like over and over and over again. Good video. Bellier always, he always hits the good points. He rarely misses. Rarely misses. I'll link you guys the video. All right. I think it's about time we play the Elden Ring. We play the eldest rings. Fire this bad boy up. Oh, Jesus, FromSoft, why? Why? Why do you do that? Did the game crash? Uh-oh. We good? We good? Oh, hey, run. Fucking cat tail. Knock shit off. Except. Hold on a second. I gotta change the orientation of the screen. Something I gotta figure out, because I've been having a problem with this, is that for whatever reason, I have been running into a problem in which my my screen output time is gonna freeze again. Okay, we good now? Okay, I think we're okay now. I was just trying to get, like, okay. Okay, so what I was trying to say was, before I was interrupted by all of that, like, hiccuping. So basically, one of the problems that I've run into recently is in OBS. It's not OBS isn't the problem. What the problem is that, like, for whatever reason, my anytime I launch a game, it goes into the wrong resolution. So it acts like my monitor is a 4K monitor. It is not a 4K monitor, which then when that happens, my entire setup locks up. My screens start flickering and turning on and off. And then finally it's good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play this. What the fuck is going on? It's going to lag one more time. Borderless windowed. Okay, I think we're good now. I think we're okay. Sorry about that. I'll wait for you guys to catch up. Are we good? It messed up your audio. It has a delay now. We good? Audio good? Audio has a 5-second delay. Like what? From like after I talk and then it broke Max's stream yesterday. Had to restart his rig. There is an audio delay. Twitch is good though. What if everybody just tries to... What if you guys just like... Oh, just F5. F5. Refresh the stream if you guys are on YouTube. That's all it is. Yeah. Refresh the stream and you guys will be fine. You should be good now. Okay. Yeah, so something that ends up happening is that every time I launch, not every time, but with a lot of games recently, every time I launch them, they launch into 4K. But my computer, nothing in my computer is set for these games to launch to 4K. Like, it used to be, I think, like an NVIDIA controller thing, but my NVIDIA controller is set to fucking 2560 by 1440. But for whatever fucking reason, I don't know why. It's something that I gotta look into. I gotta fix it because it's really been absolutely bothering the hell out of me. Okay. New game. That's fine. Okay. Player name. Player name is Leg. There we go. Yes. Yes. Time for a big sword and to get monster whacking. Yeah. Check out NVIDIA control panel. Change the resolution settings. Might have to fix that. Well, it is set what it's supposed to be, but let's see what we got going on here for this video game. Okay. See, this is what I really like about FromSoft games. Like, aren't you guys kind of sick and fucking tired of all these games that just like constantly over and over and over again want you to like go through like 30 to 40 minutes of like watching screens before actual gameplay? Okay, that's my item button. I'm not used to that. Okay. That's guard and parry. What's X? Oh, X is my heal. My dodge. Okay. Jump. That's weird feeling. Okay. Movement feels really good. You know what the thing is that like I might be alone in saying this, and there's probably some people that are gonna be straight up like, wow, shut the fuck up, LD. But I honestly wouldn't mind if their next FromSoft like Souls game had like more fluid movement like this game does. Use the map to check out locations. Check the location of allies and learn about key locations. Freely place pins to serve as landmarks for exploration or to share locations between allies. The detailed view shows additional information. Right stick and detailed view. Okay. Okay. Got it. Am I the only one that thinks Soul games are better to play on mouse and keyboard? I've never played one on mouse and key before, so I don't know. But I guess I could try. I've never done it before, right? Well, how do I heavy? Where are the key bindings? Base is jump. Shift is dodge. That's pretty easy. Alt is surge sprint. First sprint. Switch item. Toggle order. Which armament is my scroll? Attack right-handed. Right. Okay. Strong attack as hold control. That's fucking weird. I mean, I guess it's not, but. Q is your skill. E is character skill. R is your ultimate. G, use item. 1 is flask. Okay. Sure. I'll give it a shot. I probably won't like it because I'm unfamiliar with it. I'm already so unfamiliar with it that I can't even leave the menus. Oh, F. Okay. Wait, no. Let me fucking back out of here. Yeah, I don't know what back out is. You know why I don't, we want to know why I don't use fucking mouse and keyboard on a game like this? Because for whatever fucking reason, the fucking Japanese are absolute shit at making mouse and keyboard controls that are actually worthwhile. That's why. Like, their keybinds suck. Their default keybinds suck, and a lot of their games oftentimes have like a lot of controls, and it almost always ends up feeling better on controller for whatever reason. Turn your mic up. Huh? Mixed reviews because you can't play with your friends. You can't play. No. You can play with your friends. No, I'm not gonna turn my mic up. Now I'm peeking. You can play with your friends, but the reason why you have to set a password to play with your friends. You just can't play with people that aren't on the same platform. I think that's what it is. Mic is fine. I know it is. The problem is, like, people, like, it's their microphone. It's like their it's the hardware that they are using that is shit. Near death. Oh, was I not supposed to go this way? I wasn't paying attention to what it said because I was like reading chat. Oh well. Oh really? It's not cross-platform? Yeah, it's not. I don't know why. Skills, left trigger. Okay. What? Left trigger. It's not a skill. Oh, that is their skill because they're using a shield. I need to time that better. Oh my god, I'm not parrying. I cannot parry in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. I don't know why. Isn't it Y to dual wield? How do you, I forget how to oh shit, Jesus Christ. What's the god damn it, what's the fucking controller command to like wield your weapon in two hands? Hold triangle. No, that doesn't work. There it is. You were right. First one was right. Y plus LB or RB. Yeah, it's Y plus RB. Boss fight? Where'd they be?
I have thee now.
Oh, fuck.
Tell me the thine ambition knows. I like
Oh, God.
dare.
So delayed. Fuck. Thank you. Good res. I'll buy the game after all the reviews come out. I mean, you're not going to get, I don't think that you're going to get like much better than what the reviews are for right now, because I think that in a lot of cases, the like the multiplayer aspect is just going to make this game like very divided across the board, because it's not the typical like Dark Souls, Elden Ring experience. And I think because of that, people just are going to kind of like, I don't know, people aren't really going to like it. I don't think I think there's going to be some people that will, but I don't think it's going to be like nearly as popular as any of their other games in the past. And it's not that it's a bad game, it's just that it's like it's just a weird feeling for them, I think. How do I use the ultimates? Oh. So it was like, oh, hold Y and then okay, and then that's that. Okay. Okay. I see how those work now. It's either not, it's either for you or not. Yeah, basically that's exactly what it's going to be. You don't have any friends? Join the Discord. Find people to play in there. I'm sure there's going to be some people that are going to want to play it. God, dude, I need to fucking get good. Yeah, I know. Should have done that. Nope. Ah, the third one. That's actually really cool. I like that ability though. I like the roguelikes though, but man, FromSoft just refused to make playing with your friends more seamless. You don't understand. It's not FromSoft. It's literally just Japanese games almost across the entire board. Look at
Long ago.
like very few of them. Oh wait.
The lands between were visited by a great war. The Shattering, as it was known, destroyed order itself. Drawing forth in time an abomination. Thus fell upon us the night. Now heavy rains harry the region, threatening to wash away its very history. The Night Lord does not rest. As it ravages the lands between beyond recognition. But there are those who would fight back. The Nightfarers. Brought together by happenstance, their commonalities are but few. No shared station, era, or even purpose. Yet together, they are bound by a will. The will to cross the endless night and fight on. Till every shred of their being is ground away.
Cool.
Alas, the curtain may be drawing to a close upon this world.
Very cool. I like how atmospheric their like storytelling is. Monster Hunter is another great example. Just hopping in and playing with friends is a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like in a lot of cases. Cat's name, Maddie. What is it, pup? One chip. One chip. Give me a second. I'm watching.
You are awake. I know not why, but once again it has happened. So be it. Condemned, I welcome you to the Round Table Hold. I am the priestess, the voice of your formless master. You were chosen for your potential to vanquish the night. The Night Lord is a living cataclysm, bent on laying waste to the very land that anchors us. Unless we bring its end, our world will be undone. And for this, I need your help.
Okay. Achievement unlocked.
This is a hidden refuge, a place where warriors gather. Rest assured, though it is in disrepair, you will be safe here. We even have a caretaker. He might strike you as odd, but he is worthy of trust. Speak to him, if you please.
Oh, so you actually like go on hunts over like specific bosses. That's kind of cool. That's the relic thing.
I am always ready to fight.
Yeah, you seem like the type.
No matter how towering the beast we face, stand your ground and raise your shield. Be patient. Your window of opportunity will come.
Okay. Change characters on the character selection menu. Find out more about characters' background and unique skills by browsing the visual codex. Okay. Detailed view. Oh, okay. Whirlwind. Beat Wings Up. Yeah, I played as him in the beta. Archer. Fighter's Resolve. Taking damage boosts retaliate potency. Cannot be knocked down while using it. Okay. Retaliate, which is my skill. Resume attack stance and pummel vigorously. Okay, back. Bird up. That's true. Nice voice. Talking about me? You talking about me? I like that they have a. I like that the bow user isn't useless. They good. I like playing ranger. Ooh. Well. Discover affinity. Oh, discover affinity residues that can be collected to replenish FP. Okay, so you just like find mana while you're like playing. Collect affinity residues from target fire. Oh, from targets to fire affinity exploitative or exploiting magic cocktails. Unleash a forbidden blood chant that brands nearby foes with blood sigils. What does that mean, though? Let's use the. I don't want anything that's going to be hard. Let's use like initially. I just want to get used to the game a little bit. We'll try the archer. Little bow user action now. And then I can set a password. Commence expedition. No. Multiplayer password. There you go. There's the multiplayer password. Oh, that's friends list. Is that how I do it? Is that it? Look like the clinic circling the area. The what? Do they have a streamer option to hide stuff? What would you need to hide? Okay, so it's matchmaking. So if anybody wants to join, they can use L drops as the password. I don't know if there's anybody here that wants to play or not. If I don't get people after like exploring the place a little bit, then I'll just matchmake. He paints a depiction of the Erd tree. It does not yet look finished. Okay.
Welcome to the Round Table Hold, brave champion. I am but a humble attendant, here to serve your needs. I am told that each of you has committed a grave misdeed, but I beg to differ. You aim to preserve this very land, and that is no small matter. Indeed, it is an ambition most worthy of praise. I've spruced up the facilities to make your stay as pleasant as possible. By all means, do make yourself at home.
Okay. Looks like we just need one more. There's probably nothing even really here to be looking around for, but either way, I still want to. I like that, like, even for a multiplayer game like this, they really don't like they still make sure to like pull out all the stops. Obviously, they're reusing assets from Elden Ring, right? But I just think in general it's pretty cool, like atmospheric, like how atmospheric the game is, the music. Also, I just like their art style. I would imagine you're probably going to like open up some of this stuff as you continue to play and gain access to other things, maybe. What is this? What was the dude that died? Moonveil. Moonveil was my shit in Elden Ring. I loved that playthrough. Before they nerfed the shit out of it. It was still good even after they nerfed it, but yeah. Okay. Soul scenery is breathtaking in every game. It is. Way too tired to even play. Oh, password? Here, I'll give it to you. Sorry. I'll put it back. It's on screen right now. L drops multiplayer password. It's in the right-hand side. My bad. There, I pinned it. Happy now? PC. Yeah, I'm playing on PC. Sorry. If you're not on PC, it's not going to work. Yeah, sadly enough, there's no crossplay, which is kind of annoying as shit. I don't know why. Like with some of these studios, they're so like, I don't know. They're like years behind when it comes to multiplayer in general. Somebody had brought up like Monster Hunter. That's a really good example. There's like a couple of other Japanese games that I've played over the years. Like, what was another one that also was kind of weird? I think that like some of them have like their friend code and like whatever weird other shit. You can't just like hit invite off a friends list or whatever. Not gonna lie, that's really weird that there isn't a cross-platform option. I don't know why. There's no online play for my pirated copy. What gives? I don't know, man. That's crazy. How could that happen? To me, this game is very experimental. I expected that they'll expand and what they learn, what works and what doesn't. So what I think this game actually is, I think this is just them giving their junior leadership an opportunity to like make their own game and learn like lessons from making their own game. I actually don't think this is like a big power move to try to go out and make a bunch of money. They probably felt like it was a relatively safe investment. And they already had the assets, they already had the tools, they already had people that had experience working on Elden Ring, and they said, hey, why don't we do something experimental? Why don't we try something new? Give some of our other developers like a little bit of experience. Because like over the years, and Miyazaki's talked about this, like he's going to take a less and less direct role making games. Like he's still going to be there, but for the most part, yeah. Hope your night is going well. My night's going great. Market testing, I really do just think that it's like straight up. I think it's for experience. They realize it's safe and it'll sell enough copies to be able to make the money back. I would almost guarantee they've already made their money back on this game. If 2 million copies sold, that's $80 million. I guarantee this did not cost 50. I don't even think this cost $50 million to make. No way. Like map elements are pretty much all the same for the most part. It's a lot of reskin textures and stuff that they used from. It's all from Elden Ring. All of it's reused. That's why the game is $40. Yeah, they wanted to put it at a low entry point, so then they didn't have to worry about it. It's a spin-off by a B team. I like it. Main games can't brainstorm ideas, so the side teams can do something else. Yeah, I mean this gives them the idea of like maybe making a roguelike Souls game. I don't know. I don't even know if something like that would even work or be possible in the scope of their games, but who knows? Personally, I would be completely fine seeing FromSoft try to make something outside of the genre that they have. I mean, I guess they did with Armored Core, right? But that's something that they've always made. Yeah, I also saw somebody bring up like how it's a $40. They're like, why are they charging $40 for this game? Like they're like pissed off about it. And then somebody was like, this is like $40 DLC, and it's like that's about how much DLC normally is, like 30 to 40 bucks, right? For like an expansion. This has to be 10 to 15 mil max to make. If Claire Obscure costs about 20 to 30 million. I think Claire Obscure costs between 30 and 50 million. This game, there's like spat. This game, if I had to take a wild guess, Elden Ring came out 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago? Do you guys remember? Or it was 3 years ago, wasn't it? So they developed this in like 2 years, 2.5 years or something like that. That's nothing. $40 for a AA quality side project. I don't think that's unfair, though. I wish they fixed some of the technical issues with Elden Ring ultra wide that they fixed in Armor Core 6. Like, that's the thing. Like, if you fix something, like, why don't you just like make it the standard? I don't know why you don't standardize those fixes and just release a game in a fucking unfinished state. It's so ass. Yeah, I try to remember remember lately. I've been trying to remember years by games, like big games. So like the first year was like, at least like since I started making videos and stuff like that. I am trusting you guys. What is this? Lightning pot? Take those just in case. What is it? Noble sword. Nobody's gonna take it. I'll just put it on for now. Like the first day, from what I've heard, is like best to be spent like just trying to like get as much XP. Like you can hit bosses if you get like level up to level 4, but otherwise it's gonna take you fucking forever. I think it's probably like you want to get like Shrines America and whatnot. I don't know if there's one over here. Oh. Oh, that's the dagger thing. Okay. Okay. Art bow, raining arrows, improved fire attack, attack up when wielding 2 armaments. I don't even know if you can do that, can I? Swordstone key. Another lightning pot. Okay. Coming. Holy shit. That's fucking cool. I like that. I guess I need to like look at the map, see what's going on. Any good? Incantation. The night grows stronger. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. I'll have to actually like look and try to remember exactly what the stuff on the map actually means, so I know like where we're going and what we're looking for. Ow. I didn't think it would reach. Oh, I'm dead. I hope I can get back up to them relatively quickly. I like to be able to get my shit before it's gone. It's probably already gone by now. Fucking smoke's already probably coming in, yeah. Either that or I just completely went the wrong way around. Come on, dude. Curious if they show indicators. They do. Oh, there goes all my souls. Never mind. Wasn't even fucking worth it. That's cool. Note to self, chasing after your soul is completely not fucking worth it. Unless you, for whatever reason, spawn like right next to where you died, which was not the case for me. And I missed out on that boss loot too. That's really fucking unfortunate. High as fuck. What game is this? Oh, Street Fighter. I'm literally like never gonna catch you guys. I don't know why, but I keep heading in the wrong direction, I guess. I'm I'm so fucked. I haven't touched a single side of fucking America or whatever, or the fucking America shit or whatever. I don't even know. I'm not even bothering looking at the fucking map. I don't understand any of the icons on it. Oh, thank you. Let me look at the map so I know what this looks like. Okay. Zoom in on the map, gold circle, side of grace. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case. Oh, there's like a boss down here. I think I fought one when I played the demo. Oh, how the fuck did you do that? Oh, you didn't do that. Yeah, 'cause you can't do that. Uh-oh. Oh, you go this way, that's why. Oh, okay. Three's already here. Okay. I see what's going on now. Played it all last night, solo at work. Wow. I only played it like, I don't think I played like one run or something, one or two runs when the beta came out, because I had to play it on the PlayStation and I had to use like my fucking capture card, and it was absolute booty cheeks. It was so bad. I actually have a legit capture card. I just need to install it. Uh-oh. That's not good. And it just triggers on its own once you get to this part. The fights, especially the Night Lord, are so cinematic. Well, I mean, that's just fucking Elden Ring, right? Like, they just know how to deliver. Like, Souls just know, or FromSoft just knows how to deliver that shit. Ow, 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 ow. 45. All right, here comes the big boy. Who we got? 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 Oh, fuck you. Oh my god. Fuck you. Me, who we got? Immediately fucking banged. Thank you. You really dodged that, you little fucker. I'll try to keep him distracted. He's marked. Big damage on little boy. Other one's marked now. Nope, wrong button. If you alt your pillar on me and that group of enemies, that do like fucking big work. Thank you. No. Got him. He gone. Well, you didn't like that, huh? Ah, you're marked, bitch. Marked for death. Good shit. Examine. Poison rot trigger continuous HP recovery. Dragon communication incantations for anti-dragon armament. Violent deluge of star rain while walking. Summons a violent cloud of stars overhead while walking. So that's kind of cool. Do I really just get to... So my ability is to aura farm. I literally have the aura farm ability. Where if I just slow walk up to a motherfucker, it automatically casts an ability that rains down fucking AoE damage. What the fuck? But the only way to cast it is if I slow walk. So I gotta be like, oh, you thought you were gonna fuck with me, huh? You getting that rain. That is good. That is good. Are you inside the castle? I think you are. He was the Elden King. Oh, I do have a stone sword key, by the way. That actually works on them? Don't they have a thing around here we're supposed to kill? They have like a summoner, don't they, or no? I guess not. Add magic to weapon. Okay. But it's only level. It only does. Okay, that's better than that. Yep, I got you. I'll hit that. I'll hit it. I'll hit it. I'll hit it. Ever jail is open. Holy shit! I thought we were going somewhere. Never mind. You scared the fuck out of me. I used the wrong ability. Got you. Want some of this? Come on, bitch. You want some, don't you? You really want it, don't you? Nope, you ain't getting it. You are getting marked, bitch! Ooh. I got her. Want that rain? You gonna get that rain today, boy? I'll handle the res. Uh-oh. I'll handle the res. Good shit. Good shit. Big loot situation. 20,000 runes. Summons dark clouds of stars over your head while I already have that. I'm taking the 20,000 runes, bitch. Oh, damn. Need them levels. It's gonna rain. That's right. It is gonna rain. Don't forget to aura farm them. I know. I gotta remember. I gotta remember. I like strangely like that ability. Just for fucking how obnoxious it is. There's another church here. Take me to church. What's this? Oh, okay. Shit. Like that. You know what the funny thing is? You go play this and like you would you'd feel like a tough motherfucker after a while of playing this until you probably get handled by a fucking boss. But then you would go to like Elden Ring and be like, I'm gonna go, yeah, I'm gonna fuck this bitch up real quick. And then you're like, oh, never mind, I'm nobody. This does make me really want to fucking play Elden Ring again though. God, what a fucking vibe that game is. I'm just here to aura farm. Oh! I'm pinned! I'm pinned! God damn. Nice. What is this? Improve physical attack power? Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? Isn't there a way to like level up weapons as well? Or is that at the end and you have to have like a currency for it, I think. Right. All right, where to now, gang? Yes, you are a kitty cat. You gotta climb those and stab their head. Oh, do you just run up to them and just like actually like use the climb mechanic? I didn't know that. Okay. We're doing way better this time around, by the way. It already feels like it. Pacing and stuff feels really good. I've gotten a couple upgrades, but nothing crazy. I got fucked up in this place before. I'm pretty sure there's like a big boy up the top, right? Get aura farm, bitch. Okay, that's actually kind of sick. Holy shit. Those are storm knights, aren't they? Ow. Fuck off. Let's take the attack power increase. Holy shit. I'm only level 10. That's probably not very good, but whatever. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? God damn it, I picked the wrong one. It's all good. I actually don't know what my bow looks like. Bow! Dog getting ore farm. Okay, I need to fight. The cat. The cat walked on top of the fucking audio mixer. It's good now, right? It was perfect. Blame the cat. Wake up. It's in the middle of my animation. That was his real voice? Yeah, that was my real voice. You guys figured it out. Damn. All right, we're good. Thank you. Healing. Oh, that shouldn't have hit me. Mark, big damage, finish it up, and he's dead. Get fucked. Good shit. Good shit. Excellent work, everyone. Excellent work. Boost physical damage negation. I guess I'll take that. The other ones are kind of just like, eh. Eh. What button did he hit? He hit like robot, sound effect, megatone. Like he hit all of them. Yeah, you don't like so you need sword stones and shit to be able, or the fragments to be able to do it, but yeah, I don't have that shit. And also, like, how do I? Okay. I think this is the bow. Right? 85. Yes. It's the best bow I have. I haven't upgraded any of the other ones. Well, goddamn. I guarantee this is somebody's fucking desktop background. Did it right now. We heard the sensor beep sound. Oh, that is right here. It's for when I want to say, you know what I mean? Just in case. Just in case. And then there's this one, which I have no idea. I can't even hear myself, so I don't even know what it sounds like. How are you doing with this game so far? Because I'm still on the fence of buying it or not. I did enjoy Elden Ring, 300 plus hours in it, and it same goes for any.
Because I'm still on the fence of buying it or not. ID enjoy Elden Ring and had 300 plus hours on it. Same goes with the other Soulsborne games, so ID really.
Let me finish this run and I'll talk about it. Should have seen that coming. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Okay, pay attention. Pay attention. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. You need to come step into my aura farm, dog. I aura farmed him. No? No, I didn't cast it. No! You got this, Elden Ping. All right, I'll get the mage. Oh, dude. Got me. It was a nice try. I still feel like we went I probably went in there under leveled because I think I lost quite a few levels from the first day. That was a good run though, either way. So what are my thoughts on the game so far? Also, thank you for the donation. I'll load up another one. We'll do another one. Problem is I got no friends to play with this game. I'm not joking, by the way. No, yeah, I know. That's probably the problem for a lot of people. So I have a couple things to say about that. One.
The problem is I got no friends to play this game with heart. I'm not joking BTW.
Okay. Couple things about this game. One, if you are just like a hardcore fucking Elden Ring fan, I think you're going to be able to like it regardless because you like Elden Ring. Like, you're still going to enjoy playing the game because you already enjoy playing the series to begin with. Outside of that, this is a multiplayer game. It is not built for single player. It is completely built around multiplayer. That's the whole point of you. That's the whole point. Is it taking you forever to find a match? No, because I have a password up so people can join. So this is a multiplayer game. It is balanced around multiplayer. It is built for multiplayer. If that's not the kind of game that you want to play, then you're not going to like the game. If your only hesitancy to playing the game revolves around you not feeling like you have friends to play the game, go hang out in a Discord. But I like play our jump into our Discord, ask if anybody else owns the game and wants to play it. If you're interested in playing Elden Ring, like if there's people here that are like, I'm going to play this game, And then go join the Discord and then hit up a bunch of other people that want to play and just find, like, you have voice channels and shit in there. You can just hang out in there and play fucking Elden Ring. Then you got people to communicate with and you're all there for the same reason. And you guys all already have something in common, which is me. That's a great thing to have in common. That's a great thing to have in common. Your password is L drops. Ain't gonna pull that W. I know that's true. Look at the pictures of the target boss you're farming and the affinity of their weakness. Holy for Cerberus. Okay. Which means I need to find a holy bow. Poison bow. There is a legendary bow, the Great Lion bow. So I need to kill the Great Lion. Oh, this is great bow wielded by General Radon. Well, that's gonna be kind of hard to find, huh? Are these boss drops specifically? And that's the only place you can find those? I can also get a cannon. Isn't that fucking nice? There's probably no holy bow. Doesn't look like there is. They're all pierced. There's a poison bow. Yeah, there's no holy bow. So that didn't even matter. Sorry, I'll bring the screen back up. My bad. All right. Password's on screen if you want to join and you're on PC. We got one more spot. Ideally, somebody that knows what they're doing and has no problem tagging stuff and things of that nature, because I need to be carried because I'm a fucking streamer and YouTuber. Or at least I admit it and say it out loud. It makes my life so much easier having people that know what they're doing, because then I can just follow them around while I'm still able to like look at chat and like have my attention split between two places. Love your videos. Thank you. The new UI is horrible. I'm not really a fan of it, to be honest. Could have used Holy Grease. You really got a good point. Unlucky for you and for me, my brain was not in the brain mode of thinking. Like, genuinely, I mean this. Like, I kind of already understood the context behind it. Now, don't get me wrong. Asmongold does a lot of this to himself, because he will just straight up fucking ignore tutorials. Dude will not read a fucking thing. Just like take a minute to breathe and like read what's on the screen. But he is absolutely right in his frustration when he's playing a new game, or any game for that matter, and getting frustrated. Because the thing is that your attention is being split in 3 separate directions. The gameplay, being entertaining, and paying attention to chat. It's a very different experience when you have like 600 people watching you all at the same time. I mean, he has 50,000 people watching him at the same time, right? So like, that's a completely different story, but... Too many games? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about. You had this and Tainted Grail that came out in the same month, right? Rain, thank you for the 36. I don't know what that currency is, but I appreciate whatever it is regardless. Man, I wish I could do that. I'm like mega antisocial even online. That's why I usually play...
That's why I usually play single player games on that note. I've playing The Witcher 3 and been enjoying it so far.
Just go lurk in the fucking Discord. Just go lurk in the Discord, and when you see people talking about something that you find interesting or you have something to share on, then you start talking and joking. Like, look, like there's a bunch of fucking weirdos in the Discord that have all gravitated to judge me in real time. Highly recommend. Good people in there. Demo. Already got to. A lightning pot. I'd rather have some grease. Bows. Bows for days. Thank you, sir. We ain't got no legs, son. Whoa, 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 whoa. Improved damage at full HP. That's never gonna fucking happen. Ooh, HP restoration on attack. That's really good. What the fuck? I always think that there's like a side of, or a America thing here, but there's never. No, there's not one here. Where are we going? I do really like the fucking the map progression though. I think it's a lot of fun actually. Like progressing the map is very cool. This does make me feel like a faster paced Elden Ring would actually be fun though. This is the strong one, right? Yeah. Oh! Who are we getting attacked by? Oh, there they are. They're up the top. do you get into this motherfucker? You just not? We're wasting so much time with these motherfuckers. Holy shit. Oh, that's how. You just got to get up there. Okay. Warming stone, fire pot, fire grease. I shouldn't have taken that. I didn't need that at all. I should have looked to see if there's one of those weapons I could have swapped out. Okay. That's pretty cool. Dude's just getting fucking bullied. Attacks more likely. Ooh, man, that's kind of hard to pick. 10k souls. I kind of want to take this. 10k souls isn't gonna make or break you, but fucking being able to like increase your break damage on enemies is pretty fucking good. Is there not a manual aim mechanic? I mean, I'm sure you can just aim your character and shoot in the direction. But why use that when you can use this? Are we gonna kill the Blade Lion or no? Are we skipping the roaming boss? Oh yeah, you want to wait until I think I heard someone say you want to skip roaming bosses until the second night because you're stronger by then and they're easier to take down. You're faster at taking them down at the very least. I'm not fully versed with the traveling yet. Another little cheeky HP increase. There we go. Stamina recovery, blood loss. I still need like a little bit more XP. There we go. Lore-wise, is this a prequel? I don't know, actually. I hadn't looked into that yet. I'm sure Vati Vidya is gonna have like a fucking an entire series on it. You fucking dude. Why would you come behind me like that? Oh shit. This motherfucker just threw that shit at me. He said, fuck you, bitch. Oh, shit. Ooh, right in your eyeball. That sucked, huh? God damn. That felt way better than the first time. Way better than the first time. Does this play off your previous build? No. There's permanent increases that you get from just like finishing runs in general, I think. But yeah. Successive attacks restore HP. Near blood loss, no. Critical hits increase damage. Yeah, I know. You're a cat. You told me about it. I've heard about it before. I can't see. Please go. Fuck, you're sitting. Please don't sit right in front of the screen, bud. Stop. You need a special one, right? I just don't have one of those. I guess we'll just upgrade these to armament. Do you buy anything from this guy? What does he sell?
What are you selling? What you buying?
Oh shit, he actually has like weapons for sale. Just nothing I want. Okay. Anyway, I need to find the boys. Where everybody at? Where everybody be? They're not down there. Okay. He's upstairs. Oh fuck, there's a boss down here. I made a mistake. Oh my god, I'm going to get my ass fucking ate up. Holy shit. Was not prepared. The close range aggro switches are what throw me off big time. This isn't my fucking bow. I need to. There we go. Did they not drop a boss thing? Am I tripping? They just opened a door. Is that what it was? Raises immunity, potency, raises damage mitigation when HP is low. Sure, we'll take that. Oh, okay. There. All right, what's next? What are we doing? We gonna fight that boss? What we're doing? Hesitating? Over here. Oh, you got me good. You got me real good. I didn't realize that was a combo. I walked right into that, dude. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Oh my lord. Okay, the fucking side enemies gotta go. Give me a second. Okay. You know what? I gotta stop doing that. I keep holding my trigger and then hitting B. Yeah, it's not worth it. We're just gonna die. That's gonna really fuck us up. That sucks. That is really gonna fuck us up. Oh, nice. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Too greedy. I think the boss just got stuck and didn't know where to aggro. Man, we are gonna waste a lot of fucking time down here. I don't really know what else to do. What? Leave? All right. Wait, what? Okay. Those are gone though, right? No, you have, fucking bitch. That shit. Good call. What you got? Smithing stone 1, not really worth my time. This is a damage boost. We'll take that. We'll replace that with this one. Thank you. I don't know why my brain has struggles with this. Oh, enhanced charge text. Oh, these are actually like, oh, what the fuck? That's huge. Sadly enough, there's nothing here to be able to give me like a something else that I wanted, but okay. I was trying to look for like the appointment. Yeah, we have. I don't think we've killed any bosses for night 2 yet. That's rough. What the fuck is that off in the distance? That looks not good. Yeah, I think the boss just got like stuck when we were fighting them. I don't know if I read that or not. It's not an expansion. It's a standoff. Yeah, it's a spin-off. Yeah. Suck at trying to dodge, but I love watching these games. I'm a parry guy personally. I like games with a lot of parrying.
This is a reciprocal payment for the amount of hours I've listened to your IT videos while working. Thank you, sir.
I'll try to tank the boss while you heal or while you res. Holy shit, that hurt a lot. Way more than I wanted it to. I'm dead. No, I'm not. I'm alive. I'm gonna get a damage buff on him. Damage increase. Watch out for the rain. Watch out for the rain. Watch out for the rain. Don't get killed by the rain. He's not gonna follow. Yeah. Aggroed another boss, I think. Oh, it's just the dudes in the tower. Good morning, good morning. Ow. I think we can kill this boss over here. Nah. I don't know, she might kite in. Fuck off. How the fuck did that not hit you? No, she's not gonna come with. All right, he's got them aggroed. I'll take this one. I got a timing on that. He got me finally. Thank you. Good shit. Ooh, goddamn, I timed it wrong. God damn. Crossbow just, yeah, the crossbow is not very good. I don't really understand the weapon scaling and like what I need to actually get. So yeah, I'm not gonna pretend like I know what I'm doing. I'm guessing for the most part when it comes to like the weapons and stuff. I just don't understand. I just don't understand exactly how it works. So I'll actually have to like look into that kind of stuff, but I'm not gonna like take the time to sit here and like dissect all that stuff on stream. That's just not how that's not how my brain works, man. Not how the brain works. Yeah, it sucks. Way under leveled for the boss. Give me 2 seconds, folks. I gotta pee. Alrighty. All right. Yeah, because I think this is my strongest weapon. 111. 113 on the wooden crossbow. Okay. I do this. Still doing good regardless? Yeah, I'm just figuring it out, right? So this is like a roguelike BR boss gauntlet. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a battle royale though, right? Like, we're not fighting other players. It has that kind of BR feeling because it's like you drop into an open world and then you just run around and kill bosses and grab loot, level up, get gear. I missed a super chat. This is just a reciprocal payment for the hours I've spent listening to your YouTube videos while working. Thank you, sir. No problem, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 10, brother. Appreciate that. Does anybody know if they plan to release more maps? I don't know what they plan on doing, to be honest with you. I really don't. Like, maybe they plan on supporting content for it, but that probably largely depends on whether or not people want to play it, right? I think that's pretty much all it comes down to. We need more PvE co-op games. I'm just right there with you. There's people that are complaining because they're like, it's like they're Fortniting my Elden Ring. That's not what they're doing. They're not Fortniting your Elden Ring. I need to stop hitting that. That's a kick. All right. No, I was not paying attention. I looked up for 1 second. My bad. All right, I'm locking in. Dude, that throws me off so much. It doesn't even look like he's looking at you. I'm too far. Okay. Yeah, hold aggro. I'll keep work on getting the res. What the fuck? No! What? Coming for me, aren't you? There you are. Come get it, bitch. Right, you're mine. Or not. Or I'll just miss. Well, that's not good. You're on me, aren't you? That's such a bitch fucking move. the fact that he can bite and then shotgun you right afterwards. So like on your get up, you're gonna get knocked down. That sucks. There's nothing I could have done there. Because he like staggered me, so I fell back, and then when I went to stand back up, he just shotguns you and knocks you down before you can even react to anything. Gonna ult. I don't know if you have it or not. Holy shit. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. To be fair, I'm not even like used to the controls. I keep kicking on accident when I'm trying to like use my my like dash tag. But yeah, even if you lose, you still collect this stuff. So you get like, these are runes, I guess, or something like that. I'm not really too sure what they are, but I think these are things that I can just equip permanently now. And these are Merc, which are traces of lost grace to be used. And I think this is to buy like skins and shit. Sorry, I tried. It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man. When I say carry, I don't mean people that actually like beat the game by themselves or anything like that. I just meant people that could like mark shit on the map and like, you know, point me in the direction to go rather than me trying to like flip open the map to look to where to go next while also trying to read chat and talk and yeah. Yeah. So there's like a thing for like, I think it's this right here, right? Perform relic rites. Here we go. Which I have one of these. So defeating enemies restores health for allies, but not for self. Improved blood loss resistance permanently. Okay. And I have a green one I can use. Which is attack power up when facing scarlet rot afflicted enemies. Arcane or magic power up. Physical attack power up. Improved bestial incantation. Oh no, I can only use one of these two. Well, I guess arcane? If I use like a magic bow, yeah. What's the overall progression like? I think the best way to explain it is like this. This is a rogue. It's a roguelite more than, or it's a roguelike. So you drop into the map. You don't really have any permanent like buffs outside of these relics that you can give yourself, which give you like a little bit of an edge, right? And each class has their own kind of relics that they can use. And I think it's probably best to try to make sure that you like learn one class at a time rather than bouncing around all over the place, because you kind of want to get used to like their skills, get used to like the weapons and stuff that they need to use, look for the like know how to look for the weapons and the upgrades and all that stuff. So that like, you know, there's that. If you go back to the index there in the previous room, it shows you everyone's scaling. Characters. Preference bows. Stamina scaling. Dexterity scaling. Well, of course, dexterity. Arcane as well, huh? But dexterity more than anything else. But I mean, you just load up on bows, right? Do the remembrance for each character's bis relics. Not hard nor time consuming. The remembrance. What's the remembrance? I don't know what the remembrance is. Are you gonna play Venus Vacation Prism? That sounds like a was it a dating sim? Well, I know BIS means best in slot. I just don't know what I don't know what remembrance is. Oh, you unlock it post Cerberus. Oh, okay. So after you beat Cerberus, you start unlocking more bosses that you can choose to target. And then through that, you unlock more things for you to be able to do. Okay. First boss must do first. Okay. Up on the platform before the hallways, if you press start option, you can fast travel to the thing if you want. Yeah, either way, I have to beat Cerberus to be able to do it. Spiritual successor to Dead or Alive Extreme 2. So there you go. Dead or Alive Extreme 2, but that's a fighting game. Well, I know that they had like the Dead or Alive spin-offs like beach volleyball and stuff like that. Check the bedroom in the hallway. It's downstairs. It's outside.
How are you faring? Speak to me, should you...
What is it? We must put the night sky to rights, to see its beauty once more.
Oh my god. Her mouth like glitches into her head. Funny. I'm not seeing anything. The more you use the character, the more they unlock memories. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for here. Sparring grounds. Using sparring grounds to learn controls, practice fighting, use sparring equipment menu to change loadout settings, and the sparring setting to change conditions for sparring. Upon departing on an expedition, any equipment borrowed. Okay. Cool. Oh, there is precision aiming. You just have to use the buttons for it. And then all the weapons are here. And then I would do this. Why can't I use it though? Is it because you have to have enough FP? I don't understand. If I go to Steam, Venus Vacation Prism, it's not there. There's region locks, and it seems like it's not available in the EU at the very least. Oh, maybe it has like nudity or something like that, maybe. Also, the netcode is a lot better. So far, I'm really liking the game. I actually do really like the game. I do quite a lot, actually. I think what I'll end up doing is I'll probably maybe hit up some people on the Discord tomorrow, and I will, and I'll probably play a little bit with people from Discord. Right now, though, it's getting late, and I'm fucking tired. I was up until 4 o'clock almost. Oh, no, I was up past 4 o'clock in the morning last night, editing and putting together yesterday's video. And I am tired. I was up till 4. I'm tired. You can see it on me. I do not look like the same man anymore. I've lost it, man. I've lost it. Uh-oh. Lagging. There it goes. So I am, I'm whipped. I'm whipped. That's it for me. Shake my head? What? What do you mean shake your head? What are you shaking your head for? We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. That and I'm just hungry. I just want dinner. I want to have dinner and then relax a little bit. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, join the Discord, because I might actually throw up a message and try to do another run before I go to bed tonight after I finish eating. So if anybody wants to continue playing, I'll be in general chat in the Discord. Throw up a link if we have a link available. Anybody? And but yeah, I'm gonna rest. I got so much I got work to do tomorrow, man. I got work to do tomorrow. I got 2 videos I gotta put out next week. I need one of those weeks where I don't need to put out 2. Hopefully that's coming soon. But I got a vacation that's coming up soon as well. So make sure you guys join the Discord if you haven't joined the Discord. And yeah, I'll be in there later. I might try to get another one in before I go to bed. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you guys for watching the videos. Thank you guys for just being yourself. Stay cool. Stay